Notre Dame fans, welcome to a special edition of the Irish Breakdown podcast. My name is Brian Driscoll. I'm the publisher at irishbreakdown.com. And we have a lot going on right now. We're going to talk about the news that Brian Kelly is going to be leaving Notre Dame to take the head coaching position at LSU. So it was first being reported by The Athletic, reported this morning that Kelly was in Football Scoop, reported this morning that, or this afternoon, late evening, that Brian Kelly was the top target for LSU. I talked to a couple sources, was told that it was a legit interest in LSU. Brian Kelly was one of two targets. It was him and Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin obviously has some baggage. And that they expected Brian Kelly at the time to stay at Notre Dame and just use LSU to sort of get more from Notre Dame. I don't know if it went that far. I don't know if he actually did that. But about an hour ago, talked to some sources that said they didn't expect him to leave. Talked to a couple people here recently, and Marcus Freeman was doing visits tonight with people, talking to recruits. Other coaches are on the road. They're talking to recruits. Everybody at Notre Dame, from what I'm told, and I've talked to 5 or 6 different sources now, everyone that I talked to told me that Kelly had kind of told everybody that he was not leaving, and that a lot of people were caught off guard by this. And it sounds like there's some folks that aren't happy. Brian Kelly, I was just told by a source, is out on the West Coast and is preparing to come back now and let the team know. But obviously the team hasn't been let known yet because Brian Kelly's not in town. So that is that's the news. And this was obviously the fact that Brian Kelly is going to leave for LSU was reported by Pete Thamel of Yahoo Sports, I believe, was the first to report it. So I have reached out to several sources, and it sounds like this is happening. This is what Brian Kelly is going to do. So there we are. So it looks like Brian Kelly is going to leave Notre Dame to become the next head coach at LSU. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk about this, about kind of my thoughts on it. We're going to talk about sort of what's next for Notre Dame, and then we're gonna turn it over to you all to kind of share some thoughts. I have some other people that are going to join the show to kind of share their thoughts on what's going on, and it's gonna be wild. So I'm still kind of processing this. I'm still digesting this. I'm still kind of looking over at, trying to talk to some sources. I'm hoping to get some feedback from people about everything that's going on. So, but we'll try to keep this. We're going to try to keep this as, just kind of, here's what's going on. Here's the latest. So, yeah, this has been a pretty wild night. So for me, I know I went from reporting. I wrote a story about how, just give me 1 second. I got some people trying to get me to do another show right now. So look, so Brian, I wrote a story a few hours ago about when this kind of came out that it was definitely happened, to say, hey, look, he needs to make a decision soon. And then kind of go from there, and if this is what he wants to do, this is what he needs to do. But if he's going to stay at Notre Dame, he can't use this as another bargaining chip, because that's going to not look good in recruiting. And then of course it's not long after that the news breaks that he has taken the job. So it's going to be very, very, very interesting. And, my first thought was if Brian Kelly thinks I'm critical of him, I am really curious to see how he is going to do when it comes to what LSU is doing. So Yeah, that's where we are. So, let's talk about, I mean, I don't know if you all want to talk about, is he a fit for LSU or whatever, or if you want to just focus on the Notre Dame thing. We're gonna focus on the Notre Dame thing unless you all kind of want to talk about, why would he take this job, or what's the fit and all those kind of things. So when you look at this, to me, I don't know why Brian Kelly took the job. I think that there's a few reasons. Number one, LSU offered a huge deal from what I'm told. Now, again, I don't know how true this is. I don't, this is just what I was told by a couple different sources. I was originally told it was 12 million. Then I was told the final offer was 100 million for 7 years. That's a little over 14 million a year. That's a lot of money for a coach. And I think Brian Kelly's in a situation where, this is something that we've been very critical of him here at Irish Breakdown. Is it's kind of felt, it was like, Brian Kelly's been trying to convince people for the last couple of years that this is as far as it goes for Notre Dame, that this is his best coaching job ever. And, and they were young. And it's just, I kind of feel like, again, this is my opinion, Brian Driscoll's opinion. I kind of feel like he feels he's taken Notre Dame as far as he can take them, or this is as far as Notre Dame can go, right? Like, you can't take that next step, because I just feel like at 60 years old, with the money he's made a lot of money at Notre Dame. His current compensation packages, we've been telling people and we've been told, is that it's over $7 million a year. It's a lot of money. I don't think you take this job if you think you're a year or two away from a championship. To go to Baton Rouge to deal with that mess, the Title IX investigation, the players transferring, just the dealing with, going the SEC that's about to add Texas and Oklahoma. I got to think that he felt that you're in a situation that he kind of felt like this was the job for him, right? This is the job that allows him to win a championship. I really believe that Brian Kelly is taking this job because he thinks he can win a championship at LSU. I understand why. LSU won one 2 years ago. So, I think that's true. I got a quick question here from Josh Amundson. Do you think this leaked before Brian Kelly wanted it to? Probably, I would imagine so. So again, I think this comes down to championships and whether or not Brian Kelly thinks he can win a championship at Notre Dame. So that's my opinion. We'll hear Brian Kelly talk about it. I'm sure that also part of this, and here's something else. I believe. Look, I'm very critical of Brian Kelly on this channel. Everybody knows that. And I've been one of his harshest critics, but Brian Kelly's always been about Brian Kelly first and foremost. But I truly believe that Brian Kelly looks at the program as it is right now and feels that, again, this is my opinion, that it's in a better position to sustain now than it was before. And with Marcus Freeman or Mike Elston or Tommy Rees, and this is Brian Kelly's view, there are options there to keep this thing rolling. And I think that, I bet you that kind of factored into why he was willing to take this job as well. So I think that's a big reason why. I would imagine, again, that's another big reason why. We don't know why, because Brian Kelly hasn't said why. But I'm hearing more and more sources. I'm getting more and more text messages from sources, and it sounds like it's definitely happening. So this is a very interesting situation for Notre Dame, because I feel like we're in a situation with Notre Dame that the program is in a great place right now, and Jack Swarbrick and the board of trustees and the decision makers for this have to come down and make a decision on, do you try to figure out a way to keep this thing going the way that it is, or are you open to someone from the outside? Luke Fickell obviously is the immediate name that people are going to talk about. That's certainly someone who I would imagine Notre Dame is going to consider, but I don't know if that's the route I would go. I think here's what I've been told. Okay. And we're just going to put all our sources, all our cards out on the table tonight. I have been told in the last year and a half that Brian Kelly, Bob Stoops has expressed interest in this job should it come open. I have been told in the past that John Harbaugh from Baltimore has expressed interest. That's the one I'm least confident in, but I have been told that. He does have a daughter that goes to Notre Dame. I think we've talked about that on the show before. I have been told that Jeff Brom is very interested in the job. Everyone knows how I feel about that. I've been told that Luke Fickell is very interested in the job. It's one of 2 jobs that he would consider leaving Cincinnati for. Obviously, Ohio State being the other. And and obviously Marcus Freeman would want the job. And I'm assuming Mike Elson would also want the job. But there are some strong candidates. And I was on WSBT earlier today, and we were talking about this. This was kind of right after the report broke that Brian Kelly was being pursued by LSU. And we were talking about, just kind of, where Notre Dame is and just kind of what you may want to do as far as that next step. And one of the things we talked about was, this is actually a great time for Notre Dame to lose Brian Kelly. And this is not a shot at all about Brian Kelly, because in coaching hires, timing is so important. For example, look at some of the schools right now. Look at LSU, that they're going after Brian Kelly because they were turned down by some other guys. Florida goes after Billy Napier, right? I mean, there's not a ton of candidates, so you're having to go out there and pay a lot of money to get coaches that are at other schools. There's coaches like Luke Fickell, like Jeff Brom, who's coming off his best year at Purdue. Luke Fickell coming off his best year at Cincinnati. Both kind of Midwestern guys, Northern guys. Jeff Brom being from Kentucky, borders on Indiana, right? Luke Fickell's an Ohio guy, never not coached in Ohio. You're talking about Marcus Freeman being on staff. There's Dave Aranda, potentially a guy that I would consider. I have no sources saying Dave Aranda would be interested, but that's someone that I would look at. There's options out there that I think are strong options. Bob Stoops, as I mentioned, is out there. He's not too far removed from coaching. We'll see kind of how he feels about getting back out there and getting LSU. So it's a good time for Notre Dame to go through this. I'm not saying that it's like, oh, it's great that Brian Kelly's leaving. I'm just saying if it's going to happen, I think now is a good time because of the fact that there are some really strong candidates out there, including, at least one guy on staff. So that's going to be a very, very, very interesting aspect of this. So that's kind of where we are right now. I think a couple things that I'll share as far as what my opinion is. I'll get into some of those, but before I do that, I do want to be able to open it up to some of the comments, because we have a lot of super chats coming in here. So I'll tell you, this is a great day for us to make sure that we have the ability to scroll through here, because we have a lot coming in. Caleb Collins with a super chat. Walker Howard looks suspicious now. Obviously joking there. Appreciate the super chat, Caleb. Ben Elijah says, this is what Freeman was brought in for. I say Freeman head coach, Elson DC. Very, very interesting. A lot of Freeman stuff in here. Understandable. I'll talk about that here in a little bit. Just want to get to a few of these super chats since you all are giving them. We want to answer them here real quick. So it goes 76. Well, this impacts Notre Dame's chances of making the playoff if things fall into place this weekend. I would think so. I would think it would. I'd be very curious how the committee is going to rank Notre Dame Tuesday night, and I'm curious how the committee is going to respond to the fact that Brian Kelly is leaving Notre Dame. And would Notre Dame players and would the Notre Dame administration want to keep Brian Kelly if they do? The reality is if Bama loses and Oklahoma State loses, Notre Dame's one of your 4 best teams. So how do you view the head coach leaving? I mean, it's sort of unprecedented. We've never seen a coach leave a program with his program in competition to make the freaking playoff. I mean, that's the part that kind of bothers me about this a little bit. And, maybe it's one of those things where, hey, there's nothing you could do. You couldn't keep it quiet for 2 weeks or whatever. But I just, boy, that's a tough one. It's a tough pill to swallow. And it confirms a lot of things that I've kind of felt about Brian Kelly for a while. So I honestly, I wish I had an answer, but I have no clue. We're going to know in less than 24 hours, because if they rank Oklahoma State ahead of Notre Dame tomorrow, it tells me that they don't want Notre Dame in. But part of that's going to be is what does Notre Dame do in regards to the replacement? I mean, if Notre Dame can get a replacement named by next week, and I don't know if they will or won't. And here's the other aspect of it as we bring Vince into the show. Here's the other aspect of this, Vince. We're talking about, as you can see the super chat here. The other aspect of this too is Luke Fickell's not going to leave Cincinnati in the middle of a playoff race.
Absolutely.
So if Cincinnati wins this weekend, Luke Fickell's not leaving. And I don't see a scenario in which Luke Fickell takes that job while he's going to Cincinnati. I don't know Luke Fickell personally, but he strikes me as the kind of guy that is not going to be like, do the whole Bill Frieder thing. If you remember that back at Michigan, back in, 88, 88, 89 season, when he was like, hey, I'm taking the Arizona State job, but I'm still going to coach the team in the postseason. And Bo Schembechler was like, no, a Michigan man is going to coach Michigan in the postseason. And of course, we saw what happened with that Michigan. So
no way.
Committee's going to handle it. And because one of the things we're talking about is, what does the committee do now? If Brian Kelly's leaving, what does the committee do when it comes to Notre Dame? That was one of the.
I mean, that's a legit question. I hope it has no bearing on it whatsoever, but they're humans. And so, I mean, it will. But you have to look at the product that's on the field, in my opinion, right? And if Notre Dame is still to earn their place in the top 4, I don't care who's coaching them, number one. And number two, no way in heck am I allowing Brian Kelly to coach Notre Dame if I'm Notre Dame. No way. Right. You're leaving for what you think are greener pastures. Peace be with you. That's fantastic. But no, you're not coaching Notre Dame. You're out of here, man. And I think that's what surprises me the most about all this. And you may have covered it already. I was trying to watch on my phone because, as you can see, I'm still at school. But I was trying to watch. And the thing that befuddles me the most is that Notre Dame is potentially on the precipice of a college football playoff run. And we just did a show today about how Notre Dame is in the best position that they have been in forever, right? In the college football, heading into a potential college football playoff, and he's bailing. That is the part that just blows my mind. And
you know what? I did it first, Vince, but after a while, it's like, does it really shock you knowing Brian Kelly? Does it really surprise you? Brian Kelly's told Joel Klatt that this isn't his team. This isn't his year.
Right.
He doesn't think that they're a championship team. So,
and you know what? I can't wait. I can't wait for Notre Dame to get in the college football playoff and them to win it. Okay.
Without
him. Are you kidding me? You want to talk about dream scenario? That's the one for me right now. And since Vince he's out the door, I can say
see, Vince, I've been very calm. I've been very matter of fact. Vince is just not even hiding it at all. He's coming right out. We got another chat from Savage Science Fitness. We got Freeman. We are fine. We'll talk about that. We haven't talked about replacements yet, Vince. Riza with the super chat. Thank you for that. I can't wait to watch his press conference after Saban whoops him next year. Have fun. Well, hey, we just have the same problem at LSU. We've got it's going to be, you've got an LSU. You've got an Alabama, Clemson, and a Notre Dame problem. So I'm just saying, because, the teams that Brian Kelly can't beat. So let's get to some more of these super chats. People are fired up. Hey, Bob, 157. If LSU is paying him $14 million a year, sorry, he ain't worth that.
What has he proven that he's worth $14 million a year, which I'm sure makes him the highest paid coach in college football?
You know what, though? Can I say something real quick? If you're LSU, your program outside of the one season has been a dumpster fire for a few years, and they're in the midst of some allegations, some stuff. I think Brian Kelly comes across as a stabilizing force. I wonder if that factored into it as well. I also was told tonight, I don't know how true this is. I was told this by 2 sources tonight, that Brian Kelly and the AD at LSU have the same agents. I'm still trying to find that one out. So that would figure it out. So the point being, that's not anything corrupt. He's going to have there's going to be a connection there where he's going to really know what Brian Kelly can bring. And I wonder if that's kind of something that factored into it as well. I feel he needed to make a splash higher. And Brian Kelly, from a media perception, is a big name. Here's the thing, though. I don't think fans view that Brian Kelly that way. And I'm not talking about Notre Dame fans. I'm talking about, I don't think Brian Kelly's super respected by fans of other programs. I don't think SEC schools look at Brian Kelly and like, ooh, we got to have him. I could be wrong, but I'm really curious to see what the LSU reaction is going to be. Very curious.
That is very interesting because over the last 24 hours, we've been seeing a lot of Oklahoma fans saying that but I think it's sour grapes because he left, and a lot of USC fans saying they're not happy with the Lincoln Riley hire, which I thought was
Who did they think was going to hire? Is John McKay going to be resurrected or something like that? Is he cryogenically frozen and they've now figured out a way to bring him back to life?
And that's the thing. And you could say the same thing for Notre Dame at this point. Okay. So who, and we'll talk about that, I'm sure, who's out there, because this is no longer a hypothetical, right? I mean, we have to talk about it.
So here's something else I'm curious about. I was told, I've talked to 4 or 5 different people that said, as of a couple hours ago, everybody at Notre Dame expected Brian Kelly to stay. I'm really curious if Brian Kelly went to Notre Dame and said, hey, this is what I'm being offered, was there a response that then expedited his departure to LSU? I have no knowledge of that. I'm just wondering.
It's speculation.
I'm really curious to see how all this plays out.
But
really curious to see how
Brian
this plays
Kelly's
out.
been here for 12 years, right? I only feel that if he was offered something, that he would go back to Jack Swarbrick, who has been his right-hand man since the beginning.
Biggest supporter.
No question.
Has had his back from day one.
And said, look, this is what they're offering me. What can you do? And Jack Swarbrick, if this scenario took place, and this is an if, this is just us speculating, right? If that scenario took place, Jack said the exact right thing. It's been great.
Peace be with you.
Enjoy the SEC, my brother.
Right.
Okay, like that's what he should say, because he's not worth $14 million. But LSU isn't getting Brian Kelly unless they're paying him $14 million, and they needed that splash name because of who they think they are. Right? I mean, that's the bottom line. So they'll be regretting that in a couple of years, I'm sure. But
Vince, you are not holding back today, man. I'm trying to keep it all let's keep it intellectual.
That last one kind of slipped out a little.
That was a little snarky. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. I think now's the time for it though, because
somebody gave a $10 super chat with just my name and an exclamation point, so I figure they want it. So
they're loving it. Okay, I feel you. Jacob Hayden says, "Hey Brian, thanks for the show and thanks for helping me and my girlfriend get our online order resolved. You are most welcome, Jacob. She bought him the wrong color hoodie. So we rectified that problem tonight.
Nice.
Yes, well done. He is all good to go.
The bottom line though, Jacob is sporting an IB hoodie soon.
Well, now actually Jacob is sporting 2 IB hoodies.
That could be a lot worse.
Yeah. So somebody just texted me, "What a dick," and I don't know if they're talking about me or Brian Kelly. So I'm just curious.
I've been called worse. Almost 20 years later, a lot worse.
I asked him. I said, "Me." He laughs. I don't think he was talking about me. He says his response was LSU's coach.
See, seriously,
yes.
Mic drop.
Nice. That's my man. That's why I love that guy. I won't tell you who it is though.
That's awesome.
Paul, thank you. I thought we were out of Mountain Dews, so I was panicking a little bit. And my wife I didn't know this. She keeps a stash of Mountain Dews for just this exact time.
See,
Paul Olmstead said, if Kelly takes Jeff Quinn with him, I'm sorry, what do you got there, Vince? No Mountain Dews.
All I got is desk cleaner. I have nothing.
Oh, man. Please don't drink that. I know you're fired up, but please don't drink that.
No, I have a reason to live now. Brian.
Okay. Oh man, you are fired up. Okay. Paul Olmstead said, if Kelly takes Jeff Quinn with him, I call that a twofer. If he's playing Notre Dame for more money, then Jack needs to fire him. Well, he's not being fired. He is now officially, or not officially, but he is now, from every report that I'm seeing, and I'm trying to stay locked into Twitter and my text messages. I got one on one side, one on the other.
I'm waiting for that video of the private plane unloading in Baton Rouge and certain people following Brian Kelly off of the plane. That's when the celebration really begins, people.
Yeah.
Okay?
Vince is locked in tonight, folks.
If it's the wrong people,
I'm trying to keep it. I'm trying to keep it. Civil and all that kind of stuff.
If it's the wrong people getting off the plane, okay, I'm going to be upset. I will say that, because there are people on this staff that I want to remain on this staff.
Yeah.
So there, and people can probably gauge where I think that is and who I think those people are. But it's funny because this afternoon you and I hammered out what our show schedule was going to be for the rest of the week. Not anymore. I think things have changed drastically pretty quickly.
Right. So, I kind of like the little first part of this one, which I think is kind of funny. So,
seriously.
Yeah. Jeff Howard, super chat. Thank you, Jeff. Who could become the new head coach? We will talk about that here in a minute. I wanted to get through these super chats.
We got a lot of them
first,
which is great. Thank you, Jeff.
I just love this one. I'm sorry. FUSC. And he has as many titles as you and I have, 0
combined. All of us.
I've actually won a championship, but so did Brian Kelly at a level below the one I coached at, but we don't need to go there.
I have a couple of youth basketball championships in my back pocket. Just saying,
So, somebody this is what I love about. I just got a text from a friend of mine. He said, just a thought, let's vacate the wins the NCAA took and give Rockney the record back. I'm petty.
See, other people are bringing the heat too.
They are. And I'm the one trying to be calm and nice. I mean, it's going crazy tonight. Tony Cooper with a super chat. People
Thanks,
need to
Tony.
breathe. BK leaving is not the same as Riley. Kids don't go to Notre Dame because of BK. All the reasons they committed are still on staff. Okay, so can I address this comment from Tony?
Because I think
This
it's a
is
great
one
comment.
thing. I think if Notre Dame moves quickly and correctly, I think Notre Dame keeps this class mostly intact. And this is one thing I will give Brian Kelly a ton. And this is no sarcasm. I am being dead serious. This is something that Brian Kelly has done a phenomenal job of since he got here, and he's been even better as he's gotten older. He does not sell come play for me. He does not allow his coaches to say come play for me or for them. It's about Notre Dame, Notre Dame,
That's
Notre
true.
Dame.
That's a good point.
That is going to help the new coach come in and convince them, hey, what did Coach Kelly tell you? This isn't about him. This isn't about me. This is about your opportunity at Notre Dame. That's going to help them keep this class together. Now, Tony, to sort of the counter argument is if this drags out for a while, which honestly, if it drags out and they make the right hire, I don't care. You always sacrifice a recruiting class for the right hire, right? Now, sometimes those two things can go together. The right hire equals a great recruiting class, okay? So, but yes, I do think to your point, Tony, that is going to help Notre Dame keep this class more together,
right?
Than in some, like if you saw like Oklahoma, like those kids just, it was like, just exodus. gone
because they were coming to play for Lincoln Riley,
right?
And you're right. The head coach is important, and we have talked about the fact that we like the fact that that Brian Kelly was being more involved, in recruiting over the last year. Okay, it was a big deal.
Right.
But kids aren't, maybe that tips them over, maybe the last, you know what I mean? But they're not coming for Brian Kelly. I think that is a really good point, Tony. I am with you 100%. And if Notre Dame does this right and they hire from within and they keep him because he's the dynamic recruiter, okay? He will go into every one of those kids' houses and he will tell them everything's going to be fine. We're going to be great.
Right.
I think that they can hold it together, and I think they can get more.
I want to share a tweet here because there's a lot of people really ticked off, and this is a common sentiment that I'm getting from people I talk to. I just want to share this. I'm hearing the same thing that Matt Fortuna put up. So this is from Matt Fortuna, The Athletic. I don't know if you can see this.
Small.
But let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger. All right. Let's see if I'm trying to figure out how to make this a little bit bigger. He says that this is usually how – let me see here. I'm going to try to zoom in.
I just read it.
Holy he says this is usually how these things go, but Brian Kelly has ghosted everyone at Notre Dame. Just spoke to one assistant who saw reports on his phone tonight as he was exiting recruits home. The news broke when I walked out of the house, so I look like a effing a-hole. That's what I was told too.
Dude, that's messed up.
Yeah. So, but again, you guys, people want to know why I've been so hard on Brian Kelly for all the years, because I hear crap like this. Vince, you know this.
Yep.
Because I share this stuff with you. I've been hearing stuff like this for years. Years.
Right.
You want to know why Jack Swarbrick and Chad Klunder were the ones driving the hires for Mike Elko and Chip Long and not Brian Kelly? Because Brian Kelly was trying to get another job. It's just nobody would hire him because he just went 4-8.
Right.
Facts.
Yep.
Okay. Facts.
And look, this is why I'm happy about this. Okay.
Right.
I'm being clear and I'm being honest. It's because of all the stories that I've heard from you, that you've heard from your sources about the off the field crap. Right. And look, there's on the field crap that I'm not happy about either. And we have discussed that ad nauseum. Okay. But it's bigger than that for me. And you know what? Brian Kelly enjoys the spotlight. I'll leave it at that. And the spotlight was a lot of other places over the last couple of weeks. And I think he was getting a little jealous about the whole thing. And when they flashed that big check at him, hey, spotlight on me now. Let's go. You're on mute.
Yeah, I'm not going to go there because I have no evidence of that.
I have zero evidence of that either.
So I'm going to stick to what I know about Brian Kelly. And this is what I know about Brian Kelly. Michael Porton says, Kelly leaving like this is a complete slap in the face. When we have a chance at the playoff this year, you don't leave Notre Dame after 10 years like this, 12 years. And you're absolutely right. But again, Brian Kelly's always been about Brian Kelly. That's always been true. Yeah. And this is what bothered me about how so many Notre Dame fans would sell their soul to the devil to defend Brian Kelly, because he's always been this way. And Brian Kelly has tried to either leave or play Notre Dame for more money it's like every time he has a good year, he's tried to play Notre Dame for either another. I mean, look, he tried to leave in 2012. He flirted with USC in 2015 and then used that for a pay raise, only to then go 4-8 the next year, right? And then he tries to bail. Jack Swarbrick, has his back again. And then, you step into the situation where, last year, same kind of deal, right? And, this is one of the reasons I've always been kind of critical of Brian Kelly, because you hear stories like this all the time, all the time.
And the fact that he ghosted his assistant coaches.
Yes.
Like, look, I've been on a lot of football staffs, and the people I was closest to were the people on the football staff. You don't do that. Okay. Right. You don't do that. But
anyone that knows Brian Kelly is not surprised by that.
I know.
No one that knows Brian Kelly is surprised by that.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right about that. It's just, to me, that's unconscionable, because the first people I would be telling is my coaching staff. You know what I mean? Like, hey, man, this is an opportunity that I had. I just want to let you guys all know. You should be the first to know. I want you to hear it from me. Like, that's what a man does.
But that's not Brian Kelly. Now, in his defense, as someone said earlier, this may have got out way before he was ready for it to get out. And unfortunately, that's how it works in today's
but then era. Get in front of it after that.
No, I get that. No, I completely get that. I was more referring to the first part of you get on the phone like a man and tell your coaches. This probably got out before. This probably came from someone at LSU before Brian Kelly's ready. And that's the whole thing. Hey, get ready for that, because if you think you can control the narrative at LSU like you tried to do at Notre Dame,
that's the first thing I thought about.
You're going to be in for a rude awakening.
That's the first
awakening.
First thing that crossed my mind, because there was
one of me at Notre Dame. There's 50 of me at LSU.
The local media was in line, and I'll say, to slap him on the back, pat him on the back, right? I mean, that's what it was, and he used that to his advantage. That is not the case down in Baton Rouge. By any stretch of the imagination. And if he doesn't know that now, he's going to know it really fast.
Yeah.
And good luck, because he's not going to like it, and you're going to see some tirades. I think that's coming.
Yes.
So.
Mark E. Stewart says, thank you for the super chat, Mark.
Thanks,
Freeman
Mark.
can step in here and keep this ball rolling. The question, does Reese stay or go with Kelly? I don't know what Tommy's going to do. I'm not going to try to pretend to know what Tommy is going to do. I personally, and some people may be surprised by this, we'll talk about whether or not I think Marcus Freeman should get the job here in a minute. But if you hire Marcus Freeman, I would actually, if I'm Marcus Freeman, I would go into Tommy's office and say, let's do this thing.
I would too.
I'm going to get you a new O-line coach. I'm going to get you a new receivers coach. I'm going to do whatever I can to keep Lance and McNulty. And man, I expect you to build the best offense in college football.
Yep. And I
take the freaking handcuffs off Tommy Rees.
That's it right there. Because I think that Tommy Rees has tasted a little bit of what it is like to call an offense on his own. Right. I think he's tasted it. And I'm hoping him as a coach, him as a growing coach, a maturing coach, all of those things, I'm hoping that taste was enough that he would be like, you know what? I think I can do big things here with the group that we have in place, and this thing can take off. And if I don't have the handcuffs on me, because look, Marcus Freeman is a defensive guy, right? And I'm not Marcus Freeman, whatever. That's not.
He's a defensive guy that understands the importance of having an explosive offense.
But Tommy Rees will be the guy on offense. Is
I
what
think
I'm
so.
saying. You know what I mean?
And like if Brian Kelly leaves for LSU, my phone is I'm getting on the phone with Chapel Hill. Hey, Phil Longo, what are you doing next year? Would you like to come be my offensive coordinator? Right? That's what I'm doing. So let's get to a couple more super chats here, and then we're going to have somebody else. Truman Dumel, thank you for the super sticker, Truman. Michael Porton says, this is unforgivable for me. Brian Kelly should be kicked out tomorrow. I'm very curious. I mean, people are fired up. Riza, committee punishing the players for the coach leaving would be garbage. I get that, but I don't know what they're going to do. I have no clue. This is unprecedented. I've never seen a coach leave a program with a chance to play for a title in football. I've never seen it. I've never seen it.
That's the unprecedented part for me. And I'm not kicking them out. Like I'm not having them escorted out by security, but I'll hand them a box and say, "But you got about 12 hours. Like, you want to go. It's cool. Go."
Yeah. All right. Let me see here.
There's about 100 super chats.
Corey D, Mickle, awesome. Meyer, Urban Meyer. No. There aren't any good clubs for him to get grinded on.
Dude, you took the words right out of my mouth.
Fickle, Stoops, or Freeman. I'm okay with the last three. I'm going to get to a few more of these because we appreciate all this. LSU grad, we're scared of losing Campbell to Notre Dame. He said it's one of the only job ISU. Sorry, it's one of the only jobs
Iowa
he'd leave
State.
for. He's got a $28 million buyout. I just think when you go 7-5, you're not and you are a preseason top 10 team. I don't think that's the move.
If he's up for Big 12 championship and all those different things, then maybe you have a discussion with him. I think it's too early for him. I'm not a big Campbell fan, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So
good coach, but again, high floor, low ceiling. Yeah.
Agreed. He's not. Look, who I'm looking for. Okay, if I'm on the search committee or I'm Jack Swarbrick, I'm looking for somebody that can take what Brian Kelly has already done, and I will give Brian Kelly all the credit in the world for what he has done up to this point. But who can take it to the next level? That is the important. I don't want somebody that's just going to continue on 10-win seasons. That's all well and good, but that's not the Notre Dame standard that Brian Kelly always talks about. You need to raise the standard, and you need somebody who's going to take them to the next level. That's what I'm looking for. That's why this needs to be a home run hire, not the Iowa State coach.
And people are fired up about Travis Singleton with the super chat. People are fired up about Vince going off tonight. Mike Gardner says, hear me out. Kelly leaves now. Chaos happens, and Notre Dame makes the playoff. Freeman takes over, wins Natty. Freeman gets a statue for coaching 2 games. I'd give it to him before I give it to Brian Kelly.
I'm telling you, dude, that's my dream scenario.
Yeah.
Right there. Boom.
Chief Brody, I know it won't happen, but if you really wanted to turn heads and strike some fear, Urban Meyer, 5-year contract, win with what we got. The media would savage Notre Dame for hiring Urban Meyer, and rightfully so.
Yeah,
rightfully so.
The time for Urban Meyer has passed.
That's what he had his chance, and he chose to take easier paths. Yep. More power to him. I'm not mad about that. I mean, the first time when Notre Dame came open, he'd have been a fool to take the Notre Dame job. He'd only done it because he was a fan. Notre Dame was not a place you could win at that time.
Yes,
it is now because Brian Kelly has helped make it that way.
Absolutely, completely.
But
agree
it wasn't
with
that.
And look,
so now that he'd want to take the job, now if he did, now that Brian Kelly's built it up, forget you. You had your chance. Forget you.
Absolutely.
Frank G with a huge super chat. Thank you, Frank. Hey, Brian and Vince, thanks for the show tonight. Always top quality. Definitely agree that Brian Kelly peaked at Notre Dame. Do you think he takes any other coaches? I think he'll try to take some.
Yeah, I do too.
I think he'll try.
I'm not sure which one.
He'll try to take Elston with him. I hope he tries
to take Tommy too.
I think he will try. I think he'll try to take I hope he tries to take Polian with him, and I hope he tries to take Jeff Quinn with him.
I'm going to need to find somebody that has Tommy's number. I want to give him a call.
Michael Porton says Freeman interim during the season to be hired as head coach after the season. Go Irish. I mean, I think a lot of people want that. TFN clan. How will this affect our recruits this year? Will they decommit? So we talked a little bit about that earlier. TFN. I don't. It's too early to know for sure. Yeah, I'm sure some kids that were like Amorian Walker's probably gone now, right? He's probably. I knew this was going to happen. It's my fault. BK was tired of Brian.
How about
I don't know if this is sarcasm
Brian.
or not, but I know there's some people that think that. And you know what? I don't care. That's my job, right? Do you all get that? That's my job. My job is not to be a hype man for Brian Kelly. My job is to provide analysis of Notre Dame. I want to get in here because my man John Garcia is going to be joining the show here in a second. Paul Olmstead, Kelly won't be coaching in 3 years. Good luck turning that dumpster fire around. It's a lot of bitterness tonight. I'm kind of loving it. Chief Brody, it only hurts because he doesn't think Notre Dame is close. And that's the whole point. Yeah. I thought Notre Dame would be better this year than Brian Kelly did.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious.
Yeah, I know you are.
Here we go. The big dog Sean. I feel like when you put your name like that, I gotta give it that emphasis, like the big dog Sean. So maybe that golf interview wasn't a slip up after all. Truth.
I hope you're right.
Truth.
I hope you're right.
Patrick Bird says this hurts Notre Dame because we are replacing 5 straight 10-win seasons. Come on, he is a top 5 coach, and we have to hire a home run. I agree they have to hire a home run. Agree. Yes. And again, this doesn't mean that we're not going to sit there and say, I knew Brian Kelly sucked all along. No. I just said this is a prime job right now because of what Brian Kelly and Jack Swarbrick have done. He deserves that credit. Brian Kelly didn't win 10 games in 5 straight years by accident. He's had some help along the way, a.k.a. softer schedules.
Right.
But they're not losing to teams they were losing to. There's no South Florida losses anymore. There's no Northwestern losses. There's no Pitt losses. There's no Tulsa losses. There's no Navy losses in the last 5 years, right? Credit where credit is due for that. The facilities, all that money, he deserves a lot of credit for that. But I also believe we can admit that he's taken the program as far as he can go. Frank G, says, thank you for the super chat. Elson would hurt bad. Great recruiter, great developer, talent, and players love him. Agree completely.
100%.
Whoever the new coach is needs to make Mike Elson the highest paid assistant coach in college football.
No
I believe
question.
that. We're going to get to some more super chats here in a little bit. Like John Garcia is going to join the show. And if we kept reading those super chats, John, we were going to be here all night long. You were going to be down there like taking a little nap. You'd go make a sandwich, make some dinner, come back, and we'd still be reading super chats. But we will get to those. But John, I wanted to bring you on. You and I chatted a little bit. Just your first thoughts on what this move means for Notre Dame.
Well, my first thought was that college football is just drunk, and of course, a top 5 receiver just committed to Texas A&M since I've been in here. So it is the day, it is the year for chaos in every sense, and I'm shocked for a lot of reasons. One, because of the position you guys were talking about, the position Notre Dame is in. That we've never seen this. It's usually on the way out, right? Like Lincoln Riley lost to Oklahoma State. Next day, boom. All right, let me jump on the Zoom. I'll go to USC. Sometimes it lines up that way. This is the opposite. This is lined up for success and potentially a college football playoff. So I'm shocked in that regard. I'm also shocked by LSU. I am so intrigued by this potential fit or lack thereof with Brian Kelly and Baton Rouge because if I know some super chats were on you, BD, about you driving Kelly out. It was a fun joke. If they think you were harsh, LSU has won a national title with each of its last 3 hires. So LSU is used to that.
And one of those guys got fired 2 years later. Not even a year and a half later.
If you win a natty anywhere else, you're good for the next 10 maybe. I mean, this is a SEC West. As cutthroat as it gets. The only two guys are Chiswick and Coach O.
Right.
Won a natty, West and guys. 2 years later they're out. So and mind you, the SEC West is going to bring in Texas, Oklahoma as well in some way, shape, or form. So this road just got that much harder. This is the anti-Lincoln Riley move, where it was surprising in the fact that he left a perennial power, not on the verge of a title, but perennial power for hey, I got to go reset this program. But when you look at the path and you start to think of it more, okay, it makes a little bit more sense for Lincoln Riley to go to USC than Kelly to go to Notre Dame. So I'm just totally surprised. It's a boom or bust deal for LSU in my mind, and that has nothing to do with what Kelly did at Notre Dame, because he pushed all the right buttons and established the true sustained resurgence of Notre Dame, not just a flash in the pan like we saw with some of the guys before Brian Kelly. Now, going forward, you got to hit. You got to hit on this, because I actually think there's a chance Notre Dame falls upward with this situation. Not that you wished Brian Kelly was out of here, but in terms of modern recruiting, getting younger.
Somebody in this chat did. I don't want to point fingers, but
yeah. No, Vince, you were fired up when I got on, and I'm trying to pump myself up to get my energy to your level. I didn't shave. I don't have my SI polo on. Like, I get it. Like, I'm here. I'm here for this. I'm here for the raw, right? I got the stubble right now. This is. I was typing all day because it's been madness. But I think Notre Dame has a chance to actually fall upwards if you get this one right. You're going to go younger regardless. You're going to go with a more modern recruiter regardless. You're basically admitting you're going into a more innovative, wide open system offensively as you go younger. So you're checking boxes before the hire is even made. But of course, you've got to close, just like we're going to talk about in recruiting the next 2 weeks. You have to close the deal and go get your guy as well. But it's crazy. I'm sure all of this has been said, but it is something we've never seen. It's reminding me of LeBron going to the Heat, and I'm a Miami guy. This feels like that, just in terms of like everything is different now. Everything is different now. What you thought you knew, throw that away, because starting now, but really in the spring, college football is completely different, and I'm here for it. I'm here for the chaos normally, and I think Notre Dame's got a heck of an opportunity, but you have to hit the right guy. For me, it starts with Marcus Freeman. It's natural. It's in place. And you talk about the playoff, it's already established. It's about continuity. And then after that, if you do want to go outside the box, the Luke Fickell thing feels like Brian Kelly to LSU to me. It's boom or bust. It's going to be perfect or miserable.
Yeah.
So
Right.
I'm on the fence there. I see upside with Brom, obviously, offensively. I would understand that for a lot of
Recruiting.
reasons.
Right.
Recruiting, of course. Stoops is a name. Heck, CEO status. He'd hire rock star coordinators. He'd already have one in place. And
And he has. You're correct. He's hired some big time coaches and coordinators during his tenure.
Yeah.
If you think about the
And
Bob Stoops coaching tree, it's impressive.
Yeah, and then
John.
maybe you do. My other first thought was, if it's not Freeman, you've got to do some kind of Bobby Bowden, Jimbo Fisher thing, right? Go Stoops, Freeman coach and waiting, something like that. Obviously, if you go get Fickle, I mean Freeman's probably off to Cincinnati and they'll just flip flop. But my initial thought was Marcus Freeman, or how do you retain him if it's not him? Those are my two initial thoughts for the ceiling of Notre Dame. Because the floor is established. Notre Dame's floor is as high as Oklahoma, Bama, Georgia, the floor. But the ceiling is not where those three programs have been in the last 5 years, and that's the goal for ND.
Right. And the question is was Brian Kelly capable of taking him there? And honestly, I think he was, if he was willing to do things he hasn't always done. And that was the question mark. And is he going to get rid of Quinn and Dell? And now we don't have to worry about that, right? I think the Marcus Freeman conversation is interesting, and we'll talk about this a little bit more later, John. But I wanted to give you the opportunity. It's kind of like Notre Dame has to be bold here if they're going to hire Marcus Freeman, because the concern I have is they take the safe move. To me, Luke Fickell is safe. He will keep you going with what you're doing now.
Yeah.
The question is, does he have the dynamic ability? And people said, well, look what he did at Cincinnati. He did that on the back of Marcus Freeman and Mike Mickens recruiting. Now, I think he's a great head coach and at that level. I think they're fundamentally sound. They showed up ready to play against Notre Dame, and Notre Dame did not. I don't think we'll have to worry about that. But then you look at a lot of the other hires that aren't Marcus Freeman, who he coached. Dick Trestle's a good coach, but is he that dynamic type of hire? Mike Denbrock, love Mike Denbrock, but is he that dynamic, take your offense to the next level? They scored 40 points a game at Cincinnati, but that's you watch the film, that's just because they have better players than everybody else. They're not look what they scored 24 against Notre Dame. They scored 21 against Georgia last year. That's they'd be more of where Notre Dame is now. I just think Luke Fickell just keeps doing what Brian Kelly did. I don't know if he takes you that next level, but that's the safe pick. The danger that Notre Dame fans have, John, and I want to get your take on this because you don't have the Notre Dame fan baggage, meaning you didn't have to live through Bob Davie. You didn't have to live through Charlie Weiss. You didn't have to live through, who am I forgetting? Ty Willingham, right? Everyone's afraid if losing Kelly equals going back to that. That's the fear. But you have to be a little bold to go to Marcus Freeman. And that's the rub. Do you take the safe hire, the high floor guy, who would be a Bob Stoops, would be a Jeff Brom, or do you take a risk? And there's two on each side for me. It's Stoops and Fickell over here, and it's Marcus Freeman and Jeff Brom over here. Right? Maybe lower floors, but higher ceilings. That's the predicament that Notre Dame find themselves in. Your take on that, John, and again, just reiterate what you think Notre Dame should do to take that next step. Because John's not a Notre Dame fan. That's why I wanted to bring John on. He's not a Notre Dame fan. But he understands the landscape of where college football is. So
it's
go ahead,
the ceiling. It's the ceiling guy for me, because let's look at LSU and Notre Dame. Would you rather be where LSU is today or where Notre Dame is today? And maybe most of the people in here would say where Notre Dame is today because of the consistency. But I would say I want that natty from 2 years ago with the Heisman winner, the number one pick, and people talking about maybe this is the best team ever. I want that. And I'll suffer after that with the opportunity to maybe get back to it in a couple of years, which is obviously their hopes down in Baton Rouge. I would rather have that than the floor guy and a label where, just like Lincoln Riley, who we talked about earlier, really, really good NFL production, winning, all of that, great recruiting, top 5, top 10, but not the top, not the natty, not a number one class, not
a great big game coach. Let's be honest. He's not a great big game coach.
Right. I mean, that's the joke, right? I mean, I was talking to somebody else earlier. If Notre Dame gets to the playoff at 4, we were talking about what would the spread be against Georgia, right? As the number one seed, it would be well into the double digits, perhaps more than 2 touchdowns, which is frankly not good enough for a college football playoff for my, theoretical money. So for me, it's the ceiling guy, the guy who can push you to the playoff, maybe not every other year, but once every 5 years with a chance to win the whole damn thing. Like that's the guy I want. And look at Lincoln Riley, right? Up and coming play caller, dynamic young recruiter. Oklahoma took a huge chance on him. People don't talk about this. That was a huge risk to go from a Brian Kelly, Bob Stoops type of consistency to a young up and coming, offensive minded, just totally different type of approach. And it worked. It worked. There was no drop off at Oklahoma. If anything, Lincoln Riley brought him a bit higher than Stoops in the last 10 years he was in Norman. So I'm all for the risk. I think Notre Dame has a higher ceiling than Oklahoma for taking a similar risk because of where you're located, because of the teams you're going to play. I think it's a true national job, and the ceiling is higher in general at Notre Dame than it is at just about any school not named Alabama, Georgia, maybe a USC, Florida, LSU. I would put in that conversation, and that's it. Oklahoma's not in that group to me, all things even. So their risk paid off with consistency. Notre Dame's high ceiling risk could pay off with finally getting that trophy back to South Bend. So for me, I'm all in on taking the risks. Notre Dame fans have enjoyed consistency for quite some time. Let's roll the dice here and play the game with a coach, again, a younger coach who can really entrench himself and be a part of something, from the ground up, but that ground being at a higher level because of what Brian Kelly did.
I'm going to ask a question, and we got Sean Davis now on the show with us now too. I'm going to ask a question.
Ooh.
Last 5 years, can we all agree that the best programs consistently, not the 1 year flash in the pan, but the 5 best programs on the whole last 5 years, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, Clemson, Alabama, Georgia, top 6, and then Ohio State. Can we all agree on that?
Mm-hmm.
4 of those programs are led by coaches who were never head coaches before they took over those programs. Am I wrong? Right? Ryan Day at Ohio State, Kirby Smart at Georgia, Dabo Swinney at Clemson, and Lincoln Riley at Oklahoma. Correct?
Yeah. Correct.
So, again, Bob Davie and Charlie Weiss failed at Notre Dame because they weren't good coaches. That's why they sucked when they left Notre Dame too, right? It's not that they didn't have a head coach. It's that they hired bad coaches. Ty Willingham was very experienced. He sucked too. Why? Because he was a bad coach. Brian Kelly was successful because he was a good coach, right? Brian Kelly was 6 years removed from being in a D2 school, okay? He won because he's a good coach. So, again, I think if you want to talk about – we can talk all we want about we like Marcus Freeman and he's a great guy and he's energetic and he's a great recruiter. He's a good D coordinator. Okay, but the concern is going to be he's never been a head coach. That's why I want to point out I'm an evidence guy, right? You guys know this, okay? That's what I say. We can all agree that Oklahoma, Clemson, Alabama, Georgia, Notre Dame, and Ohio State the last 5 years have been the best programs of college football, correct? They replaced – Dabo took over for a failed coach and won. Kirby took over for a longtime successful coach that had peaked.
Much
He's
like
now
Brian
doing
Kelly.
well. Exactly. Yeah. Ryan Day took over for a coach who'd won a title. He's had success, kept it rolling. We can debate whether or not he's going to keep that going and whether he's winning because of that, whatever. And then obviously Oklahoma hired a 30, what was Lincoln Riley, 34 when Oklahoma hired him?
33 or 34.
He came from East Carolina. He'd coached at Texas Tech and East Carolina before he
as an assistant.
As an assistant. Right. And then he was there. He was at Oklahoma, 2 years as an OC, 2 or 3 years is it? I mean, he was young when they hired him.
I think he was 31 when they hired him, 33 or 34 when he took over. So, yeah, 3 years at the most.
3 years. Okay. So Marcus Freeman's already older and has more experience than Lincoln Riley did. So, again, you have to be bold. You don't win by taking the high floor guy, right? I mean, Sean, we'll get to you, Sean, in a second. John, I wanted to just kind of give you this last chance. I mean, am I wrong here? Obviously, I know that I'm not. It's a rhetorical question because of everything you just said. But, I mean, you have to be bold here. Notre Dame cannot take the safe hire. They have to be bold. And I think the bold moves to me are if you want to go outside the program and hire someone experienced, it's Jeff Brom. If you want to go stay in the program, it's Marcus Freeman. To me, it's got to be one of those two guys.
Yeah, I'm hearing some Matt Campbell stuff, but I've heard that for 2 years now.
You just went 7 and the first year you had any expectation on your program, You went from top 10 preseason to 7-5.
No
No,
doubt.
No.
No doubt.
Like,
No, I'm just saying.
I would
I've
move
heard him.
Luke
I'm not
Fickell
advocating
here,
for
right?
him.
I would move Luke
It's-
Fickell here by myself before I would be cool with that hire, right? I mean, so yes, please continue. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm all about rolling the dice, taking the big risk. It starts with Marcus Freeman for me. I like Braum. It's a Lincoln Riley-esque in terms of just wide open offense. Bring the athletes here and figure out the rest after that. But to me, the contingency is about Marcus Freeman. How can you retain him? So I would kind of mix the old and the new. I'd go with Freeman as the guy, or if not, I'd attach him somehow to a head coach in waiting or some kind of elevation, because as time goes on here, it just seems less and less likely that you're going to be able to retain Freeman if you don't promote him. But I don't think that's a good enough reason to do it either at the same time.
Right.
I think he needs to be the best one for the job. I think he is, but I think obviously the administration has to do their thing.
Right.
But all things considered, roll the dice, go bold, go big. And if it doesn't work, patch that thing up in 2 or 3 years and hit the reset button. It will be okay at a place like Notre Dame. For me, Notre Dame will always have a chance to bounce back because of the reach, because of the resources, a national, really international recruiting footprint. Notre Dame can always bounce back. So it's worth the risk for me almost every time.
Right. Sean, thank you for joining us. Your thoughts? See, John, hold on. This is why I brought Sean in, because John, I love you, man. You're my guy. But we got to hook you up, because look at Sean over here, okay? He's to your right.
I'm still waiting, man. I got a logo-less T-shirt on.
I've asked you for your sizes. You got to send me your
XL,
sizes.
baby. XL.
Okay.
I got you. I'm
Okay.
texting you right now.
We'll get you. Trucker hat or fitted hat, okay? That's what I need to know, too.
Give me the fitted.
Okay. Good. Smart man.
I'm texting
Smart
you the
man.
size right now.
All right, Sean. Talk to me.
Well,
what are your thoughts?
We have been talking back and forth via text ever since the rumors broke. And I actually reached out to Pete Sampson, was one of the guys that actually broke the story originally for The Athletic, along with the guy that covers LSU for The Athletic. And I know Pete pretty well from working with him. And he said some things, and then I actually reached out to some people that I know that are alums connected to LSU. And they assured me at that point in time that it just wasn't a rumor, that it was real. And it was at that point I was like, oh. And I text you and I said, he's interested. And that was my text to you. And from that point on, what I've dug up is when Brian Kelly comes out to the press conference, if there is one tomorrow or the following day, and he says, yeah, I heard from them, Sunday night, Monday morning, that won't be the truth. I'll leave it at that. Conversations have been ongoing.
I was told that by somebody tonight as well.
Yes.
That this they did not just call him up this afternoon and say, hey, man.
Not at all. And I think, and I look at it this way, and I know I saw a lot of Notre Dame fans that were upset. Brian Kelly had no more leverage left at Notre Dame.
Agreed.
It was win a national championship by 2024 or get off the pot. Jimmy Sexton and Trace Armstrong, as they should, as his agents, come to him and say, look, we can get you 12 to 14 million today and put you on a 5-year clock to win a championship at LSU. Or you can stay on this 3-year clock at Notre Dame and there's no more money for you.
Right.
Excellent point.
And as agents, that's their job.
Right.
And I try to tell Notre Dame fans on social media, this is not about whether or not LSU is a better job than Notre Dame and him being stupid for leaving Notre Dame. No, this is pure business. And his agents presenting a situation to him to say, yo, either you can get it done in 3 years and win a national championship, and then we can go to Notre Dame and say, give us another bag, or we go reset the time clock down to LSU and we make 12 to 14. Because if you get LSU back to 10 wins consistently, we can go back to them in 2 years and get another raise. And now you're looking at 14 to 16. And at that point, from a business standpoint, I had to ask myself, would I do that? And I had to be honest. And I'm saying, I probably would love Notre Dame more, but everything about it says go to LSU from a business standpoint. So I don't blame Brian Kelly for his decision. I don't. Now, this is what he had to ask himself. Can I win a national championship with the quarterbacks in my room? Or can I recruit that quarterback in the next year? Because that's in 3. If you have to win a national championship by 2024, more than likely that quarterback needs to be in your quarterback room. So he had to look at Drew Pine, Tyler Buckner, and whoever else he has coming in and ask himself, can I win or develop one of these guys to be a difference maker? And he had more confidence in going to LSU than he did in winning a national championship at Notre Dame. And
well, he's recruiting that quarterback right now, right? I mean, he's been recruiting the LSU quarterback and then Walker Howard anyway. Right. So if Sean, that's right on track, man.
Right, that's a good point, John. Like literally, he has a press conference and then he gets his first big commit the next day. Like,
and he won't have the excuses of, oh, my kids have to go to class. You got no more excuses, Brian. All the BS excuses you used is why you couldn't win. It's not because you hired Brian Van Gorder and kept him for 3 years. It's not that. It's the academics and it's my student athletes actually have to go to class. Oh, woe is me, right? I mean, you just get tired of it after a while. The problem is you, right? You're the reason Notre Dame has come so far. You're also the reason they're not taking that final step.
Yeah.
Right. And, yes, you hired Marcus Freeman, but then your decision to keep Jeff Quinn and Dell Alexander as long as you did has hurt you. It's like he can just never put it all together at once. And that's what ticks me off about this decision, Sean, is because it's not that I'm upset that he's leaving. Anyone that knows me knows I'm not. Right. I'm not. Yeah. And I can respect you for the job you've done and the phenomenal job you've done to get here and realize that you've peaked. And that Notre Dame is hitting a window like John talked about of about a 2-3 year window where the current roster is a dynamic quarterback away from winning a title.
Yep.
I think that dynamic quarterback is on campus. And if he doesn't pan out, there's one in Detroit that can be that guy. Right. And you all know who I'm talking about. And everybody knows who my feelings on Dante Moore, right?
And look, I agree. If Marcus Freeman's the head coach and now he's recruiting offensive guys too.
Right. Right. Well, that's why I say Marcus Freeman and Tommy Rees, if they're able to keep them together, would be one hell of a combination.
I completely agree with you.
But my point though is, to me, I don't know if Brian Kelly could have broke through that ceiling, because when you've been doing it a long time and you've had the success you've had, you don't really have. It's like, do you have anything else to prove? LSU is a new challenge, and this is part of the problem. I think he got a little complacent at Notre Dame because they were cruising, and he bought the excuses, and he had too many yes men around him telling him, oh, no, coach, it's not you, it's not you, it's not you. Well, the new coach is going to want to come in and say, hey, I'm getting hired to take this next step. Look, if Marcus Freeman gets hired, they're not going to say, hey, coach, Marcus, you got a couple years to just get it going. Don't worry. No, they're, hey, Marcus, look, man, we're handing you a Ferrari, baby.
Let's go.
Right?
Let's go.
You better learn how to drive stick shift like now, brother. You know what I mean? Like, it's got to happen.
Because in a month, he could potentially have a national championship.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
I'm just saying.
That's crazy.
Like,
man.
Dude, this is a realistic situation.
You better send
here.
Dave Aranda a fruit basket if that happens, all right? And Kirby Smart fruit baskets if that happens.
He'll be able to afford plenty of fruit baskets.
But that's the thing, though, is there's an opportunity here. And I just don't know if – that's why I say, like, the timing of this, I think, could end up working out in Notre Dame if they're bold. If they're bold. They got to be bold. Jack Swarbrick, this is your legacy.
Yes.
Your legacy is this hire, not Brian Kelly now, because he left. Jack Swarbrick's legacy would be what he does now. What he does now is going to determine if we're naming buildings after him, like we have past ADs and presidents and stuff like that. Right? So we always talk about Brian Kelly's statue. Fortunately for Vince and me, we're not going to have to walk by Brian Kelly statues going to Notre Dame games in the future. Okay. Nope. But this is Jack Swarbrick's moment to say, hey, because his time is kind of getting close soon.
Yeah.
Right. His is his moment to say, I'm going to leave my mark. Is that mark going to be Luke Fickell, another Cincinnati coach? Right. Are you going to go down that road again? Or is it, I'm going to be bold. I'm going to have a young, energetic, talented, intelligent kid that the players love. I'm going to give him a shot because I'm swinging for the fences, because if it doesn't work, the next AD will be able to fix it. I mean, right? Because I'm not going to be here 5 more years. If this doesn't work, then the next AD can fix it. But if it works,
right.
then this program is going to take that next step, and I'm going to be a legend as well, right? Because
his most important, Brian, I totally agree. This is Jack Swarbrick's most important press conference coming up.
Yeah.
Awesome. And I want him to step out there with swag and say or show, we're Notre Dame. We're good. We're not about to be like Oklahoma crying and everybody talking about what Lincoln Riley has done. No. This has been a mutually beneficial relationship for both parties. The brand stuck with Brian Kelly through tumultuous times and helped him get over it. And in turn, he gave us consistency and returned the program to the level it had not seen.
Absolutely.
This has been a mutually beneficial relationship, and we can part ways amicably. You go your way, and God darn it, we're going to go get the next head coach that's about to get us the national championship. We're good. And he should exude that. He should exude that from the time he steps up to the microphone. He should exude confidence that the next guy we get is going to win the national championship.
Yes, and that's the expectation.
Yes.
Sean, I will say I do think there's a right and a wrong way to leave.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's my problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's my issue.
Ghosting your assistant coaches is not the right way to leave.
Right. Leaving them, like, your coach is on, you're negotiating with LSU. Why are they doing in-homes?
Yeah. But they knew.
No.
This is something Malik was actually at Stanford this weekend doing an event. And he heard things, but he just felt like there's
at
no
LSU?
Way. No, it wasn't LSU, but he heard some things. There was no specific school. He heard some things and he told me, I'm hearing some things, but I just don't see it. Like
hearing things that Brian wants out.
Yeah.
But not that Brian's leaving today for LSU.
No.
That's what I'm talking about.
But
Brian wanting out is not a new thing.
The vibe was around the coach. The coaches got work. Certain coaches got a feeling that something was going to happen. But you're right. I totally agree. The way he left and the way
you have your coaches doing in-homes today. Right. Like, I mean, if I'm going to send my coach, man, if I'm one of those coaches, hey, coach, man, if you're going to be leaving, like, do we really want to be sending our guys out there looking like idiots? You know what I mean? Like,
it's just a quick little group text, right? And the staff is on a group text. Hey, hey guys, it's been a pleasure. I'll get on a call in 30 minutes.
Right.
It's that simple.
Whatever it is. Hey, step out of the in-home or wherever you're doing. Right. I need you in 20 minutes. No questions asked. Get them on a quick conference. I mean, come on, man. Technology, right? We've all learned how to do it in the last year. Just show a little courtesy ahead of Pete Thamel or whoever breaking news of your next destination late at night too. I mean, this you know this was done during the day, right? I mean, do it after lunch or whatever it has to be before dinner to get ahead of this thing. It's 2021. Like you can't these players, and more importantly, these players and these coaches can't be finding out things on social media and from the media. I mean, we all have a job to do, and heck, we're all talking about it now, but this shouldn't be the first that they're hearing of it. That's just, there's no excuse for that. Regardless of coach, regardless of school, I don't care if it's D3, handle it the right way.
Right. Absolutely right. And that's an issue for me. Here's something real quick that I just saw. Marcus Freeman spotted at Baton Rouge Airport per Twitter. Twitter is lying to you. I have 100% evidence that Marcus Freeman is somewhat close by where we are now. So unless he hopped in an F-16, he is not at a Baton Rouge airport. That is false. I want to get to some super chats, guys. Appreciate you all both being in here. If you want to stay, we'd love to stay and continue the conversation. But if you have to bail, you have to bail. But I would love it if you guys stay because there's a lot of, people are fired up. People are bringing the heat tonight, fellas, and I'm honestly loving every single second of it. So I want to get back to the super chats. Lucas Chapman with the super chat. Thank you, Lucas. Urban ? LOL. I think he's responding to people. Yeah, he's about responding to people about that. So agree with you. That was kind of my response when I had people said Urban that
ship has
LOL.
sailed. That's the biggest thing. It's
right.
He's on the same ship as John Gruden, the one that has sailed well past Notre
His
Dame.
isn't quite that bad.
Well, it's still on fire, no matter what the degree
He's
of it
still
being
somewhat
on fire,
hireable.
Right? Somewhat, yeah.
But the thing is, even if he didn't have the whole bar thing, like I joke about the bar thing. That's just the latest in the Urban, just with no moral compass whatsoever. But you're in the midst of a failing season at Jacksonville. Like, I just don't know if that's the move. Like when Alabama did that with Nick Saban, they were also in a failing situation. I think the Urban Star has kind of faded, and we really started to see that his last couple years at Ohio State, where those teams underachieved. I mean, let's be honest, that 2015 team had way more talent than the 2014 team, right? But they had tuned him out. Same with 2016, 2017, 28. I mean, look, think about Urban's last few years there, right? 16, you get blown out in the playoff by Clemson, 31-0. 17, you get spanked at home by Oklahoma. Then you get destroyed by Iowa, knocks you out of the playoff. 2018, you get destroyed by Purdue, knocks you out of the playoff. And then his last year, 2020, that was 2018, right? Yeah, so that's his last year at Ohio State, correct? And you got suspended for 3 games because of the whole Zach Smith saga and all that other nonsense. No, that's just
goodness. Zach Smith and Brian Van Gorder are mentioned in the last 20 minutes. That's phenomenal. I was going to say television, but it's phenomenal interneting.
It is. It is.
That's great.
It's 100%. Hey, John, look, we bring straight fire in the Irish Breakdown chat. That's why John has literally never said no when I've asked him to join a show. Like, no, unless he's like 30,000 feet above the air. And then it's like, hey, can I jump on when I land? Okay. So that is it. Jason Warnock, thank you for the super chat, Jason. Will Swarbrick and donors take this as a slap in the face, break the bank for a title, top assistants and support staff? I don't know the answer to this, but if I know Jack Swarbrick at all, he and some of the people at Notre Dame are going to want to say, hey, next head coach, whatever you need to win a title.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you need to win a title. So while Brian Kelly's dealing with dumpster fire in Baton Rouge, right? And he's realizing, like, man, I miss Driscoll so much because he only talked about football. It never got personal. They weren't digging through my trash. You know what I mean? While he's dealing with that, they're going to be winning titles. That's kind of how it's going to be. Andy and Naples with a super chat. Thank you for that very, very much. S. Hobson with a $1.99 super chat talking about $15 million.
Why not?
We can do about 15 more, about 7.5 more super chats just like that. We may be able to go out and buy Nick Saban for $15 million a year. That ain't happening because $15 million a year is not that big of a pay raise for Nick Saban.
Nope.
It's not.
It's not even about Saban anymore. That's about Miss Terry, and Miss Terry's not in the South Bend.
There's no pay raise enough for Miss Terry.
It's over, man. It's over.
Yes.
Yeah, his career's done.
Beatsville with the super chat is the smart move given his recruiting prowess and defensive genius to hire Freeman. I don't think those reasons alone are enough to hire Marcus Freeman, and that's not why we're advocating for it alone. It's part of the package. Marcus Freeman is a guy whose players respect him. The thing about Marcus Freeman, anyone that's been around him, and Sean, I know you've talked to some guys that have been around him. Yeah. He's an older 35. You know what I mean? Like, he's a dad of 6. He has been through some stuff. Okay.
No doubt.
He had the NFL career, the injury, coaching at Ohio State. He's got 6 kids. You know, I think he's known his wife, I believe, since high school. Right. So, like, he's lived a lot in 35 years. And so he can relate to the players, but he does it in more of a younger dad type of manner than a big brother type of manner. And that's important because that's always the danger with a younger coach. You don't want to be their buddy. You're their coach. Right. And the players connect with that from what I'm told. And I mean, this is why I wrote the article last week about them needing to pay him. I asked several people connected to players, would the kids be okay if Marcus was the next head coach? And it was like, before I could even finish, it was like, yes. Yeah. You know, and it's like, okay, all right, I gotcha. And it's not because he hangs out with them, they listen to the same music. It's not that. It's he gets them better, and he holds himself accountable, and he sets a standard. Players, you guys know this. Champions want to be pushed. Great players want to be challenged. Great players don't want to be babied. They want you to demand excellence from them, and then they want you to show that same excellence and hold yourself to the same standard. That's what the great coaches do, because you never question Nick Saban's demand for excellence because he lives it every day. And that's what the great coaches do, and that's what I think Marcus has. It's not, look, is it good that he's a great recruiter? Yes. But if it was just he was a great defensive coordinator and a great recruiter, hey, guess what? So is Brent Venables. I'm not hiring Brent Venables, right? I don't think he's a great head coach. He would not be my guy. It's more than that. He's organized, he's detailed, he's smart, he's a teacher. He can relate to players, but also challenge players and hold players accountable. There you go. There you go.
There's a different level, right? There's a different level of development that he's already proven. It's already tangible that he has attained to this point. So the thought of being bold is coupling that with the ceiling of Notre Dame and the type of recruits he can now begin to develop at a place like ND. And now all of a sudden you're hitting a level of athlete and a level of success on the field that you just hadn't been to. You hadn't broken through that fourth wall yet, and I think you got to go bold to get there.
Can we say this, that Marcus Freeman is responsible for 2 defenses of teams that are in the top 5 right now? Yeah, he's coaching one and recruited for the other.
That's fair.
Right? Not a lot of people can say that, right? And y'all are talking to a Jeff Brom guy, right? I mean, I've been on a Jeff Brom train since he was at Western Kentucky, and I mean, to me, it makes a lot of sense. Because if you don't hire him now, you're going to lose him. Whether it's this year or next year, you're going to lose him. And that's the fact. Chris Federico with a super chat. Thank you very much for that, Chris. Appreciate that. Let's get down here. We got a lot more down here. Boy, there's a lot of Matt Campbell talk here. I'm not feeling that. Indian Naples with another super chat. This is lots of money and timing. BK took LSU to the cleaners, but LSU stipulated he needed to get to Baton Rouge ASAP. LSU needed a coach now. Okay. I mean, that's
so I've actually heard similar here. I heard part of the reason that Billy Napier wasn't, because you talk about, like, we think Marcus Freeman's a no-brainer home run, almost in-house. Napier felt like that at LSU for the longest time to me. I was told the one stipulation, and if LSU did this, they're dumber than we think. LSU told him he's got to get there now. And Billy is in the conference title game with Louisiana and wanted to coach on Saturday. So if 6 days is the difference between the coach for the next X amount of years and not, apparently that was a big sticking point with Napier's camp and LSU. If what I heard is correct. So it's interesting that we're hearing this.
If you said that, then I have just become a big, huge Billy Napier fan. Because there are not, let's be honest, guys, we're all around college coaches all the time. We know a lot of them. There's not a lot of dudes that would have said no to LSU to stay at Louisiana for one more game. To a Sun Belt championship. Let's be real about that. There are not a lot of coaches that would have done that. Huge respect for Billy Napier if that's true. And it would make sense because it sounded like he was kind of that direction. And all of a sudden he goes to Florida. Florida's letting him coach this weekend. There you go. So
it doesn't mean he can't go recruit for you in the meantime and make phone calls, because that's happening as we speak. So,
and it's a week. It's not like
it's
not like he's saying, "Hey, I want to coach the bowl game on December 31st." Right? I got a game in
6 more days.
A week. Ridiculous. But you say LSU's dumber than we think it is. I think you kind of answered your own question there, John.
Yeah. You hired 3 national title winners in a row, but these are the stipulations you're going to have because of that. There's a self-awareness or lack thereof question in Baton Rouge that had to do with, first of all, hiring Orgeron, letting that 2019 staff, all those assistants, get out of Dodge so quickly the way they did. I have sources from that coaching staff that said we had to get out of there. So all of this writing was on the wall. So this Napier news feels like it's right on line, and I can't wait for the first time Napier gets to play. Well, they play every year. So the first time that Napier gets to play against LSU, I think that'll be a little extra juice, although he'll never say it because he's
I got a question for you guys. If you look at the money that USC threw at Lincoln Riley, USC wanted Brian Kelly. I would have rather taken the USC job.
100%.
Am I the only one that's nuts for thinking, why would you not be interested in? I mean, does he really feel like, no, I would get destroyed if I left Notre Dame for their rival? That's the only thing I can. And other than he just didn't want to live in LA, that could be it too.
There's a piece of Brian Kelly that does care what people think. That's why he gets so mad at the Notre Dame media.
Big piece of Brian Kelly.
That's why he hates us, because he cares what people think about him.
He hates us.
Well, I meant us as a media, but
That's y'all.
you're not wrong.
That's the upper room up here.
You're not wrong. And you know what? I will own it. Get me a shirt. I will own it. But that's okay. No, but he cares, and I think if he left for USC, it's more. It's deeper hurt and pain.
It's a deeper wound.
Yeah, exactly. As opposed to a money grab or whatever people.
Because this can be perceived as he wants to win a title, not just a money grab.
Sure.
You go to USC, it's just a money grab,
and it's a backstabbing situation.
It's still, even with all that, it's still a clear path, though. I mean, not even close.
I agree.
Not even close. So
it'd be like leaving Michigan to go to USC. It'd be interesting. I just feel like if I had the choice between the two, and I didn't really care and didn't love Notre Dame, which I don't think Brian Kelly necessarily does, I'd have taken the USC job. Honestly, I mean, I think Lincoln Riley got it right. He could have taken either one of those jobs. He took the USC job. That's a smart move. But so it's your boy Brian Kelly. Richard Maltby with a super chat. I cannot believe this guy took Rockney's record and then bounced. Hey, can we get rid of this Rockney's record crap?
Yeah, it's okay.
So can you all adopt what I've been saying? Brian Kelly's like 7th all time in win percentage. Okay.
Yeah, there
it's like this notion of these Notre Dame media people. Oh, Notre Dame's won 10 games in a row for the 5 times. Look, Lou Holtz had years where they only coached like 10 regular season games. Like over half of Newt Rockney's career, he didn't even make it past 10 games in a season. And
there was a lot of like 7, 8.
Yeah, like 8-0, 9-0. Like, come on. They played 13 freaking games. You don't even have to be that good. And let's not forget, one of those years, they only won 9 games in the regular season. They won a bowl game against LSU. So kind of funny, like LSU fans like, oh, Brian Kelly sucks. Well, he's 2-0 against y'all. So, I mean, I'm just saying. He beat your last 2 national title winning coaches. I'm just saying. So it goes, says, if this happened 1 week from now, I would be elated. That's a great point. Thank you for the super chat. That's a great point. And I think that the timing of it is a big part of it's got people pissed off. Is like, you're doing this when your team's got a chance to make the college football playoff.
Because if it does affect their playoff ranking and all of that, like we kind of mentioned before, that's going to piss me off because, it shouldn't have anything to do with it. And I think it'll be very telling if it does. And I think that's bogus. I would not be happy about that at all.
Yeah. And I got a feeling too, respond to this. I'm really curious how involved Brian Kelly is going to be in recruiting at LSU, because you cannot be a head coach in the SEC and not be a dogged recruiter
every day.
Yeah,
every day.
Yeah.
And that's not him
as the head coach.
It's not him.
Oh, this is phenomenal, guys. Skyshark 425. Vince is Brian's anger translator tonight. I just got the skit, the Key and Peele skit of the Barack Obama's anger translator. I just got that where I say something to calm and Vince comes over my shoulder. Just bringing the fire. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. I love it. Paul Loam said with another super chat. Thank you, Paul. Did we make enough in the super chat tonight to match LSU's offer to move pick? We're close. Q Kibbs 497 the super chat. Thank you for Q Kibbs. I guess he wanted to wear clothes that match his purple face. The longer this goes on, I see this more as an opportunity.
There's a lot of mic drops in here, baby, and I love that.
Oh, I'm all for this heat tonight. This is why John's hanging around. John just wants to read the super chat.
This is great. No,
Caleb Collins.
Fall forward, fall up like Lane Kiffin. Do it.
Yes.
Right.
If Freeman is the next head coach, what is the offensive staff you think he would hire? Look, look, is it Tommy Rees or bust? No. I would want to keep Tommy Rees. I would get rid of Jeff Quinn. I would get rid of Del Alexander. I would do everything possible to keep Lance Taylor and Tommy Rees. Do everything possible. And if part of that means Tommy wants to keep John McNulty, then hey, John, here's your check, right? Here's your pay raise. And then you go out and you get a top offensive line coach and you get a dynamic recruiting wide receivers coach. Those are musts. Yeah. That's what I would do for him. And I would take the special teams coordinator position and turn that into a real coaching position. Someone that actually coaches the position.
Right.
Okay. That's another thing I would do. And I would consider making that an offensive guy, to be honest with you. But if he wants to, because he can go hire a position coach on defense. What I would do defensively is I'm getting with Mike Elson saying, you're my defensive coordinator, play caller. Mike Mickens, you're my pass game coordinator. And I'm keeping the defensive staff intact. I'm trying to keep Tommy Rees if I can. And I'm saying, hey, Tommy, look, man, this is what I'm tasking you to do, right? This is what I want you to do. It's going to be your offense. But here's the expectation. We're dynamic. We're tempo. We're attacking. We're aggressive. and we're going after it. And if Tommy wants to leave, first call I'm making, somebody may not like it. First call I'm making is to Phil Longo. I don't know what you guys, John, especially you, because you're kind of out there. You might know a little bit more about his recruiting ability, but I don't know a lot about his recruiting ability. But that dude freaking puts great offenses on the field.
Well, I was going to say Jeff Levy, Phil Longo. I was going to
see Jeff Levy. I'm a little concerned about because Lane is still so much more involved in the play calling. That's my only.
Yeah,
concern.
but how much credit does he get for changing some of the tendencies? Not the fourth down stuff, but some of the other tendencies Kiffin did.
Yeah.
I do think he deserves a lot of credit.
Right.
There's a lot of people
of credit
that think he's the next big thing.
Yes, a lot of credit. Yes, I just again, I have a hard time, but he's not the play caller.
Yeah.
He's like Lane's got this like devil on his left shoulder, and it's himself. And then Jeff Levy's like that angel on the right side saying, "Hey, coach, we may not want to do that on 4th and 9 at our own 15." You know what I mean? But I just I'll have to do more research on him, but because I've had some people mention that to me. Do you know much about Phil Longo as a recruiter? I mean, I know North Carolina brings in talented guys. I don't know if that's him or his assistants or whatever, but that system's got to be attractive. I mean, do you think Notre Dame's going to have a hard time recruiting running backs when he's like, dude, I produced 2,000 receivers or 2,000 running backs at North Carolina?
Right? Yeah, in the same year. Yeah,
in the same year. Yeah.
I'm curious. You said the Kiffin Levy relationship. I'm curious with the Kelly Reese relationship. Are there maybe more constraints than somebody like me on the outside realizes? Because to me on the outside, Notre Dame is totally set on defense. Offense needs a little bit more juice, a little bit more flexibility and freedom offensively. So was that Brian Kelly or was it Tommy Reese? A combination of the two?
That's our opinion that it is. Our opinion is that it is. Our opinion is twofold. Number one, Kelly strapped Tommy with a bad O-line coach that Tommy knows is bad, and a receivers coach that's not a great coach or a great recruiter. We also believe that for the first half of the season, Kelly sort of handcuffed Tommy to we're going to do what we always have done. After so Notre Dame's this year, their bye week came literally right in the middle of the season. 6 games bye week. They changed their whole, not their philosophy from a schematic standpoint, but their philosophy and how they attack people and what their points of emphasis were. And they went to what we talked about during the summer. We saw more tempo. We saw quick game. We saw attacking. They're doing a lot more horizontal stretches, John, now. Like before, and as a DB, unless this dude's just way better than you, if you're just running a bunch of horizontal stretches at me, I mean, that's easier to defend because it's just a bunch of one-on-ones. And if my guys are – and that's why Notre Dame beat so many bad teams but can't move the ball on good teams because, your receivers may be great, but when you're going up against A.J. Terrell and Trayvon Mullen, that gap ain't that big if it's a gap at all in your favor. And in some instances, it wasn't a gap in your favor. Well, now we're seeing more motions and more crossing and more post-snap switches and, just some simple stuff like a post-snap smash. I mean, just simple stuff like that. So
I just hope LSU's excited and ready for 12 and 13 personnel.
Oh, yeah.
Because, I mean, just bang it, baby. Just bang it.
Yep. But so that's why Notre Dame's been so much more dynamic. I mean, we talked about it on our show today. In the last 5 games, the last 6 games, Notre Dame has been over 7 yards of play in 5 of those 6 games. The game they were at 6.93. Right. I mean, they've been more explosive as they made that adjustment. And from what I'm told, that's where Tommy Reese wanted to go from the beginning. And, and Sean, this would kind of make some sense, too, is if Brian's been thinking about wanting to leave, what the heck, Tommy, go do what you got to do.
Yep.
Right. I mean, so it makes a lot of sense.
Look, Tommy's not leaving before the bowl game.
I'd be shocked.
And so either way, we get to see what Tommy Reese can do without Brian Kelly in his ear. And if that's all I get of Tommy Reese, from a Notre Dame standpoint, I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
I hope he sticks around. I hope everything, the cards fall where I want them to and all that. But if he doesn't, this one game is going to be really fun to watch.
Right.
And Vince, that's what makes what Lincoln Riley did, because it's customary, right, that the schools have the assistant coaches under contract. Mm-hmm. So if the head coach leaves, you guys stay behind, especially for recruiting purposes.
Absolutely.
Finish things up, and then you guys can make your decision whether you want to stay or not, or go and move on. What Lincoln Riley did, Lincoln Riley took administrators with him. He took it. I don't know what he said to OU, but there were assistant coaches coming off the plane with him.
Yeah, the DC went with him.
There's something going on at Oklahoma beyond just them wanting to go to USC.
Yeah.
because
like,
that broke so many traditions of, you coach the bowl game and all that kind of stuff. There's more to what's going on in Oklahoma than just he wanted to go to USC. In my opinion, it has to be.
It was unprecedented. I'm like, man, and he's taking not only coaches but administrators to USC with them. I've never seen anything like that, but I don't think you'll see anything like that in Notre Dame. I agree with what you guys are saying. Tommy, all the assistants will be around. And I think you guys covered it, man. The bold move would be to go ahead and hire Marcus Freeman. And the one thing I wanted to point out about Marcus, remember when he was being talked about as being the defensive coordinator, I remember talking to Brian, and I said, I asked around about this guy, and NFL people love this guy.
Yeah.
Not college people.
People. Sean, you and I have both heard this as well. Yeah. I have been told this by people I know in Division I football. The college football world is praying that I've been told this. Okay, I'll tell you what I've been told. It's all out there now. I've been told by people I know, Division I coaches, there are 2 coaches that the rest of college football flat out do not want to see at Notre Dame. Do not want to see at Notre Dame. I'm just going to come out with it now. I've been told that the Big Ten coaches, Ohio State, they do not want Jeff Brom at Notre Dame. Do not want him at Notre Dame. They're like, look what he did with Purdue's talent, right? But I have even been more emphatic about Marcus Freeman. Big time schools, LSU, Alabama. I've been told they do not want Freeman at Notre Dame. That's why a lot of them are been trying to poach him since he got there and before he got there. Because here's been the it's all out here now. Okay, Brian Kelly's gone, so screw him. Okay, I have been told by so many D1 coaches, right? I've been told by D1 coach after D1 coach, source after source, that the big time schools love Brian Kelly because he's going to keep Notre Dame good enough to where he's not leaving, but they never worry about him. I've been told by coaches at Ohio State, we don't even worry about Notre Dame when we're going against them. This was last summer. That's not the case now, right? Because of one dude, Marcus Freeman, okay? I've been told by many people in a short period of time when he turned down LSU to take the Notre Dame coaching job, at DC job, that shook people because they're like, okay, Kelly's 60, he's close to being done. I sure as hell hope this isn't a Lincoln Riley situation at Notre Dame. I'm just telling you, that's what that's what I was told in January. And then when he went out and did what he did this summer, people are like, oh crap.
Yeah.
They're legit worried. The negative recruiting against Notre Dame has amped up by hundreds of percentages since Marcus Freeman got here because they're petrified that it's going to work.
Even
because
more
what they don't want, because Brian Kelly was not going to go down there and beat them for kids. I mean, we talked about this when Clark Lee was here. He didn't even try to recruit top players for the most part.
Exactly.
They tried to go get the Isaiah Foskey's, like, really high upside, but a guy that wasn't a big time recruit that needed to be developed. He didn't even try to recruit top players, right? I mean, the guy who started them recruiting Kyle Hamilton was not Terry Joseph and Clark Lee. It was Mike Elko. Like Mike Elko started the recruiting process for Kyle Hamilton, if you all remember correctly. And so that's another reason why I look at this and I say Notre Dame needs a coach that the rest of college football is going to be like, oh crap, now we got to worry about Notre Dame coming down here and taking our players. That's the interesting thing. Because like you guys were saying, Marcus Freeman as the head coach means he's talking to quarterbacks, he's talking to receivers, he's talking to everybody. And Marcus Freeman also understands that it can't just be Marcus Freeman. That's why he fought to get Chad Bowden here. Yeah. And that's why that led to Dre Brown getting here.
Exactly.
Right? These recruiting coordinator type of guys.
Yep.
Because he understands it. But Marcus Freeman –
I don't think he does all those things for a 1-year stint. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't see him going to LSU after he just did all of that.
Well, I could see him doing that if he doesn't get the head coaching job.
Okay.
That's the thing. I could see that.
Right.
But
okay.
I don't think he thought he's coming here and Brian Kelly's leaving in a year. Like, I don't think that was part of the conversation.
No way.
Right?
No way.
So, again, that's why I get back to it. Like, this is why I've been so freaking frustrated with Brian Kelly for years, because I'm told this by coach after coach, by parents, by recruits. I mean, it's like this is why I get so ticked off all the time. And this is why I think they need to be bold and really look hard at Marcus Freeman. And not take the safe hire. So
I'm with you. Jack Swarbrick hasn't picked up my call yet, though. I've been calling him and calling him. He's not picking up the phone.
Yeah, I just don't want to be like the major league team for Cincinnati. Like, let's keep regurgitating the next Cincinnati.
I agree with that.
Right.
I agree with that.
Craig Seabright, Super Chat. No matter who our coach is, hope we face LSU in a bowl game and blow them out by 30 and make him look like a loser he is. Go Irish.
Wow.
People are this
changes
off
fast. Changes fast.
Yes. Ben Elijah, Nick Saban shocks the world and takes the job at Notre Dame. LOL. Yeah, not happening.
Yeah, that would shock the world.
Yes, that's not happening.
Because look, Notre Dame has deposited a lot of money into the football program. They're not going to deposit enough money that it would take to get Nick Saban's wife up here.
Yeah, you don't have. You got to start selling parts of the Golden Dome at that point in time. Miss Terry ain't leaving in Tuscaloosa.
That's what I'm saying. Right? That's all I'm saying.
DBZ, my girl's coming with fire tonight, fellas. She says, pack your stuff and take the O-line and wide receiver coach with you. Peace.
Boom.
I mean, she hits you with that. She is fired up tonight. I absolutely love it. Freddie Nat Stadelbauer, thanks for this during Champ Week, BK. Not winning a natty there with Bama and Georgia 2019 anomaly. Passed over for Aranda, Riley, and Jimbo. #Hoke for Indy. Brady Hoke?
Brady Hoke?
Brady Hoke?
We got Brady Hoke, Brian Van Gorder, and Zach Smith on the show.
Yes.
And with that,
I'm
going to roll because I have 39 text messages.
Oh, hey, John, we got some more for you right here.
There you go.
The mullet's coming to South Bend.
LSU could have went back to the Oklahoma State as well.
Right.
But they said no to that. Crazy night, fellas. Good luck. Get some sleep.
See you, John.
Thanks, John.
Have fun.
So we got some more. Our Cincinnati fan says, if we lose Fickle to Notre Dame because of BK leaving, I don't know if the Cincinnati fan base will survive.
I can appreciate that.
He ain't wrong.
I can appreciate that. And I will also, I mean, look, from Hunter's standpoint, I understand what the Cincinnati fans went through when Brian Kelly left. But I think I'm happier than they probably were. But he did it in a douchey way, and he did it when he left Cincinnati, and he did it when he left Notre Dame, and I don't know why I would have expected anything different.
And I don't know if Luke Fickell takes the job and it happens before the playoff, I don't know how I would feel about that as a Notre Dame fan.
Yeah.
Like, really, you're gonna leave your team with a chance to play for a title and make
on
the
precipice of playing for a championship for the first time ever for your group of five, all of that. That would be
Yeah, I don't.
But then, if you're Cincinnati, do you want him to stick around if he's leaving?
Well, no, it's not. It's not that. It's more of the principle of like what he said with Billy Napier. Billy Napier stayed at Louisiana.
I see what you're saying.
I mean, he knew he had other options, but he stayed at Louisiana, turned down LSU because he was going to see this thing through. Right? I mean, he's got a conference championship to go through.
Yeah, I'm not saying BK leaving Cincinnati was not a good thing for him going to Notre Dame. That's not what I'm saying.
And it was a good thing for Notre Dame. Right.
It's the manner in which he did it. That was the douche move by him. Okay. Right. It was terrible the way he did it. Right. That's what I'm talking about. Horror Kid 88.
Yep. Spark 5219. I'm late to the party, but what the heck is going on?
That's fair.
Brian Kelly is now gone. He is no longer the head coach of Notre Dame. And Notre Dame is going to have to find a replacement. And that's the only thing that has me nervous. It's not Brian Kelly leaving that has me nervous. It's will Jack Swarbrick make the right move? That's the question mark. Tommy Guns with a super chat. Thank you, Tommy. I have a hard time thinking any of the staff would want to go with him if he really left them high and dry during in-home. Screw that. So I think that's where you go down to what Sean was alluding to earlier is maybe some of the staff, Polian, knew he was doing this.
Yeah.
Some of them definitely didn't. And I'm telling you, I've talked firsthand to coaches, like to not coaches, because none of them are responding right now as they shouldn't, but people who are talked with them or were with them tonight that are saying like, they were not happy.
Let me expand on that a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, as I said before, you guys know I have a podcast with Malik Zaire. So Malik told me that he would be going to the game. He had an event up there, and then he joined a few of the other Notre Dame players that lived in the area that went to the game. And he spent the entire weekend around alumni and people around the program. And he said, these are his words, there was something off all weekend. He was like, this didn't seem like a team that was going to blow Stanford out and, had a chance of making the playoffs, and everybody was like just upbeat. He was like, just something was off. He was like, I couldn't put my finger on it. But when the news broke, he was like, I told you. He was like, this had to be what it was.
Yeah.
And talking to people, he said there were certain people on the staff that didn't know specifics, but knew like, hey, things might be going this way. Maybe not as soon as it did, but after the season, he might be bouncing. And I don't know. I asked him, I said, do you think the players knew? Like, because if the coaches knew and had a vibe.
Players, some of them, they probably had some idea.
Yeah. So that, Vince, that goes to what you said, man. That said, I was just trying to point out, like, from a business standpoint, how great of a job his agents have done to finesse Notre Dame to the point that they have gotten what they wanted in the past, and what they presented him with LSU, and setting him up to receive the package that he's going to eventually get. Like, I guess right now it's being reported 14-15. That Mel Tucker definitely reset everything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
As far as coaches' contracts. But with all of that being said, I totally agree with you, what you said, both of you said. It's his MO. It's the way he did it in Cincinnati. And you should expect nothing less when someone shows you who they are. Believe them.
And
yeah, you're absolutely right.
And with all of that being said, I still think he's a good coach. I don't think he's going to be a flop at LSU, but I'll be very interested in seeing, can he step up and actually raise the level of recruiting that is going to take to truly compete?
I don't think he will.
SEC.
I don't think that he will.
Yeah.
I don't think that he will. So,
tell the truth, you guys are happy, right? You're gonna go and
I mean, I'm not happy. I'm not happy until I know who the replacement is. Because part of me wonders if, like, it's the right time, but he left so suddenly. Does Notre Dame feel panicked to rush into a hire?
And that's I agree with that wholeheartedly. If
he would have waited till after the playoff announcement came and Notre Dame's not in the playoff, and he leaves in 8 days, Notre Dame's like, look, we're fine.
Yeah.
We'll just name Mike Elson as the interim. We'll keep staff together for now, and we'll figure out what we're going to do.
Right.
But that's my only fear. I don't mind Brian Kelly. He can leave for all I care. I really, he's taken the program as far as he can take it. I mean,
and we've believed that for a while.
Willing to take it is what I'm saying. He's taking the program as far as he's willing to take it.
Yeah. Right.
Hey, Brian, do you remember what I shared with you? It's interesting now in retrospect. I shared a video with you last week, and now I watched that video over again, and that's very telling. What he told that particular reporter in that meeting leading up to a game. And I'm thinking, like, you've been here to this point and you're still trying to get to that level of national championship. Like, why are you sharing this? Like, you should be, as a program, you should be at a point where every year you have a roster that you believe in, that you can win a national championship. It's like, are you setting up the excuses already?
He's been doing that for years, Sean. I mean, this is something I've talked about, and I've been pissed about for years. He's been lowering the bar at Notre Dame for years.
Yes.
And just let me say something real quick. I just got a text from a source. Brian Kelly has reached out to his team, and it's what we said earlier. He did not expect this news to break. He was hoping to come back and meet with the team in the morning. Now, first of all, that's naive to think that something like this will break. But still, okay, whether you're naive or not, I don't think Brian Kelly's the most savvy technological guy in the world.
Okay.
But I don't think he intended for that. So I don't think it was a purposeful dick the players move. He did, but I don't think it was intentional.
Yeah.
Right. That's why what he should have done is if he was legitimately negotiating with LSU, he should have got his butt to South Bend. So that way he could have called a team meeting right away and said, hey, we need to know what's going on. Right.
Absolutely.
that's Brian Kelly for you. So, yep, that's it. So, Dave, here you go. Here you go, Vince.
Thank you, Jim.
Jim Irizarry. Is that how you say it? Right?
Irizarry. Yeah. Yep.
Thank you for that, Jim.
Yep.
Or Jim. Thank you for that. Thank you for
man.
that.
It's good, man.
Matthew Edwards with a super chat. Just poured myself a celebratory glass of wine. BK's work here was done, and he needed to be the one to pull the ripcord. I agree with that.
True.
Timing is great, in my opinion, as it allows us to keep Freeman as head coach before he gets poached himself onward. If that's what they do, I'm hearing conflicting information tonight. I'm hearing that Freeman's getting a lot of buzz. I'm hearing that it's going to be fickle and it could happen soon. That's what I'm hearing. I think a lot of this is too early. I doubt Jack Swarbrick's on the phone calling all his buddies, telling them like what he's leaning towards.
No, I think he's on the phone with people at Notre Dame talking about, okay, what's our game plan moving forward?
And here's the other thing too, is if Notre Dame is smart, Fickle's got a pretty big buyout. If you're smart, let's say it's 10 million, 15 million. I've heard it's 28. I don't know if it's that big or not.
Whew, that's big for Cincinnati.
It'd be surprised me. That's why I don't believe that. But let's say it's 10, 15 million dollars. Okay. I would rather keep that 10 or 15 million dollars and make sure that I can keep Mike Elston on staff, keep Mike Mickens, keep Matt Bayless 100% on staff.
He's one of the first people I'm calling.
Yes.
By the way.
Yes. Yeah, there's two. If Marcus Freeman's the head coach, there's two things he has to do. Mike Elston, what do I got to do to keep you here, man? And then Matt Bayless, what I got to do to keep you here? Because I think Mike Mickens would make sense for him to stay. Those are first two, and then I'm talking to Tommy Rees, right? Because and Lance Taylor, but those two have to be solidified in my opinion. Yeah. And so that's kind of where I would go with that one.
There's definitely a ranking of guys that I'm talking to like ASAP. You know what I mean? And if everybody's spread out across the country recruiting or whatever, that's fine. That's where texting comes in, or
Zoom
FaceTime,
and
all of those different things that you can do, because these people that we're talking about now are not technologically ungifted, and they can communicate in 2021 instantaneously. And that's exactly what they should be doing. I mean, it's 10:21 at night. I highly doubt they're with a recruit right now. Oh, well, if they're on the West Coast, they could be. But your priority now, if you're given the go-ahead, okay, which I don't think is the case, but if you've been given the go-ahead as the head coach, or if you think you're in the running, I'm calling those guys right now. I'm like, guys, if this happens, what do I got to do to keep you on my staff?
Right.
That's, and I would expect him to do that anyway, because I think he understands what leadership is.
Here you go, Vince. Read that.
Jeff Solomon says, I like this side of Vince. Brian is rubbing off on you. Dude, I was fired up from the get.
No, what y'all don't know is Vince is always like this. He just doesn't act like it on the show. He lets me be the jerk during the show. Eric Weiss, any chance Narduzzi from Pittsburgh gets a look? Respected coach, has Pitt on the rise. Gosh, I hope not.
I don't think that's not a needle mover.
He's at his level to me.
Yeah.
He's at his level to me.
Yep.
So
can I put this one up here? Hold on. Oh gosh, the things are coming in so fast. Paul Gill says Newt Rockne had no previous head coaching experience.
This is true.
Oh, that's great. He's not wrong.
True.
He's not wrong.
Yep. All right, let's get down to a couple more. We have a lot more. A lot more. This is catching fire. Here's this. Where did it go? This is hilarious that Notre Dame fans are on this. Geez. Did I pass it already? Basically, it was just a bunch of people talking vacate the wins. They want to vacate the wins, so Brian Kelly.
It may be back when you had mentioned it, because I know that it's been a while since we were rolling through these things, and they're coming like wildfire.
No, I just saw it like as I was scrolling down to try to find the next super chat, and now I've lost it. But maybe it's down a little bit further. But I'm trying to get down to these next super chats, and
absolutely,
yeah. So we're gonna see how this goes. But Jack Maluli, go poach Chip Kelly. Don't even have to change the Coach Kelly nameplate around the office. That ship has sailed. I don't think Chip. Here's the thing. Everyone's kind of caught up to Chip Kelly. Like he was a game changer in college football.
I agree.
But the game has changed, and he hasn't come along with it. Right. So, and by the way, because of that text that I just got about Brian Kelly, that obviously means that the text Brian Kelly got sent. I was actually sent a copy, and somebody just told me that Pete Sampson put a copy of that on. Yep, I'm looking at it now. Pete Sampson put that out on Twitter as well, but it is from Brian Kelly, so it is official, like official. Brian Kelly is leaving for LSU. Yep. Here we go. Not for human consumption. We all knew it. He was sick of Brian. Here we go. This is my man right here, Matt H. If BK is gone because of Brian, thank you. Oh, goodness gracious. I love this response to Pat Narduzzi. If it's Narduzzi or Polian as head coach, haha, I may take Polian. That's an extreme overreact, exaggerate, hyperbolic comment that that I couldn't agree with, but I get your point. Wendell, we can't thank you for the super chat, Wendell. We can't afford to take our chances on a coordinator. We've seen that movie. It didn't end well. We need an elite head coach. Again, that didn't work because they were bad coaches. Ty Willingham went 0-12 at Washington. 0-12. He was not a good coach. It was a bad, rushed, panic hire. Bob Davie should have never been hired because he wasn't good enough, not because he was a coordinator. Because
that was a knee jerk. That was a knee jerk reaction.
There's a reason nobody else hired him. That's why he went into the broadcasting instead of anything else, and why he didn't coach again until New Mexico hired him, because who else were they going to hire, right? Charlie Weiss was a failure at Kansas and has not coached since, right? He was an offensive coordinator for a year at Florida, and that was a disaster, right? They were bad coaches. You know who else was an assistant coach before they got a head coaching job at their current place? Let me, you guys know, tell me if you recognize these names. Lincoln Riley, Dabo Sweeney, Kirby Smart, Ryan Day. So let's just say Oklahoma State's in the playoff this weekend. Cincinnati, Michigan.
Did you say Luke Fickell? Because he wasn't a head coach before going to Cincinnati.
That was from the list of 6 coaches. This is why I'm going to make my next point. If Oklahoma State is in the college football playoff, let's say Georgia beats Bama. You have Georgia the 1 seed, Michigan the 2, Cincinnati the 3, and Oklahoma State the 4, right? 3 of those coaches were never head coaches before getting to their current job. Mike Gundy was never head coach anywhere else before. Luke Fickell was never head coach anywhere before. And Kirby Smart was never head coach anywhere before. Right? And the only head coach that had experience is Jim Harbaugh. Anybody want Jim Harbaugh? Right? I mean, look, it's this. It's what I say all the time, Wendell. If you got the chops, you got the chops. Flat out, Bob Davie didn't have the chops. Flat out, Ty Willingham didn't have the chops. Flat out, Charlie Weiss didn't have the chops. It's just simple. Yeah. It's simple. I mean, John Tenuta had all the coaching experience in the world when he got hired as a D coordinator, and he's terrible. Brian Van Gorder had been a head coach in college. He'd coached in the NFL. He had all the resume. He was terrible.
A Royals Award winner.
Clark Lee had called 0 defensive plays in his life before he became the head defensive coordinator at Notre Dame. He did a great job, right? If you got the chops, you got the chops. That's the risk you run because, hey, there's no guarantee that a guy that had a head coaching experience is going to come here and be successful. Ty Willingham failed. He was a head coach previously. He'd been to a Rose Bowl. He was a media darling. He was a bad coach, right? He was a good coach at a school where they didn't care if he went and played 36 rounds every day before he came into the coaching office, right? Nobody cared, right? Stanford, look now, they don't care, right? If you've never been a coach before, that's something as a decision maker you have to work through. Hey, that's part of the criteria. But just because someone's been a head coach somewhere else before doesn't mean that they're going to be successful at the place that they are now or the place that they get promoted to. Luke Fickell's winning at Cincinnati because he was able to push all the right buttons at Cincinnati. Doesn't mean automatically he's going to be able to do that at Notre Dame or somewhere else, right? You always take a risk when you hire a new coach. Always. There's no sure things. There's no, well, we hired that guy. He's definitely going to go be successful because he was successful somewhere else. That's just not how it works, right? The only time that works like that is with the truly, truly elite coaches. Meyer, Saban. That's it, right? It's Spurrier. Lou Holtz failed at South Carolina. I mean, there were places Lou Holtz wasn't great at, right? Because his style worked at certain places. It didn't work at others. That's true of every coach. And that's what people have to understand. If you have the chops, you have the chops.
Exactly.
Simple as that.
Yep.
Simple as that. With the chest, with a super chat, there are obviously some obstacles to work through, but overall, I feel like Christmas came early. The handcuffs can come off, and we have a better path to the next step. Again, depending on who the head coach is. And look, I'm not opposed to Luke Fickell being the next head coach. I just think it's a riskier hire than Marcus Freeman because he's got, in my opinion, lower ceiling. And I don't think it's a guarantee that Marcus Freeman's going to stay if Luke Fickell has the head coach. And I can't really get into why I think that's the case. But I think people thinking that Marcus Freeman's just going to stay because Luke Fickell came and he was all those other things, relationships change. That's all I can really say about that. Dave Claroni with a super chat. Thank you for that very, very much. I appreciate that. B Place with a super chat. This does not make sense, and BK is making a bad move. Jack S is a great guy, not someone I would want to cross, and is smart. I am confident we will come out on top. Put LSU on the schedule ASAP. There's a lot of anger. See, I'm not even in the top 10 of dislike for Brian Kelly people in this chat tonight. Like, I'm not even in the top 100. At this point.
We're competing against 3,200 other people.
Right.
So,
I mean, normally I'm like at the top of that list, but tonight, I'm like, wow. I'm even kind of woo.
Do you guys
Caleb Collins. What's that?
What's that?
Do you guys think it's a bad move?
For Brian Kelly?
Yeah, I know how you feel about the way he's done it.
I think if you're Brian Kelly, knowing how he views himself,
there it is, right?
And what he thinks of himself and the job he's done, it makes total sense because the path at if you've convinced yourself that you've taken Notre Dame as far as it can go, not as far as you can take it, but as far as you can go, and you're someone who has made a living making excuses on why you can't be successful, and you're someone who's being offered $14 million a year, allegedly at least 10, and LSU's a place with unlimited resources, and we saw what they did 2 years ago. Yeah, I get it. Would I do that? No. But clearly Lincoln Riley didn't think that was a great move, right? Billy Napier didn't think it was leaving Louisiana a week early to take that job.
Right.
So, no, I wouldn't make it. But knowing how Brian Kelly views himself, yeah, I get it. I get it completely.
So then was his decision more about, especially just based upon what you said about Lincoln Riley and Napier?
I think Brian Kelly thought Notre Dame had – I think it was about Brian Kelly thinking Notre Dame had peaked under him, and And again, I don't think he views it as he took it as far as it'll go. I think he thinks that's as far as
Notre Dame can go.
He's taken it as far as it can go.
Yes, I agree with that as well. Yep.
So
can I? This one just struck me as funny, so I'm throwing it up as you're scrolling through super chats. RJG Irving waiting for the launch of Tiger Breakdown.
I am going to start a new LSU site. I am going to work. I'm going to cover both Notre Dame and LSU, and I'm going to continue to make Brian Kelly's life miserable.
Yeah, I want you to do it just to troll BK.
But see, the thing, I want to be serious now for a second.
Okay.
I didn't do this because I dislike Brian Kelly or I just want to be critical. I did this because that's how I honestly felt. Right. It was never personal with Brian Kelly.
Never.
It's a little personal now because I think the way that he's gone about this is kind of crappy. Yeah. Can you bring that super chat from Caleb Collins up? Because we never actually recognized that one. Here, I got it right here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm nowhere near.
Caleb Collins with a super chat. He was scared of Day, Riley, Dabo, and Brown next year. So, what job did who's Brown?
Mac?
Oh, yeah. We're playing North Carolina next year.
Yeah, but Sam Howell's gone. So I'm not as worried about North Carolina.
They win 6-6, just like I wasn't worried about North Carolina this year.
Right.
But the Ryan Day, look.
Ryan Day might not be in Columbus.
That'd
be the first to just
say it again.
Out there. Ryan Day may be in the NFL next year. I'll just leave it at that.
Wouldn't surprise me.
And he might be in Chicago.
Then they better lock up Freeman real fast.
Yes. Yes. That would be one hell of a domino. Could you imagine Oklahoma, USC, LSU, Florida, and Notre Dame and Ohio State all come open in the same
year?
That is insane.
As Jim Harbaugh up in Michigan, just like
Yeah. But hey, you know what? Vince and Sean, can you guys speak on this? Because you guys remember what I told you this summer about what I thought could happen if BK had a really good year this year, looking ahead to next year's schedule? Do you guys remember what I said to you about this?
I don't.
Sean, you're shaking your head in affirmation.
I remember bits and pieces of the conversation.
I told you guys before the season I would not be shocked if BK walks after this year if they
did say that. You did say that because I know we had a conversation about whether or not it would be best for him,
right,
to depart so that the program could go to the next level,
right.
And you did discuss.
I remember getting excited about it and thinking there's no chance in heck that it's going to happen. But it's fun to think about. You know what I mean? Like one of those kind of scenarios.
Yeah.
And 3 hours ago, I probably would have said that.
Well,
So the fact that we're having this conversation right now, my wife is texting me wondering where I'm at, is just crazy to me. I mean, it's absolutely nutty to me. I mean, I might as well just get a sleeping bag and spend the night here at this point.
Yep,
But
pretty much. If she locks the door, man, I live 3 blocks away from you.
You're not
so it's
wrong.
all good.
You're not
I got
wrong.
a couch downstairs. All good. Got some more super chats here. Rob Thidoff, I've said it for years. I wouldn't trust BK or Urban if they told me the time. We will be fine, Irish Nation. They'll be fine as long as they make the right hire.
Yeah.
And let me just say again, I don't think Luke Fickell's the wrong. I don't think Luke Fickell's going to fail. I just think Luke Fickell's just going to keep doing what Notre Dame has done under Brian Kelly. I don't know if he's that next level coach. I love to be wrong. I'll tell you one good thing about Luke Fickell coming, if that's the move. I wouldn't be upset seeing Mike Denbrock again back in Notre Dame. I think you all know Mike Denbrock's one of my favorite people. So that would be the one positive to that. So Savage Science Fitness, let me be the first to start the Driscoll and Vince next head coach and assistant head coach hype train. Yes, you are correct. I will be the head coach at Irish Breakdown for the foreseeable future, and Vince will be my assistant head coach. Sean is my recruiting coordinator and defensive coordinator. So yeah, I am not.
My phone hasn't. I keep checking to see if my phone's not working. Like I don't know why it's not ringing. Come on, but yeah.
I will not be applying for that job. Thank you very much.
I don't think they're opening it up to the public.
I don't think so. No, this isn't Florida International. They don't post it on like job postings like during the middle of the season. You know, you saw that, right? Like they were putting like openings for the head coaching job like in the middle of the season,
really?
and that's part of the reason Butch Davis left.
That's
Like
hilarious.
they posted on one of those like sites that you have to post them on. You know, like job
Wow.
opening, head coach, Florida head football coach, Florida International.
Wow.
Yeah, Tyler V with a super chat. Thank you for that, Tyler. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Chris Federico, if we also get rid of Quinn, it might be a wash.
It won't be a wash. It'd be a double whammy. It'd be like,
Yeah. John Christophic says Brian Kelly was tired of listening to Brian. Well, he should have, you know what? He should have listened to me before because when he finally changed the offense the way that, yep. RJG Irving, LSU players told OC and DC remain on staff. I haven't heard anything about that. I've been doing the show, so I haven't really looked at what's going on.
I hope you're right. That would make me very happy.
Yep. So let's get
I
to
don't
some.
know why Brian Kelly would agree to that without knowing them or talking to them.
Right, because who are their OC and DC? Who's?
I mean, I don't know off the top of my head, but if Sean is right in that conversations have been going on for a little while, then he's obviously done his research and he knows who those guys are and he can make that kind of a declaration. But if this is, and I'm not discounting anything
so the
that Sean
D coordinator
said,
is somebody that Brian Kelly interviewed for the DB job before he hired Mike Mickens. It's Durante Jones. Y'all remember that? We reported that at Irish Breakdown. He was one of the guys along with what was the name of the head coach at Jordan Johnson's old high school? He was another guy they talked to. And then obviously Mike Mickens, but Durante Jones, and then the offensive coordinator is Jake Peets. I don't know anything about Jake Peets as far as Brian Kelly's relationship with him. So yeah, that one I don't know about. Josh Miller with a super chat. Thank you, Josh. Hire Freeman to a 10-year deal. Let him tell recruits he's there for the long haul. Hire Brian Hartline as OC if Tommy goes and start the dynasty. That would be very intriguing.
Hartline would be a steal.
Could you imagine Brian Hartline and Marcus Freeman recruiting on the same staff?
Because Hartline could recruit his tail off.
Yeah, I still would call Phil Longo. That's who. Philip Martin, Joe Brady is head coach and Freeman is D coordinator. No, it's not happening. Look, Joe Brady did not want to coach in college. That's why he was there for a year
and then gone.
He didn't even make it. He didn't even hide the fact that he didn't like recruiting. Didn't even hide the fact.
Right.
So yes, great offensive mind, but you got to recruit players. The thing about LSU is Joe Brady walked into a situation where everybody was already there. He coached it for 1 year and bounced. He's not going to come back to college and he's going to be a head coach in the NFL before he's going to be a head coach in college. And he needs to worry about making sure that Carolina offense is actually rolling first before he starts, getting head coaching jobs. Chief Brody says it's going to be Marcus Freeman guaranteed. I hope you're right. Let's get down to some more because we still have a lot of super chats, and I appreciate everybody. I want to make sure that those voices are being heard. I would like to say I want everyone's voice to be heard, but that is just not.
It's not possible. I mean, we love everybody.
This
in here,
isn't a super chat, but I think there's a lot of people that feel this way. All right, here we go. Brian Madsen, super chat. Notre Dame has a bad history in hiring assistant coach to be head coach. However, I'm on board for us to get Marcus Freeman. Again, y'all, that has to do with the specific coaches Those guys did not fail because they were great coaches, but just they didn't have the necessary experience, because otherwise they'd have been successful elsewhere. They didn't, right? That's not it, right? That's not it. Now again, I'm not guaranteeing that Marcus Freeman's going to be successful, but I don't think there's any more guarantee that Marcus Freeman's going that much more of a guarantee that Marcus Freeman's or Luke Fickell's going to be successful than there is Marcus Freeman, because again, being at Notre Dame is different than being at Cincinnati. It just is. We don't know the answer to that. Sean, have you so Illinois is beating Notre Dame in basketball. Somebody just texted me, good news for Mike Bray. No one will notice that Illinois is destroying Notre Dame tonight. So
no comment there either, but there was a lot of I actually got many texts, and I've seen many things in the chat. It's like he can take Mike Bray with him.
Yeah, because
like, wow.
Aren't they down like 3 starters tonight or something like that?
I don't who
Illinois is. Illinois, yeah.
Yeah, we're down two of the guards are out, and but I will say the preseason Big Ten Player of the Year, Notre Dame physically just didn't have anybody to.
And clearly they don't. He's 11 for 13 right now. Cockburn's 11 for 13 right now.
Yeah.
Alpha Conta, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that very, very, very much. Here's an interesting name. It's not going to happen, but an interesting name nonetheless out there. Kellen Moore.
I saw that a bunch.
Yeah.
I also saw Brady Quinn and Mike Goolsby for offensive coordinator and all kinds of other nonsense.
And defensive coordinator.
What? Like, come on, guys. No, it was even more ridiculous because it said Mike Goolsby for offensive coordinator. Like, dude was a linebacker, man. Like, that's probably not going to happen, and he's never coached. So,
right.
Come on.
Right.
Okay. Oh, boy.
Triple Deck Poe with the super chat. Maybe Freeman is the reason Swarbrick could have felt okay with BK leaving. Exciting time. I love the high ceiling. The recruiting won't be lacking. That's for sure. And I don't think it's just Freeman that made him feel that way. I think it's Freeman in the fact that there are a lot of, I know that Jack Swarbrick likes Jeff Brom. That doesn't mean he likes him more than Luke Fickell or Marcus Freeman, but I've heard in the past that he likes what Jeff Brom is doing. And you picked a good year to be open because Brom's had a pretty darn good year at Purdue this year. 8-4 with that team. But there's Luke Fickell out there. There's Dave Aranda out there. And you have Marcus Freeman. It's not so much just Marcus Freeman. It's just, look, we're going to be fine. We got options, right? If you want to bail, that's cool. We got options, okay? And we're going to be fine. If you don't want to be – at some point in time, you got to get sick of a coach constantly coming with you, hey, I got offered a job by so-and-so. What can you do? How about I honor the contract we signed 10 months ago? How about that?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? You know, hey, buddy, we paid you last year for being a playoff team. You may not be a playoff team this year. We'll give you a contract extension and more money if you win a championship. Okay?
Yeah.
How about that?
100%.
How about that? You've used the whole playoff game, got your butt kicked in the playoff for enough pay raises. It's time to, do something, right? That's the key. There's a lot of that tonight as well. A lot of that tonight, which is a popular sentiment, obviously, for what we talk. Okay. Stone Cold 10 times. Is it Urban Meyer's time?
Is it
Indy is his dream job.
Is it though? Because if it was, he'd have taken it like the last 2 times it was offered to him. Or whatever.
He has said that to people, but I think that's more Urban just kind of being Urban.
If
it was his dream job, he had 2 shots at it.
Yeah,
right?
He'd have taken it.
Twice. He had 2 shots at it.
Right.
He could have taken it at 05, and he could have taken it when Charlie left. He could have left Florida and come to – if it's your dream job,
right?
Exactly.
But
But Urban Meyer's not coming to Notre Dame. That's just
nope.
That's just not happening. Kelly just tweeted, Notre Dame cannot win a national. I guarantee you Brian Kelly did not tweet that. Guarantee you Brian Kelly did not tweet that. And if he did, somebody hacked him.
Right.
Look, here, deal. No matter what I think about Brian Kelly,
he's not that big of an idiot. I'm sorry. No way.
So, Ramont, did the comment from, or was it a tweet that Pete Sampson put out?
He actually, so what happened was I was sent a copy of the tweet or the message. I think it's an email, I think is what it is. Let me pull it up. I think it's an email.
It's a group chat.
Okay.
Is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but it's a private thing between him and the players. It's not something he put out for public consumption.
Right. Somebody screenshotted it and sent it out to people.
So he's meeting with them in person tomorrow?
Tomorrow at 7 a.m.
And he apologized for them finding out the news, through media.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that it was in person.
Yeah, that's his plan.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how I was going to show up at 7 a.m., but I mean,
yeah,
I would I would show up just to hear his explanation. I'd show up.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, let me
How does this impact Kyron and Isaiah?
Oh, I think that's going to depend on who the next coach is. That's the thing from Brian Kelly.
Okay.
You may have on my screen it's very small, so you may have to read it out loud if people haven't seen it.
Okay, it just basically says, I'm going to try to make it a little bit bigger, zoom in. I know there's a way to so basically there's that better Vince.
Yeah.
Brian Kelly said, "Men, let me first apologize for the late night text and more importantly for not being able to share the news with you in person that I will be leaving Notre Dame. I am flying back to South Bend tonight to be able to meet with you in the morning, but the news broke late today and I am sorry you found out through social media or news reports. I will have more to share when we meet tomorrow at 7 a.m. But for now, just know that my love for you is limitless and I am proud of all of you. Of all that you have accomplished. Our program is elite because of your hard work, true, and commitment, and I know that will continue. I will share more in the morning when we meet. Again, my sincere apologies for not being able to be the one to share the news directly with you, Coach Kelly.
You think he wrote that?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I do.
I figured I'd ask.
I do. That sounds like Brian Kelly. And look, Brian Kelly's I'm not a big Brian Kelly fan, but look, he in his weird way, he cares about those kids a lot. I not the way I think he should, but in his heart, he does. I don't want this to turn into just a bash Brian Kelly and just assume the worst of him and everything. You know what I mean? Like, I'd be shocked if he didn't write that. Plus, it's not like his Twitter account where he can just kind of, I don't believe, maybe it is, where he can just hand his password over to somebody and they can just, tweet from his account like Urban Meyer used to do all the time. Maybe he can. I'm not sure.
I guarantee people have access to his account. 100% guarantee.
For this kind of thing? Okay. Again, I don't know enough about it, but I'd be shocked if Brian Kelly didn't write that.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'd be shocked.
No, that's fine.
Playboy swole. Notre Dame is cheap compared to others, and Freeman is relatively cheap, and luckily it will be the perfect hire. Kelly was great, but LSU is a terrible fit for Kelly. Notre Dame is not cheap anymore. I'm sorry. Brian, no. Nope. So let's get down to some more. Paul Olmstead. Sorry, Kelly did not tweet that. My mistake. Yes, you are correct. The Spanky with a super chat. Celebrate good times.
Oh, you gotta sing it.
I was gonna play that earlier, but I thought that'd be super unprofessional.
You're not wrong.
It would be really, for me to do that would be really petty.
Just a little petty.
Real petty.
That's a little bit.
That's just a whole lot petty.
Just a skosh.
Yeah. Here's a comment from Ray. Fickle is a proven winner. Yeah, he is at the job he's at now. No question. Again, I don't dislike Luke Fickle. It's just about whether or not Luke Fickle can take you to that next level. Here's another one. Big Jim. Bob Stoops was never head coach either. And he took over a power program. Bob Stoops took over a blue blood at Oklahoma and won pretty quickly. So good point, Big Jim. Very good point. I dig that. I love when people point out stuff that I didn't mention, right? Like, no,
we've got smart people in this chat.
I love our group.
The vast majority of the people in the chat are smart.
Yeah,
I'll say
this ain't happening. It's PJ Fleck shaking my head. Bye, Freeman.
You know what? No, save the money on all of the oars and paddle boards and crap.
I would quit. I would literally leave to go coach LSU or cover LSU.
Like
if that happened.
No. That's the dumbest
I'm like, honey,
thing ever.
Pack up the crap. We're moving to Baton Rouge. I'm covering LSU. I am not dealing with rowing the boat for the next freaking however many years. Oh, my goodness. Connor Nepper. Remember when Kelly said Freeman is the next head coach? This is the best thing that has happened to Notre Dame. Again, if they make that move, I just, here we go. Irish AJ. Brian, do you think the new head coach will invite you to his lake house? No, I don't think so. And I wouldn't go if he did.
Oh, I'd go.
I wouldn't. I just feel like there's a professional. There needs to be a professional relationship there, but not one.
Gym teacher.
That's true. Vince, could you please not admit that during the show? Thank you very much, since you are my co-host. So, hey, Vince had to go home tonight and be with his wife.
Yeah, it's off the rails for me.
Yeah, it is. This is past Vince's bedtime. Me and Sean are always texting like 1 o'clock in the morning. Vince has been asleep for hours by that point in time. Jim back with a super chat. Thank you on that, man. Caleb Collins says Tom Loy said recruits are 100% on board with Freeman. That's good to know. That's good to know. And I think that has to that matters.
It 100% matters.
Yeah.
100%. And you know what? I mean, if Jack Swarbrick does this thing right, okay, and I believe he will. I will just put that out there. look, you're going to talk to the leadership on this team from a player standpoint, and you're going to ask their opinion, and you're going to do this thing right. I don't want it to be a knee-jerk decision, even if it's to go with Marcus Freeman, okay? Go through the channels, go through the steps. Now, if you're getting the feedback that you want for the guy that you want to hire, then you go ahead and you do it. And tomorrow is not too early, okay? So, but I would anticipate that he is going to go through some proper channels and talk to some people that are already within the team and within the program, and talk to some assistant coaches and, all of that. Because, look, we know that Jack Swarbrick was instrumental in bringing Marcus Freeman to Notre Dame, okay? So if that's the case, and we know that it is the case, you're going to have a conversation with him, and you're going to have a conversation with people that have worked with him over the past year, and that includes the players. So
if you're smart, you do, and I think Jack Swarbrick's a very smart guy.
think Jack Swarbrick is an incredibly intelligent human being. So that's why he has respect across the country, and that's why he's included in all of the discussions with college football playoffs and all of that stuff. Right. It's not just because he's connected to Notre Dame. It's because he's a smart dude, and he does not only what's best for Notre Dame.
He's a power broker.
For other people.
Simple
he's
as
a
that.
Power broker.
He's a power broker in college sports.
Absolutely correct. Yeah. Yep. Completely agree.
Ryan Gavin with a super chat. When Notre Dame wins the national championship this year, will Freeman get a statue? Heck yeah, he's the head coach of the team that won a championship. If that happens.
Yep. You could build a
legacy.
So
here's the question. Let's say they name Mike Elston the interim coach and they win a title. Does he get the statue with or without the stash?
Ooh, I think that's a discussion that has to be had with Mike Elston.
I think that's a discussion that has to be had with Beth Elston.
Well, is he carrying a sack of cookies with him? I think that's,
that has to happen.
Right.
I mean, that's not meant to be an insult. We love that about Mike Elston.
I love that. That's one of the coolest traditions that he brought to the defensive line.
If you're not familiar with that, they call them sack lunches, and Coach Elston's wife and daughters make cookies for the defensive linemen that get. Is it just the guys that make sacks, right? It's just the guys that make sacks, right? I don't know if it's the guys. So this year they're eating a lot of cookies because they've already by 6 set the Brian Kelly record for sacks in a season. God bless America. There you go. I love that one. With the super chat, here's the scene. The players need a leader now. Reese calls the Mercy team meeting tonight. I'm stepping up. Let's go win a national championship. Boom.
Well, he can't
think he really has the authority to do that
himself as the head coach. I mean, it's not a Lord of the Flies situation.
Right.
I mean, there is a bit of hierarchy that has to take place.
Here's a good one. Chris Federico. Matt Campbell is a younger Lloyd Carr.
Well,
meaning
Lloyd Carr, so
4-win Lloyd or 4-loss Lloyd. Wasn't that his nickname for a long time? Like there good coach, but not a great coach.
Yeah. Okay.
When he does finally win a title, it's a half a title.
Yeah. Yeah.
So here we get down to some more. David Carpenter, this must be what it felt like to be a Cincinnati fan facing a bowl game when Kelly left them for the Irish. It's not like Kelly didn't do this before. And and I wanted to get to that one first because there was another question or another one from Wendell. He said the same thing, so I wanted to bring this up first and then go back to Wendell's. BK left Cincinnati the same way. And here's what I'll say about that. We have addressed that on this show.
Many times.
And Vince has talked about the fact that, and I've kind of let him deal with it, we didn't like how Kelly did that.
Nope.
At all.
Not at all.
And it worked out for Notre Dame because that's the coach that I wanted at the time, and it worked out. Brian Kelly's done a lot of great things at Notre Dame. But, yeah, I mean, there's a right and a wrong way to do things, and he did it the wrong way. John Bon Jovi, I'm hearing Narduzzi. Thoughts? My thoughts are that whoever you're hearing that from is doesn't know what they're talking about and has no connections at Notre Dame.
Right.
If they hired Pat Narduzzi, oh, my goodness. Mary Kay Queen. Do you remember what happened the last time Pat Narduzzi was matched up against Notre Dame? 45-3. Okay. All right. Mary Kay Queen. If Freeman stays, who is his OC? Yeah, we were asked that. Thank you for the super chat, Mary Kay. We were asked that earlier, and I don't know who it would be. I don't know if Marcus Freeman has a coach. Because what happens a lot of times is through your different interviews and teams you've played and you go to clinics and you do all these different things, you build relationships. And there's always kind of coaches you have. What coaches do is when they have aspirations as head coaches, they have a list, right? Assistant coaches do this too. If I get hired as a head coach, this is a guy I'd like to have on staff. And usually it's like, this guy kicked our butts when we went against him, or I've studied film with this guy, or this guy's coached against some teams that we've broken film down on, man, and I love his offense. I've never faced him. I love his offense on film. Boy, he's the guy that I'd like to, hey, this guy kicks my butt on the recruiting trail all the time. If I had to get a head coaching job, I'm bringing him in and let him kicking everybody else's butt on the recruiting trail. So assistant coaches that want to be head coaches do this stuff all the time, where they will come up with their lists of people they'd like to hire. So I'm sure Marcus Freeman has that. And look, Marcus Freeman wants to be head coach. He's wanted to be a head coach for a few years now. I guarantee he has a list. Now, could Tommy Rees's name been added to that? I don't know. I don't know what their relationship is like. But I personally would go to Tommy first but here's the thing, if Marcus Freeman gets the job and doesn't approach Tommy Rees, that's going to tell us something. But I would think he'd have based on what I would do, I would think he'd have a conversation with him. But again, I don't know what their relationship is like, to be honest with you. I mean, and I don't mean that like I'm questioning their relationship. I literally don't know what their relationship is like. I haven't been told anything about that, other than that there was a respect in camp about, that. But other than that, I like respecting him as a coach is different than having a great relationship with him and wanting to keep him, right? Dr. Petro, LSU wide receivers entering the transfer portal. It's no different than Notre Dame. Guarantee they won't have more receivers hitting the transfer portal this offseason than Notre Dame had last year in the transfer portal. Bronx ND fan, well, at least we know we're getting the new O-line and receivers coach.
I mean, look, nothing's a guarantee. So that's all I'll say. Nothing's a guarantee. We can hope, you can pray, but nothing is a guarantee.
Brian Barry with this I got to like because he's got my first name and my dude. Even my dad's getting in on this. My dad just texted me, if he can't get over the hump at Notre Dame, how in the heck does anyone think he will do better at LSU?
You know what though? You know what I say to that? Not my problem anymore.
Truth. Brian Barry says Brian Kelly, a true Irish goodbye. Dave Claroni, hopefully Brian Kelly hires Brian Van Gorder as his DC at LSU. That would be phenomenal.
Broyles Award winner, baby. Bring him
John
in.
A1 with a super chat. Happy Monday. Time for Marcus Freeman traits. Yes, I agree with you on that. Joseph White says he's just trying to get Vince fired up. Brian Van Gorder for head coach. He will bring the fire we need.
I think that would get you more fired up than it would me if that actually went down.
Just walk away. It's never going to happen.
No.
God bless America for another super chat. Thank you for that. Look for the NFL. Look at the star NFL coaches, McVay, LaFleur. Invest in a high-flowing offense. Go with the program guy. Go with Rees. No. Rees talking about making Rees as the head coach? No. He's not ready.
No.
Look, those guys were in their 30s when they got hired. They had been around longer than Tom Rees, and they'd been, no. No. Tommy Guns. I love the fans of other fan bases coming in here thinking we are heartbroken over this.
Some people are, and that's fine.
Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, some people are, but there's a lot of people that have been very pro Brian Kelly that have turned quickly. Daniel Arthur, thoughts of Clark Lee returning for head coach? Nope. I want no part of this now. I want no part of this year ago. I like Clark Lee a lot. He's a good dude, really good dude, really smart football coach, really good defensive coordinator. He's not a dynamic guy. Right. Look at the difference in recruiting in one season of Marcus Freeman. He's going to sign more top 100 recruits on defense than Clark Lee signed in 3.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
yep.
And you think if he didn't recruit for his own defense, you think he's going to recruit as the head coach?
Yeah. Nope.
No. And again, I like Clark Lee a lot. I'm not anti-Clark Lee at all. I'm anti-Clark Lee as the next head coach in Notre Dame.
Hey guys, I have some interesting. Like I've been receiving messages in the last 10 minutes, and I've also been checking out social media. So I got a text. And you would know who this is, but I got a text.
I already know who you're about to text because I got the same text.
I got a text basically letting me know how he's a bank robber. They referred to Brian Kelly as a bank robber.
Oh, I didn't get that text. Wow.
And basically that the players are pretty ticked off.
I would be too. Because it's everything it's against everything he says it's about. It's about commitment and loyalty and respect and all that kind of stuff.
Use that fire.
Yes.
The players are pretty ticked off, and someone else hit me up and said that the 4 players that record the Inside the Garage podcast are recording as we speak. And
they actually tweeted that out.
Interesting.
And they
tweeted that out.
Yeah.
I have not listened to any of those. I may tune in.
You will now. You will now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tyler Reese, who also just recently signed up for our message board. Thank you for that, Tyler. I feel like I'm the only Notre Dame fan who feels that like this is the beginning of a slump.
Yep.
Almost like all our progress is going to dramatically stall. I don't agree with that.
I disagree.
Could it happen if they don't make the right hire? Yes. But I would argue that Brian Kelly has been holding them back from the next step more than he is. Again, but see, Tyler, this is because, and love you, man, and I love that you're part of our show, but in our conversations in the chats a lot of these times, it's because you've bought the narrative that came from Brian Kelly about what Notre Dame can and can't do. Like I was on the radio tonight and we were talking with Sean Stiers, and he was shocked that I picked Notre Dame to go 12-0 and 11-1 because he had made a comment about, based on how well they did. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, because, the Vegas odds were 8.5. And I'm like, that's not what I expected because I looked at the talent. I know college football, and I know, like, I was texting with somebody tonight who was talking about, again, buying the Notre Dame narrative about how young they are. And this is my response, right? I said, Notre Dame starting lineup this season for much of the first half of the season included 1 sixth-year senior, 5 fifth-year seniors, 6 seniors, 7 juniors, 2 sophomores, one of which is Michael Mayer, and a freshman. That's not a young team. You have 3 senior freshmen or sophomores in your starting lineup. 3. You have 12 seniors to 6-year seniors and 7 juniors. That's not a young team, but that's the narrative that people are still spinning because nobody has enough thought to actually challenge when Brian Kelly says that. So, yeah. Well, then when I thought, well, maybe it's not young, maybe it's but he didn't say inexperienced. He said young. They're not young. They have 3 times as many career starts coming back at Notre Dame this year than Michigan had. And Michigan's offensive line has been physical all year.
Yeah.
So, I just think that that's the narrative that has been spun. It's been all from Brian Kelly and those around him trying to convince everybody that if they fall short, it's because, see, here's what it is. If they fall short, then you've already got the built-in excuses ready. We were young. If you do what you're supposed to do, then it's, look how great of a job I did.
Yep.
It's not that hard to see through if you're willing to look at it with a critical eye. And I think too many people just assume the best in Brian Kelly. I don't, because I have experience at why not I shouldn't. And, yeah. Will Claw, can't wait to be winning a national championship with Marcus Freeman while Brian Kelly gets bought out at LSU. Oh, my goodness. Sean Davis with a super chat. Thank you, Sean. I'm hearing Lou Holtz a la Bob Stopes at OU will be the interim coach for Notre Dame. Next week, chaos will occur, and Holtz will win his second title coaching 2 playoff games. Hashtag no statue for BK.
That is.
I love it.
That might be the one for the night for me. Like, that's pretty darn solid right there.
That is phenomenal. I absolutely love it.
Yep.
Lorenzo Dawkins, I have a feeling this is an LSU fan.
Sorry. No take backs.
Sorry, buddy. Ain't happening.
No.
That's priceless.
Nope.
That's funny.
Oh,
That's
goodness
great.
gracious.
That's fantastic.
I love it. Paul Loam said, Brian, no offense, but Kelly will never miss you, and you will not be getting on his Christmas card list anytime soon. I am heartbroken by that.
I don't
Hey,
think.
Brian, can I buy your plane ticket down to the press conference? You should have the first.
Oh,
That would be perfect.
I'll be rocking IB gear. I'll have my IB blanket wrapped around me while I'm sitting there. Who has a question? This guy. I got questions. I would never do that.
Oh,
I would never do that.
I'd be all
have
in.
some fun.
I'd be all in if you did.
Yeah, Bill S. Campbell to super chat. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. Oh goodness, we got some insane LSU fans in here tonight. Chief Brody with the super chat. It's a pre-retirement move for me. Take the big check and be retired at 63 after losing at LSU. This is the best thing for him, Indy, in my opinion. I don't think Brian Kelly thinks he's going to lose at LSU. I don't think Brian Kelly's doing this.
Why would he take the job if he thought he was going to lose? No,
if Brian Kelly wanted to just coast and make a lot of money, he'd stay at Notre Dame for 3 extra years and make the same amount of money and retire a legend. I think Brian Kelly believes he's going to win at LSU. I truly believe that. There's not an ounce of me that thinks that Brian Kelly doesn't think he's going to be at LSU, that he's going to win at LSU. It's just I don't think he's going to win at LSU. So,
all right, while you're looking for the next one, there's a great one right here from a Golden Domer. He says, I fought for BK back in 2016 that he deserved a shot to build from his mistakes. I'm glad I was right on what he did for the program, but I regret defending his character. Have fun in the SEC.
no, I think that's a fair take.
I think that's an absolutely fair
Look,
take. That's
anyone that's going to say that Brian Kelly had no role in what happened the last 5 years, it's just not being honest. He had a big role. Was he the only person responsible for that? Absolutely not. You know, he did some really, really good things in Notre Dame.
Yes.
But again, as with anything, Brian Kelly can't get out of his own way. He can't stop shooting himself in the foot. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nick Baker says with a super chat, thank you. Maybe now the new coach can bring Harry back for O-line. I don't think Harry wants to coach anymore. But
that's fair.
If he was willing to come back in some role, I'd bring him back. Here we got a big one from UIW Swimmer with a big super chat. Thank you very much for that. I'm happy for Notre Dame. I never would admit it until today, but I'm excited that BK is gone. But I felt like we were a head coach and a few offensive coaches away from winning.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
I would say a couple, not a few.
Okay, well, it's semantics, but you're right.
No, I mean, it's not because a few means like three or more. A couple means two. Right?
Yeah, okay. All right.
So I think you can win a championship with Brian Kelly. I mean, excuse me, I thought you could win a championship with Brian Kelly. No, I said that.
I know you did. No. I was looking at the super.
Yeah. I don't think Jeff Quinn and Dell Alexander are the ones I have a problem with. I think you can win a championship with Reese McNulty and Ryan Saylor. I do. Tom Petroni with a super chat. And by the way, thank you very, very, very much for that.
That's awesome.
Thank you very much for that. Tom Petroni, BK and Holtz both have said they needed every minute of their experience before coaching at Notre Dame. Notre Dame is not the place to learn how to be a head coach on the job. That could be true, but that's their experience.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
That's their experience.
They don't have the same
for
experiences
everybody.
as Marcus Freeman. And that's all.
Right.
I mean, I heard plenty of interviews and press conferences and all of those different things for both of those guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
None of them are Marcus Freeman. I'm sorry. Marcus Freeman gets it. Whatever it is, he gets it. And I don't feel like some of the extra things that are asked of a head coach at Notre Dame and, some of those extras, Marcus Freeman understands how to handle his life. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He will have his priorities straight. He's not going, I don't believe, this is my opinion. I don't believe he's going to get sucked in and like his family is going to, suffer. And I feel like he has his priorities straight. And again, he's an old 35. Okay. He's got a wife and 6 kids, and that's his priority. And he's mentioned that on numerous occasions, and he understands what Notre Dame is, and he understands the pitch to get kids to Notre Dame. And I think it's just a different scenario.
Simple as this for me. One guy wanted to be at LSU. One guy wanted to be at Notre Dame. Get the guy that wanted to be at Notre Dame as your next head coach.
Yep.
Okay, we're done.
Right? I mean, I'm glad you have pants on, man. If you'd have tried to do that whole thing.
I am at my place of business. So, yes, I am wearing full clothing.
Okay. J. Beth Martin, if it's Freeman or is Mickens or Elston the DC, I think for me, I would probably promote Elston to the D coordinator job, but then make Mickens the pass game coordinator, and then let Freeman let Elston be the play caller on defense, because Freeman's still going to have his hand on it, right? He's still going to have his hand on the defense. It's still going to be his philosophy. He's going to be in film like Brian Kelly was on offense, right? Yeah. And I think that from what I'm told, again, this is just what my sources tell me, that Freeman and Elston are like, I should probably do this. Or have really bonded instead of this isn't a good thing, but have really bonded and really connect well. And they have a lot in common.
I just realized I probably got to get going because I think they locked the building at 11.
Okay.
And they
he may literally be sleeping the night, staying the night.
They have no idea I'm here.
Okay.
Because I'm up on the 3rd floor.
Okay.
So with that said, great podcast.
We may have another third person joining us here soon. So.
Well, and if you're still on when I get home, maybe I'll jump on. So it'll just be, I'll be trading in the cinder blocks for the green.
Well, we're going to have to have the, get through all these super chats. So
I know, right?
Hopefully you don't have, and if you have to stay there, we may see you in 5 minutes. So
yeah, I know, right? Hopefully I don't set off the alarm. I do
travels.
have an alarm code, but I don't know if it works when I'm setting stuff off with the motion detectors. So anyway, love you guys. I will see you guys later. Bye.
Get home safe, man.
Thanks, Sean. Good to see you, buddy.
Yep.
Sean, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, for me, what you're saying is perfect. I just think Mike Elston is has been so integral And what Brian Kelly was able to do, especially with the defensive line and his lineage of developing guys, just getting guys in that weren't 5-star guys, but having the wherewithal to develop them and get them to the next level, and having kids be able to see that, from a recruiting standpoint, and being one of the best recruiters on the staff. I mean, and him being there and knowing the lay of the land, he would be the first one I will offer the defensive coordinator job to, and then, like you said, but I think even if he didn't technically make Mickens the passing game coordinator, I think, because I think I mentioned it to you. Oh, it was just interesting watching at the end of the game, watching Marcus Freeman and Mickens like sharing and conversing with one another and laughing. And that was the first time I had seen Marcus Freeman laugh in a long time. He's been very stoic on the sidelines. And just to have that moment to kind of like exhale, knowing that his team and his defense had done what they had just done in the second half of the season and sharing that with his friend, I was like, yo, they have a great relationship. So whatever label you want to put on it, I think he would be able to make Mickens very comfortable with his responsibilities. And whatever they want to call it and label they want to put on it, that's fine. But Elston will become the defensive coordinator.
If, again, assuming that Marcus Freeman's the guy, which I don't, again, I'm getting, I don't know, Sean, I don't know if you're getting anything from people tonight, but I've gotten, I know one source that we both talked to said that he's hearing it's going to be Luke Fickell. I've had other people tell me it's, there's a lot of people pushing for Freeman. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, if he talks to the players, I think it will be overwhelmingly in the favor of Marcus Freeman. If he talks to the players.
Yep.
And maybe Fickell is a way they feel like they can keep Marcus Freeman and get a new head coach.
I think back to the question here too, though, for a second, is I think one thing is it would be smart for Freeman to do that because it helps keep Mike Elston. And I think that would be, having a guy like Mike Elston would be really, really important for a first-year head coach. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I think Mike Elston could help. Like, people worried about him being a first-year head coach. Yeah. Nobody knows Notre Dame better than Mike Elston.
I agree. With that.
That would also help with that transition process. Bill S. Campbell with a super chat. Thanks for covering this story fully. I've supported Kelly, but the way he did this sucks. That said, I'm excited for the future of Freeman as the guy. I think the way that Brian Kelly left says a lot about Brian Kelly and his character. But what it does not do, it does not diminish, in my opinion, what Brian Kelly has done at Notre Dame. And Brian Kelly, look, I'm very hard on Brian Kelly, and I've explained the reasons why. But I'm also someone willing to admit that, look, Brian Kelly's also done a lot of good things at Notre Dame. A lot of good things at Notre Dame.
Yes.
And to this point where we're, I think there's a lot of coaches that would like this job. I mean, I'm wondering if Lincoln Riley's like, damn, I wonder if I shouldn't have waited for another day.
Right.
I mean, I don't think Notre Dame would have ever done the things that USC did. Like, he can use the private jet anytime he wants, and they're buying his house in Norman. They're buying him a new house. I don't think Notre Dame would have done those things, but I mean, I think it's a better job than USC. But I may be a tad biased there. A rogue clone with a super chat. Thank you, Freeman and Reese for a championship. Guys with beards get it done. There's no question on that comment. You can't tell right now because it's kind of all fades together there. He's in kind of a dark room. But Sean, I believe you are also a bearded fellow, correct?
I have a decent beard. It's not as developed as yours.
Well, there's always something to aspire to.
I love having a clean face. My wife prefers the beard. So
okay. See, I prefer a clean face too for a long time. My wife fought me on it. I finally gave in, and now I like it. Like I started with a goatee. Didn't like that. It's too hard. It's too hard to maintain. You got you make one little mess up. You're like, oh crap. Okay. Got to shave it all off and start over again, grow it out. So yeah. Riza, how do you think Kelly resonates in an LSU locker room with players? He seems hollow and can so often, which seems very different from other SEC coaches. Sean, you want to touch that one?
How does he resonate in the LSU
Yeah.
locker room? Well, honestly, the kids know they're getting a coach that has won and been to the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
That's number one.
He's going to have some credibility.
So he's going to have some credibility, and the kids will give him an opportunity to show them who he is. Now, if he continues the trend that we know of him at Notre Dame, yeah. And, the South is different,
Mm-hmm.
and players in the South are different. So how he constructs his staff will be very important, because the thing we heard at Notre Dame before he changed was he distanced himself from his players. So I'm very interested in how he constructs the staff and how he operates. Does he continue in the same vein that he has been the last couple of years, or will he go back to the Brian Kelly that was very distant from his players and more of a CEO of the program? Ultimately, it'll come down to whether or not, and he fits LSU like a glove, because LSU, when they get a quarterback, they win.
Mm-hmm.
And when they don't have a quarterback,
you got to develop a quarterback, and that's been his problem. I think for me,
Ryan Day developed Joe Burrow, so
true. I think Joe Brady helped. Joe Brady was kind of like Charlie Weiss, right?
Yeah.
Like Joe Burrow got developed, and then Joe Brady came in with the scheme,
right,
to make it all work.
Yep, and it fit him
in
perfect.
my opinion. Yep. So here's this. Franny Lydon, hearing lots of smoke around the pit coach, seems out of left field, but I guess he has the boys on the move this year. Look, Pat Narduzzi is not a candidate at Notre Dame. I don't know where this is coming from. Look, what y'all have to understand about this time of the year is people just put stuff out because it's going to get clicks, and they can just say, hey, I'm hearing from sources, and no one can prove them wrong.
Right.
And so, well, that's my sources said they were clearly wrong. So, yeah, I don't, yeah. UIW Swimmer says, why does that hat look so much better on Davis? Because he's a better looking dude, and you can't really see him, so the hat pops, right? So, but he's a better looking guy than I am. I don't know, so I'm nothing I can do about that. Okay,
you have you rock the fitted, right? Or is that?
Yeah, well, see, this is an original one. This is one I had made specially for me, so nobody else has this hat.
That's why IB Nation, he gets the customized stuff. It holds out on everybody else.
Well, I mean, it's my company. I mean, I should at least get something cool for it, right? I mean,
at some point, you should make it for sale or release it to the public.
The reason, so it took them 10 tries to get this hat correct, and 10? It's still not completely correct. If you saw it in person, it doesn't look as good in person as it does here.
Okay.
And but the guy was a really nice guy. It was a local guy. I wanted to go with a local guy, but it took like 3 weeks to get this done and picked up. And then they kept messing up. And I was like, I can't build a store around this. Like, they made a hoodie and it took like 3 weeks to make, and it was embroidered and it said Irish Breakdown, but Irish was written bigger. And then if you look at the breakdown was written smaller. So it was like a big Irish and then a little rakedown, So it wasn't great. It wasn't great. Okay, let me get back to some more super chats here so we can get through these, because otherwise we are going to be here all night long. All right, Eric Crawford with super chat. You guys are the best. Thank you, Eric. What is the time frame Notre Dame has to work with to name a replacement? I don't think there necessarily has to be a timeline. Sean, I think for me, it's more about make the right hire. If it takes longer and you lose a couple recruits, but you make the right hire, I can live with that. If it takes 24 hours or 2 hours and you make the right hire, I don't care. It's make the right hire. So I imagine Notre Dame is going to want to try to do something quickly, especially if Notre Dame is still going to continue to make their argument for the college football playoff. They're going to want to have somebody lined up, or at least hey, look, Brian Kelly's gone. Mark Elson's the interim. We're still ready to rock and roll, right? Kerry Cooks is going to step in as something, or somebody over here is going to step in as a assistant coach, and Mike Elson's going to be the interim head coach, and whatever. Whatever the case may be. But this I don't know. I don't know of a timeline. I think they want to move quickly, but I think Jack Swarbrick's also smart enough to know that you take however long you need to take to make the right hire.
And if Jack Swarbrick is Jack Swarbrick might have known this was coming. I mean, look, it's his job to have his ear to the ground. It's his job to be observant. And if there are people in the building that caught a vibe, man.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if there were people like if what you're saying about Malik is true, and I believe it to be true. I mean Malik's not going to make it up. I got to think Jack got wind of it, right? I mean, I got to think that he did. Joshua Lopez says, stunned and disappointed, but grateful for BK bringing Notre Dame back to respectability. Bank should be open to get whoever you think you need to take us to the next level and fast before recruits get flipped. Other than the last part, I think Josh is spot on.
Yeah.
And just because we kind of commented on that, I'd like for it to be quicker for this reason, but I don't think it has to be. If recruits flip because of it, then they flip, but you got to make the right hire. But I think the first part is great. I think there's a lot of people that are stunned and disappointed about him leaving and the way he left. But I think we can also all sit back, and we should all be able to sit back and say, hey, Coach Kelly, thank you.
Right.
Because you did a lot to get this program back to where it is, to where this is an attractive job again. And no one can take that away from him. Not me, not anybody. And nor would I try. So it's all interesting, Sean. This has been a wild day, an absolutely wild day. Because
what was your initial reaction? Like
when I found out he took the job?
No, when you first heard the rumor this afternoon.
I said he's just using this to get more money from Notre Dame. That's what I thought. It's just BK doing what BK does, and he's going to use this moment and to say, hey, what can I do to get more money for myself and my assistants in the program. That's what I thought it was. And when I first saw the Pete Thamel thing about him taking a job, I was like, no, that's not accurate, because somebody put a fake Pete Thamel thing out the other day and it looked like the real one. Remember that, Sean, the Matt Campbell to USC thing?
Right.
So then I went and looked at Pete Thamel's Twitter account. I was like, oh crap, he's actually reporting this and it's real. And so then I started working on putting my story out. But I'd say I have mixed emotions on it, to be honest with you, because again, I think this hurts Notre Dame's chances to make the college football playoff. And I think this team has a chance to make a title run. I really do. And I don't know if they get in now without a head coach. I don't know the answer to that. And I have my doubts. And so,
but if things fall the way they need to fall, like there's no way they're keeping them out. Like if Bama wins, if Oklahoma State loses, and if Michigan loses, they're going to be, regardless of who the head coach is, they're going to be in the college football playoff.
I would hope so, but I just don't know because it's so unprecedented. And this is what we talked about, I think, before you joined, Sean. It's just, I don't know. I mean, what you're saying is rational, but I just don't know. It's because they've said in the past, hey, if a player's hurt, a player's injured, that we take that into account. No matter what your resume is, but your resume was built with this guy quarterback, and he's not your quarterback anymore.
Right.
And that's my concern. Is how will they look at it? I don't know the answer. Jim says Jeff Brom is putting guys in the top half of the draft, considering he was left with nothing at Purdue. That's something. Hey, you don't have to convince me about Jeff Brom. And I'll tell you something right now. If Marcus Freeman did not come to Notre Dame, that would be the only name you'd hear out of my mouth as the guy I wanted is Jeff Brom. Yeah. That would be it. Marcus Freeman's changed the game, in my opinion. And having gotten to know him as someone covering him, I don't really know him personally, but as someone who's like covered him and has talked to people that are around him and tried to do my job of finding out, okay, what is the hype real? Is this guy legit? What's it like? I'm a believer. And look, I've always been one of those people that it's got to be a real special, unique case for me to have Notre Dame hire a guy that hasn't been head coach. I'm sympathetic to those people. I think the problem that people like that have is that you have to at least be open-minded enough to say, I'm not going to turn down a potential this because he's lacking that one arbitrary thing that has proven to not matter as much at other places.
Right.
And am I really going to turn down Marcus Freeman simply because Bob Davie and Charlie Weiss failed? Is that really, I don't think I think that'd be just as foolish as, hiring a guy just because he has experience and not a proven track record or whatever the case may be. You have to make the right hire. And yes, if all things are equal If they view Marcus Freeman as an equal to Luke Fickell, and I don't think they are, Luke Fickell has more experience. Okay, sure. It can be a tiebreaker, but it can't be a deal breaker, if that makes sense. Garrett Knutson, thank you for the big super chat, Garrett. And I love the fact it looks like he's got like a smoker in his as an avatar, Sean. I just got hungry all of a sudden. He says Marcus Freeman equals bad MFer.
Yeah, is that the egg smoker?
That's what it kind of looks like. It's kind of it's a little small, but I just got hungry all of a sudden.
Nice brisket in there.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I think we're getting down here. Shane Longoria, thank you for the super chat, Shane. Appreciate that very, very, very much. Demetrius Rex, Jeff Quinn, head coach, Kane Madden, line coach. Demetrius just trying to start stuff tonight. That's what he's coming in here doing. That's my man, but you're just trying to start stuff tonight.
Yeah.
He's an Irish Breakdown premium member on the message board, so I appreciate you, Demetrius. But yeah, you're trying to start some stuff tonight. Ronnie Vasquez with a super chat. Thank you, Ronnie. Lifelong Notre Dame fans in California help ease my family's frustration on this situation. What's the percentage on promoting Freeman? I honestly don't. I honestly don't know. I don't. I've gotten so many different like Sean and I are both getting like text after text and all these different things. I've heard two different things. I honestly don't know, and I don't want to give you a percentage, Ronnie, because I value being accurate and correct when I can be. And I don't mind telling you my opinion. I think Marcus Freeman's getting serious consideration, but to put a percentage, I'd have to have more legitimate, intel to really be able to tell you that.
The worst thing that could happen is Marcus Freeman leaves after 1 year. I don't know. However that goes down, the worst thing to happen would be for Marcus Freeman to leave after 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
After the inroads he's made in recruiting.
Yeah. Big Dustin with a super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Big Dustin. Urban Meyer. And he left out the ... isn't coming to Notre Dame.
Yeah. All
right. Lucas Chapman with another super chat. Thank you. Makes sense when Kelly named Pauline his most valued assistant coach. Yep. We are not Marshall, said Brian Kelly got generational money. And that's kind of what we talked about earlier is, I think I talked about this on the radio show earlier today. You start getting that kind of money and, you're talking about being able to sit your kids down, and he's got 3 kids, 2 sons and a daughter. And you're saying, hey, I can really do some things now for you and your kids' future. And, when he eventually has grandkids, I don't think he's a grandfather yet, but when he becomes one, that's a big jump in money.
Yeah.
$7 million a year for the next 3 years at Notre Dame or $100 million for the next 7 years at LSU, and I've seen some tweets saying it's over 100 million for 10 years. Brian Kelly's not going to be coaching for 10 years. Caleb Collins with a super chat. Walker Howard, he's going to bring us a championship. Are you talking about LSU now? Because Walker Howard's not coming to Notre Dame. Paul Olmstead with a super chat. Thank you for another one, Paul. Can we let the Urban Meyer thing go? He will not coach in Notre Dame ever. No way, no how. Agree. My wife is clearly politicking for me to get a pay raise, but that's not happening. So I appreciate it. Let's see here. All right. James Amadai, will Steve Angeli and others decommit because of this? It's too early for me to talk about that. I honestly don't know, James. I haven't talked to any of the recruits about this. I wouldn't even want to begin. Wanted to begin speculating on that. I think that'd be very unfair to those players and those recruits because I don't know where they're coming from. So, yeah.
I think most recruits will wait.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I think at this point, because what you pointed out, he's not the best recruiter on the staff. So their relationships are probably with other coaches that are still there.
Right.
So most of the recruits will probably wait and see.
Look, if Marcus Freeman stays as the head coach, you're not losing any defensive recruits.
No.
Because none of them came from Brian Kelly. And that's not an insult on Brian Kelly. That's how Brian Kelly wants his staff to recruit. You're not bringing them here for me, right? He's been about that for a decade. And I love that approach. We've praised Kelly for that all the time. And if he does end up keeping Tommy Rees, then he'll keep all the offensive commits. If he doesn't keep Tommy Rees, then he's going to have to make a good hire that's going to help him convince those guys to stay. I think I'm more concerned about the offensive side should Marcus Freeman get the head coaching job because we don't know what's going to happen with the offensive coordinator job.
Right.
So it just, again, a lot of this has have to play out, James. And that's the thing is, I mean, we need to see. My wife is actually working on the shirt. She should be doing it. Maybe if she's watching right now, and just a reminder, we got to finish up the Let It Play Out shirt design. But just let it play out. I mean, that's the thing was we got to see who's hired first. Because if Luke Fickell comes and Marcus Freeman leaves, because I don't think it's a given that if Luke Fickell comes, Marcus Freeman's staying. I think a lot of people think that. I don't think that's the case.
Right.
May happen, but it's not a guarantee. If that happens, if they hire, here's the problem. If they hire from the outside, I have a strong feeling you're going to lose almost the entire staff, and that would be bad. That would be bad because this class will fall apart. And the 2023 class will fall apart. Yeah. Yep. So I'm not loving that, to be honest with you. I'm not loving that idea. Just Your Ordinary Joe, my man Joe, to commemorate his abandoning academic excellence, BK should use Davin Godshall's 2004 presser announcement, and for the next 3 or 4 years, I'll be attending the University of LSU. Joe is salty, and I kind of love it. I kind of love it. All righty, let's see down here. Yeah, a lot of people upset with Mike Bray right now. Bronx ND fan prediction: Freeman becomes head coach. Hamilton and Williams stay to bring Natty home. Can't hurt to dream on a night like tonight. Bourbon kicking in. Stay for the playoff this year? Yes. Stay for next season? It's not happening. They could name Kyle Hamilton's dad the next head coach, and Kyle Hamilton's going pro next year, okay? Or after this year. So, as he should. Kai S., I want Freeman to either hire Chris Watts or the O-line coach from Oklahoma as the new O-line coach. So the O-line coach from Oklahoma is already leaving for a USC. And if he's following Lincoln Riley to USC, that tells me he's tied to Lincoln Riley. He wants to coach for Lincoln Riley. Yeah, that's not happening. There's a lot of good offensive line coaches out there. That won't be a problem. You just got to make the right hire. There's a lot of guys out there like that, though. All right, let's get down here to some more. Demetrius Rex, see, already did that one. Okay, I just got booted up to the top. That's kind of weird. Let's see here. Trying to get some more super chats here. Yeah, I've never been booted up, Sean.
Some of these tweets from Notre Dame players.
What are you saying?
Whew. Braden Lindsay tweeted out, "Chase the bag. Business first. I get it. Best of luck."
I saw that one.
Isaiah Foskey tweeted out, "Notre Dame is still Notre Dame."
I love it. Okay.
Like that one.
Mm-hmm.
Cal Hamilton, I guess, tweeted out something that made it seem like that he might be transferring to LSU, and he immediately corrected folks and said, "I won't be anywhere next year."
Yeah, in college. He's going to be in the NFL next year.
Yes. I want to be a fly on the wall for this meeting tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Shane Gear, super chat. Can we finally get rid of the word traits now? Yes, please. Yes, please. Thank you. Ian Nobble, super chat. Just saw, because we're about an hour behind on the super chats compared to where we are now. Just saw what Brian Kelly said to the team through the team work app. Pete Sampson just posted it on Twitter. Yep. And we got sent that earlier as well. It's finally trying to get caught up here. We are so far behind on these chats, but we love it. I mean, people are fired up and they want to be here, and I'm digging it. Remington Jeans. Do you guys recall the interview BK had earlier this year at golf charity event saying Freeman was going to be the next head coach? I still don't believe he was referring to this. I don't think this is what he was referring to. Maybe he was, but I don't think that he was. I think that was just Brian Kelly just being Brian Kelly. But if that's true, that'd be nice. I'm not sure how to take this one, Vince or Sean. Ben Duran, what isn't Danny's name not being mentioned? Ben, I'd love to answer your question, but I really don't have a clue what you're asking. So I'm going to move on. Just Your Ordinary Joe. Sean has been quiet too long. Somebody mentioned Kane Madden. This was like an hour ago, Sean. You were kind of just hanging out when John and I and Vince were talking.
Oh boy.
I got to tell you, Sean, I've gotten so much feedback on that show we were doing with Reggie and Malik when you were just kind of hanging out like this. And then Reggie said they got 5 great offensive linemen, and you just like woke up and just got lost.
I had to correct the OG. Like, wait a minute. No, that's not the case. Oh man.
That's been one of the best Irish breakdown moments. Yes, yes. John Lander says hire Freeman and Heastan. I would not be against that. I would not be against that at all. Kai S, newly cemented head coach Freeman, just learn why you earn. There you go. There you go. Corey Flynn with a super chat. What was BK's salary after the new Notre Dame contract next year? I don't know what his salary was. His compensation package was over $7 million. So, yeah, there you go. And somebody brought this up. Somebody said, talking about how Luke Fickell was a head coach for one season at Ohio State. He was not the head. He was the interim head coach. He coached because Jim Tressel left kind of before the season.
Yeah.
Wasn't it fall camp? He left. He got fired in fall camp. That's not a head coaching experience. That's a babysitting job. And that's no disrespect to Luke Fickell. That's not the same thing. That is not at all the same thing. TFN clan. Everyone has a number. Let's call Saban. No. Saban's like 70-something years old. You can't do the thing. 5-6 years ago, I'd have said, okay, do it, but not now. Ben Duran says Dabo is what I meant. Yeah, Dabo's not a fit at Notre Dame. No. Sean, I know you wouldn't love that one.
No. Why? Someone else mentioned this. Dabo knows he's the coach in waiting.
At Alabama?
At Alabama.
Yeah, I don't know about that either. Dabo's a Southern guy, right? I mean, look, we've talked about this in the past, Sean. Fit is so important. Yeah. You see coaches all the time make mistakes like this, like Randy Edsall going to Maryland, Tom O'Brien going to NC State, right? Yep. Steve Spurrier going to the National Football League. You got to know who you are, know where you're best fit. And Dabo's whole thing can work down there. It wouldn't work at Notre Dame, in my opinion. And that's not a knock on Dabo. I mean, look, just not everybody's a fit for every school. The Sabans are rare. I mean, Saban won every college he went to. Those guys are rare. You don't come across guys like that all the time. Paul Ohm said with another super chat, thank you, Paul. You think Vince is being harsh against Kelly? You should go browse the LSU chat boards. Trust me, that is on my to-do list for tonight after the show is over. Doug Lepachin with a super chat of $20. Thank you so much for that, Doug. I appreciate you very, very much. All right. Matt Baisley with a super chat. Thank you, Matt. Freeman felt like an ND guy from day one. Really hope it's him. If he gets it, is there any timing element? When would y'all like to see a decision? Any Elston concerns? If Marcus Freeman is going to be the head coach, then do it now. Do it now. So, I mean, I don't think there's any timeline on that. If that's who they want to hire, then just do it tomorrow.
Yeah,
and that's what I would do. Is like Brian Kelly. As soon as Brian Kelly, if Brian Kelly has here's what I would do. And you can call me petty, Sean, and it'd be true, but it's how I would do it. Whatever time Brian Kelly's press conference is announcing him as the head coach at LSU is when I would start my press conference announcing Marcus Freeman as my next head coach.
I am right there with you. I'm trying to fly you down there.
Right.
You already.
No, I would be at Marcus Freeman's one. I'd be at Marcus's one with all due respect.
I'm right there as far as being petty because I want you to get the first question at the press conference. Mm-hmm. And yes, let's start our press conference at the same time announcing Marcus Freeman.
So you want me to miss Marcus Freeman's one? That's messed up, buddy.
You have a staff that have your back.
Okay,
you'll be good. We need to,
the way Vince was tonight, I want to fly Vince down there. Like Vince was coming with it tonight, man.
This might scare everybody.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Jacob Steely says, how much is being in the conversation worth these days? I don't know.
I'll say this. The job is far more attractive than it was before Brian Kelly got here. Mm-hmm. I will say that. Mm-hmm. So the price of the bag has gone up as far as the Notre Dame head coaching job. But at the end of the day, I'm glad Isaiah Foskey said that. Like, tweeted that out today. Notre Dame is Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something Malik and I discussed. It's like the next coach has to be, and it goes back to what you were just saying. It's a very unique job. It's unlike any other job in all of college football as far as being a head coach, because you have to be able to do so many things. And I understand how Brian Kelly or any coach that comes in can fall into the low of trying to CEO, because it's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot to do. And I see how you can become distant from the locker room and your players. But having to like balance all of that, there's no other job like Notre Dame in college football. Nah. So
and it requires a unique person.
Yes.
It requires a unique person.
Yes.
And that's one of the reasons I like Marcus Freeman, because I think Marcus Freeman, when people say, what is the term, Notre Dame guy, Notre Dame man, what does that mean? And I'm like, for me, it's kind of like, I don't know if I can explain it, but I know it when I see it.
Yeah.
Right. And Brian Kelly never struck me as Brian Kelly struck me as an opportunistic coach. And that's not an insult, because that's what coaching is. It's you take advantage of your opportunities to get great jobs. Brian Kelly turned down some pretty good jobs to take this job at Notre Dame. He turned down Tennessee after 2008 to take this job. I have no hard feelings about Brian. I mean, Brian Kelly's a guy that I wanted in 2009. I just want to make sure that comment's not meant to be an insult. He saw Notre Dame as a place he could win and could build them up, and be a successful coach. I don't think it was ever the fit at Notre Dame in the regards that we think. There was never that passion for Notre Dame and what Notre Dame stands for. I think he eventually grew into that and kind of then went overboard on it. But when you meet Marcus Freeman, Sean, and I don't know if you actually have, because when he was with the Bears, didn't you kind of were aware of him then, right? When he was a player with the Bears?
That goes back to what I was saying, why he's so well respected.
Right.
When he was with the Bears, he dealt with injuries. I want to say he was like a 5th round pick out of Ohio State, and very well respected. You talk to people that are around the Bears, even still to this day, they talk about the family man he is. They talk about the integrity he has, how much of a hard worker he was, and how they feel bad about the injuries, because they felt like he really had an opportunity to be a leader on a team, not just a football player. They felt like he had great leadership qualities, and that went with him into coaching and continues to follow him. And if he does put a staff together, don't be shocked if he reaches to the NFL to bring some people to the Notre Dame staff, because he has connections and he's very well respected on both levels. So, yeah.
All right, John DeCrisio, I'm all in on Freeman. I love the way he sells the special attributes of Notre Dame. I also love his aggressive defense, a top-notch defense. I agree. Here we go, Sean. We need Coach Prime.
No, thank you. Prime coach, look, this is about purpose. And I don't, look, as a football player, I have the utmost respect for Deion Sanders. But I'm a person that believes in purpose, and I truly believe Deion Sanders is fulfilling a greater purpose right now and is in the perfect spot he needs.
You're talking about being at an HBC and being at Jackson State, yeah.
Yes, he's fulfilling a bigger purpose, and I think he's aware of that. He had an opportunity. I believe he had an opportunity to be involved with the Florida State job before Mike Norvell got it. But I think he was open and honest about the bigger purpose and what he's trying to do. Down the line, I think he will eventually coach a D1 team, a big-time Power 5 team, but I don't think that time is now. So with the added exposure that he's gotten for those schools just in the last 2 years, the influence of other coaches like Eddie George at Tennessee State wanting to be involved now, you're starting to see what he wanted to establish. You're starting to see the beginning of the fruits of the labor show forth, and it'll be a few years before he seriously thinks about leaving Jackson State. especially with both of his sons being there.
Mm-hmm.
I think once his son leaves, the freshman quarterback, then a couple more years, then he'll be open to leaving Jackson State.
Very interesting. Notre Dame would not be a place Deion Sanders is coming to.
No way. No way. Nope. Talk about fit, bad fit. That's one.
You are correct. Matt Huffman with a super chat. Thank you very much for that, Matt. Appreciate that very, very much. All right, here we go. This is great. This is not a super chat, but this is just too good not to put up. DMND13. PJ Fleck. 4 exclamation marks. No, he's got a purpose for this. Just love Vince being fired up tonight and trying to get Brian up to Vince's anger level, because he knows what that would be. I think we had an LSU fan jump in. I think that LSU fan is going to be in for a really big disappointment. Michael Rudiger.
Wait a minute. See, this is the thing. LSU recruits itself. And this is what I mean by that. There's so much talent in the state of Louisiana every year.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get talented players at LSU.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, LSU lined up and went toe-to-toe with Alabama just this year in a chaotic season with a lame duck head coach. And if they had any type of competent quarterbacking, they walk out of Tuscaloosa with a win. Unfortunately, they didn't have that. So talent would never be the problem. That quarterback situation, though, he wasn't able to get it right at Notre Dame. And we'll watch and see if he can get it right. But now this is interesting, Brian, because he's always talked about we need to get difference makers, right? And specifically at the wide receiver position. We need to get difference makers. You cannot use that excuse at LSU. That's all LSU produces right now is difference makers at wide receiver. You can't walk in with that excuse.
You are correct. I'm actually just trying to pull up something, Sean, here real quick.
Okay.
It looks like, yeah. So, yeah, we'll see. Not seeing that just yet. But anyway, here we go. Octavio Roca. Have you guys read BK's apology? Yeah, we did. And by the way, I haven't. So some of these are like before, like these are from like an hour ago. So I have an essay due tomorrow at 9 a.m., 2 pages left. And I don't know if I could focus enough to do it anytime soon. I definitely feel your pain on that one. Benjamin Weiss. Do you think LSU will inadvertently benefit Kelly because he won't have the leverage to say no to necessary things, i.e. firing the right coaches, more aggressive offenses, etc.? I don't know if LSU is going to necessarily be that involved. I mean, they allowed Ed Orgeron to make bad decisions and bad hires.
Definitely.
So, I don't think LSU is like this phenomenal job. They struck lightning in a bottle, right? It's to me, it's kind of like Auburn in 2010. Auburn won in 2010 because they had Cam Newton.
Yeah.
And there is no other answer than that. I mean, they had Cam Newton. Yeah, okay, they won because they had Cam Newton. If you give them any other quarterback in college football in 2010, they don't win a national championship that year. So I kind of feel like that about LSU. They just struck lightning in a bottle, in my opinion. I don't think it was something where, it was anything other than that. So I don't see that. I don't see that necessarily happening. And here's the thing, they're hiring Brian Kelly because they think they don't have to do all that. If they thought they had to do all that, they wouldn't be giving Brian Kelly this kind of money.
No, not at all.
Neil Wachter says Freeman could win a championship at Notre Dame head coach this year in his second game as head coach, and representation matters. Hire Freeman. I don't get that last part. Representation matters.
And you know what? I'm going to be the Debbie Downer. Like, I don't – this is just me. I just don't see Notre Dame winning a national championship this year. I hope I'm wrong.
We had a show about that today, Sean, and I disagree with that just because, again, this was before all this happened. I don't know how the team's going to react to this and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I look at it like this. I think Notre Dame, with the skill they have on offense and the way that their offense has been working with the defense, I view it as a situation where you look at the matchups. It'd be Georgia, Michigan, and Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing Notre Dame has struggled with in the playoff is they've played dynamic offenses and teams with good defenses, but not, Clemson had a great defense. Bama had a good defense. They had an elite player in Patrick Surtain, but they had just a good defense, not a great defense.
Yep.
I think they have more skill designed to play in space. They have a dominant running back, a dominant tight end. I think this team is better suited to make a run than past two teams. And to me, there is no great team in the playoff this year. This is why we wanted Notre Dame in the playoff all along, because we talked about this summer, Sean, that this is going to be a down year when it comes to the powerhouse programs. And we talked about Clemson taking a step back. We talked about Alabama taking a step back. We talked about Ohio State. It's going to be good, early, but then, they're going to get hot late. I thought their defense would eventually get better. It didn't. But I mean, none of these things are necessarily surprises. And that's why I think Notre Dame has a team, because they are hot. You can't discount you can't discount the fact that they're going into the postseason with a very hot team that's starting to click. And I think this team, now, am I predicting they're going to win it? No. Do I think they have a shot? Yes, I do. Absolutely, I do. And it doesn't have to be, everything has to go perfect. Like last year, everything would have had to go absolutely perfect.
Right. To beat that Alabama team.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. This year's not that case.
For me, I would pick them to beat Cincinnati and Michigan if they played both of those teams.
Yeah.
I've been on record saying this since early in the season.
Mm-hmm.
There's some pixie dust on Georgia. Like, they are just a special team. They remind me of LSU. And I think people are going to be shocked. Do you remember? I forget what year that was. Was that Urban's last year? Urban's last year at Florida was that 2010?
Mm-hmm.
Well, whatever it was the year that Alabama finally beat Florida in the SEC championship game.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone was so shocked. And I'll never forget on the sidelines, they pan to Tim Tebow on his knee and he's crying.
Mm-hmm.
And Florida was never the same. Was never the same. And I feel like that type of seminal moment is coming this Saturday. You're going to see Alabama players in a situation that they're not used to, being in the SEC championship game and a team dominating them.
And they're not going to be afraid of Alabama.
No, you don't have to be afraid to get punched. Yo, you talking about Georgia?
Yes, that's what I mean. Georgia's not going. Alabama's playing a team that's not afraid of them.
Yes,
that's a problem with a lot of teams in the SEC. They're afraid of Alabama. They're mentally. Oh, this Ole Miss team showed up mentally afraid of Bama.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Georgia has not beaten Alabama under Kirby Smart, but they've never been afraid of them. I mean, all their games have been close. They should have won both of them.
Yeah.
I mean, they should have won the title game in 2017, and they should have beat them in the SEC championship the next year. I mean, they choked those games away. Yep. Georgia's not going to be afraid of Alabama.
No.
And those were better Alabama teams than this one. Oh, and Alabama's not used to playing teams that'll punch them in the mouth. And that's what happened against Auburn last week.
Yeah.
Auburn was not afraid of them because Auburn's beat them. Auburn's one of the few SEC teams that does not play scared against them.
And beat them in that stadium.
Yeah.
Consistently.
Yeah. Didn't I see something like Saban winning this game made him 500 in that stadium, correct?
Yeah.
He was 3-4 coming into that game. And he was like 0-3 at Jordan Hare when he was at LSU.
Right.
So they weren't afraid of him. Georgia's not going to be afraid of them. And it's in a neutral field.
If Bo Nix plays, they probably win that game.
I agree. If that kid stays in bounds, if Brian Harsin makes some other coaching decisions, if they don't play prevent defense when all Alabama needed to do was score once, keep doing what you were doing. I mean, there's a lot of things that, Kaya is probably in the minority here, but I am not a fan of Fickle at Notre Dame. Ohio State passed, so do I. Ohio State didn't pass on the current Luke Fickle, though. I mean, his resume is different now than when Ohio State passed on him.
Passed on, yeah.
So you have to look at it that way. I mean, Luke Fickle, yeah, I don't think that's fair. I'm not on the Luke Fickle, train right now either. But I don't think that is to me. That's not a criticism that I would make of Luke Fickle. That wouldn't be the reason that I would. Yeah. Andrew Rhodes says Foskey tweeted committed to Notre Dame. You read that one earlier, right, Sean? The tweet that Foskey put out.
Yep.
Trying to get caught up. The Spanky, Brian, can you cut and paste the part of the show where you told the stories about the coaches scared of Freeman and South Bend? I can try and work through 3 hours of a show to do that. That'd be a little tough. Jacob Watson, who would be a realistic hire at O-line coach and wide receiver coach? And do you think Notre Dame would hire someone to help keep the commits? Jacob, I got to find out who the head coach is first. I mean, I'll put a board together for those things at some point in time, but I need to know who the head coach is going to be first before I do that. Yeah. I mean, I got to know that first. UIW Swimmer said, my super chat $50 super chat was that I never would have admitted it to any other fan bases until today, but I'm excited because I felt like I was a head coach and a few coordinators away from a natty. And I think he's not alone there. Splash Bros 3D animation, good assistants can transition up without head coaching experience. Ryan Day, Dabo, Lincoln, Riley, Kirby Smart. I agree with you. I mean, that's the point we're making is if you got the chops, you got the chops, right? And Bob Davie didn't have the chops. Charlie Weiss didn't have the chops. It's not about that they didn't have head coaching experience. Not having head coaching experience made them worse. It made it worse for them.
Yeah.
But they didn't lose because of that.
Yeah.
No, Indy Nation, if Notre Dame was a stock now, I'm buying. Tell me who the head coach is first, and then I'll let you know. Ted Olenek, any specific recruits we are now worried about losing? Again, I got to find out who that. I mean, I'm going to take the easy cop-out answer, but I mean, it's true. If Luke Fickle's the head coach or if Jeff Brom's the head coach or Bob, then there's a lot more kids that are up in the air, right? But if they promote Marcus Freeman, then I'm going to feel a lot better about their ability to keep these guys. So, but that's what we got to see first is who the head coach is going to be. All right. Ronnie Vasquez and Freeman we trust. BK has always been self-centered. Let him jump in that dumpster fire at LSU. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of there's a lot more Marcus Freeman support than I thought there would be, Sean. It really is.
Really?
I thought we'd get more of the he's never been a head coach thing. Now that it's real, and Kelly's gone,
yeah,
I thought we'd see more. I'm happy. I'm pleasantly surprised, but I'm surprised. Chamgel says, Brian, my scenario is happening. Kelly leaves, Quinn leaves, Dell leaves, Freeman is named head coach, Tony Alford comes back as running backs coach and co-OC. Gap closed. Man, I'd be all about that.
Malik mentioned Tony Alford.
Yeah. Tony Alford loves Notre Dame. So, yes, if Lance Taylor leaves, that would be my first hire, 100%. I mean, it might be my first hire anyway. So, I mean, yeah, that might be my first hire anyway. I'm trying to find this. Yeah, he wasn't on that list. Interesting. But yeah, Cham Joe, I'm that would be all. I'd be all about that. That'd be a 2-for-1, 2-for-3 deal that I'd be all about. DJ Wilson says, my plan landed an hour ago. Wow, breaking news. What a wonderful evening. Brian, you should buy the lake house. I don't know what kind of money y'all think I make doing this, but y'all have to send me a whole lot more super chats. Basically like this. The super chat day we had when we were fundraising would kind of have to be our daily thing for me to be able to buy Brian Kelly's beach house, right? Right now, I'm making enough money to pay my own mortgage, okay? I am not, I can maybe buy like a couple pieces of patio furniture at Brian Kelly's lake house. Right, Sean? I mean, I might be able to put some furniture in one room. I could maybe swing that, but I'm not buying the lake house. Not buying the cows. John Landers, wife and I are UC alums. She'll never forgive me for being a Notre Dame fan if we hire Fickle too. Took 5 years to convert her to Notre Dame. She's happy now. She hates LSU. That's good. Yeah, I see. Look, Jack Swarbrick, if you're listening, he's not. You need to step up and make sure that you save John Landers' marriage. You can't hire Luke Fickle because we have to save John Landers' marriage. Obviously kidding. Okay, let's get down here.
Oh man.
What?
Yeah. Jason Adamiola. We straight.
I think they're going to rally around this.
These players are fighting. You know what? Letting them in the tournament, letting them in the playoff now.
I'm telling you, Sean. I'm telling you.
It would be really interesting.
God's Thumbs 22 with a super chat. Thank you for that very much. Just started watching from the beginning. Vince came in hot. Kelly left the keys to the Ferrari, just like Stoops did and Mayer did. Urban Meyer did. Notre Dame is in a good spot. Was it a blindside? Absolutely. I'm actually pumped. I think a lot of people are. Caleb Collins, everyone's sleeping in for that 7 a.m. meeting. God's Thumbs, he did. That's be funny if like nobody showed up, but they will. They'll respect him. They'll show up, I would imagine. God's Thumbs, he did what he did to Cincinnati. It's not a surprise. Kelly deserves credit and also criticism. Yep, that's been my MO from the beginning. I agree with you completely.
So
Andrew Palmer
scheduled.
Huh?
Was there a press conference scheduled? A normal press conference scheduled for this week? Because he would normally speak on Mondays, but there was
no. They never do it on the first Monday after the season.
Okay.
Because they're always on the road recruiting. That's normal. Yeah, they don't ever do that on Mondays. So Andrew Palmer with super chat. Thank you for that. What's that, Sean?
Maybe he couldn't wait until the next Monday.
To do what?
Which would be his next press conference, I would assume, would be the Monday or the Sunday night after.
It would be the Sunday afternoon after the that would have been his net schedule one. Yeah.
Okay. So in that stead, to have that press conference and then leave, it really was leave now or look even shadier. Taking that press conference as Notre Dame's coach.
Yeah, I get that. I just think my thing is like let your team get in the playoff. If you know what I mean, that would be kind of my thing. But look, if he's going to leave now, then leave now. I mean, I'm over it at this point in time. Just if you don't want to be here, go. Philip Matus, I hope I'm saying that right, Philip. Marcus Freeman, head coach, Tyrese OC, Mike Elson, DC, and let's run this thing. All the love to you guys for all the emergency podcasts this week as well. You are most welcome. Negative Kid, Freeman is everything. Thank you for the super chat. Freeman is everything Kelly isn't as a coach and exactly what Notre Dame needs to take the next step. Grateful for what BK accomplished. Happy he moved on. Agree. I think it's a great take.
Well said.
It's a great take. Jacob Saylor, win the Natty, make him regret it. I personally feel bad for the next team to play us. The guys are fired up. Yeah, Sean, that's kind of what Sean was just saying too. And Jacob made this comment an hour before what you said yours. But yeah, I mean, it sounds like this is kind of going on. I mean, sounds like they're pretty fired up tonight.
Eric Patterson, let's finish this year strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Nolan Sanchez, hire Freeman. I think Kelly saw that what LSU did in 2009. Orgeron is a good coach, but he didn't win that Natty. The team did. He just looking to strike gold. Yeah. Bless you.
Thank you.
Stephen Miller, $5 super chat. Thank you for that, Stephen. I appreciate that. Michaela Vasquez. Thank you, Michaela. BK leaving this manner is exactly what I'd expect from him. Excited to see Notre Dame usher in a new era. I agree with Michaela. I guess, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not shocked. I don't think it was right, but I'm not shocked Brian Kelly left like this. I don't think Brian Kelly was ever going to leave any other way, if he took another job, right? I mean, if he was going to retire, he'd have done it the right way. But if he was ever going to take another job, just because, again, Brian Kelly's main priority has always been Brian Kelly. Another $5 for the Brian Travel Fund for a travel trip that's not happening. I'm just letting you all know in case people want to get their money back when I don't travel. I'm not traveling. Not traveling. Okay. I'm not going to Brian Kelly's press conference. I'm petty, but I'm not that petty.
Is this exhibit A for people that complain about players in the transfer portal?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think so. I've said this for a while. I mean, I think the fact that I've always felt this. I don't like the transfer rule. I hate the transfer rule. What I have said, however, is that when coaches leave, this has been my proposal, right? Number one, I'm all for here's two things I would do. Number one, for the transfer portal, I would say you have to sign a contract, your national letter of intent, any promises that a school made to you. They offer you the number 3 jersey, they're offering you 100 snaps, you're going to start, whatever the case may be. Everything that a coach promised you is in your NLI. If they don't honor that contract, you get released from that contract and you can transfer wherever you want, right? Other than that, if you just don't like a place or whatever the case may be, there's an appeal process, but you got to sit out a year because I think that helps kids make more mature decisions. Number one. Number two, my next rule is, along with that sitting out year, is I would always give them that year of eligibility back as long as they graduate on a certain time, right? So if you sit out that year, you don't lose one of your 5. Okay, so if you redshirt as a freshman and then transfer, and you've got to sit out that next year, you'd still have your 4 years left. Is how I would do it,
Yes.
right? The other thing is if a coach leaves, I've always said this: if a head coach leaves, or a coordinator leaves, or a position coach leaves, if a head coach leaves, I think every kid on the team that he left and the team he's arriving for, there should be a 30-day moratorium on transferring, like immediate transfers. Okay.
Right.
30-day moratorium to give that school time to hire a new head coach and allow that new head coach to make his pitch to the players. Okay. After that 30 days, any kid that wants to leave has free reign to leave. Because I think what that does is that's going to keep some of these schools from being able to – what that would have done is keep some of these schools from just hiring and firing coaches.
Right.
Now, with the way the transfer portal is, it's almost like attractive to fire a guy now and bring in guys. I don't think it's a coincidence that the transfer portal thing happens and all of a sudden all these jobs – because, hey, this guy can come in and he can not only recruit high school kids, but he can go bring in a bunch of freaking transfers.
Right.
You don't think that factored into USC's decision? Hey, we're way under the scholarship limit. We don't – you can bring as many freaking kids from Oklahoma as you want.
Right.
You know, because we have room. So, and they can come play right away. I think it's going to hurt the game. And it's one of those unintended consequences. Mark E. Stewart, I love this. I love this pettiness from Troy Pride. Love it. Troy Pride tweeted that players should insist on a Zoom meeting with Kelly.
He did say that.
I love it. I saw that tweet. Love that pettiness from Troy Pride. And I love it. Absolutely love it. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, Corey D. Let's not get this twisted. It's all about money. If it's true, $15 million a year, does this make Kelly the highest paid coach in the country? I would think so, right? Saban's not making 15, is he?
Nick is not making that. I think Nick is
at least not on pure salary anyway. Again, coaches always have more of a compensation
money and incentives and everything. Yeah, Nick is at 10.6.
He's probably making more than that, but I don't think he's making 4.5 more than that on those type of things.
No.
Matt Lass, $4.99 super chat. Thank you. Brian Kelly's love. This is great, Sean. Brian Kelly's love isn't as limitless as LSU's pockets.
Hey,
Steven,
like I said, I understand it from a business standpoint.
Yep. Stephen Miller with a super chat. I appreciate that. And if Brian Kelly says that to his team tomorrow, then good on him. Hey, guys, listen. They're doubling my salary.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I'd be okay with that if he said that. The JMR, and I'm curious to hear what he's going to say. I will be trekking with sources tomorrow on that. Believe that. The JMRI with a super chat. Would Freeman hire as head coach do anything to bring in Hartline from OSU to throw more gas on the recruiting fire? I don't think ultimately Brian Hartline would leave Ohio State to come to Notre Dame, even as an offensive coordinator. And I don't know if I would necessarily want Brian Hartline as an offensive coordinator because I don't know if he's been a coach long enough for me to know if he's got the chops to be a great OC. He's a very good receivers coach because he played receiver in the NFL and in college and all that, and he can teach it and all that kind of stuff. But he's obviously a very good recruiter. But I don't know if that's the move I would necessarily make. Look, you bring in the right coaches. You don't have to have Brian Hartline to have great recruiting.
No.
Del Alexander was a terrible recruiter, and Notre Dame still got recruits at receiver. This whole thing, just give me a guy that knows how to teach and a guy that's willing to work at recruiting, and he's going to recruit to Notre Dame, especially Marcus Freeman as your head coach. John Zerwick, I hope I'm saying that right, John. Will Swarbrick have a press conference Tuesday? He does. How does he not look blindsided? I think everybody was blindsided by this. I haven't heard anything about him having a press conference, so I can't tell you at all. But I mean, look, everything that I've been told is that people were blindsided by this. Sean, you have a little bit of a different, opinion on this based on what you heard, but the people that I've reached out to tonight and leadership and the football office were blindsided by this.
I think they were blindsided because most people, I think everybody connected to Notre Dame is blindsided because even if you heard a rumor, you just didn't think it was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And you were led to believe that Brian Kelly was happy being the head coach at Notre Dame. And he goes out and says, you have to write this amount of money or this check. But that was about the USC job. It's almost the same thing Lincoln Riley pulled with the LSU job when he said, no, I would never leave OU to go to LSU. Well, your agent is talking to USC right now. You don't want to mention that. And so he said the same thing today. Like, yeah, they reached out Sunday, really.
Right.
Really?
You had all those details worked out that day.
And Sunday, I thought about it. So you took 3 or 4 hours to think about everything connected. And they offered you all of that. It's like, come on, man. Let's be serious about how things work. Jack, more than likely, Jack Swarbrick will wait until Brian Kelly holds his press conference.
Because he's not as petty as I am.
He's not as petty as you are.
And let's be honest, as you are.
I can be petty.
Yes. But you don't do it often, but when you do, you get real petty. Here's a tweet from Tyson Ford's mom. I am prepared to stay up all night to let my son know victory is his. God's word never returns void. We may be emotional over here, but your journey is ordained out of obedience. Be still and know that God is for you. We made the decision over 23 other schools. We don't waver, Notre Dame.
See, that's what I like to hear.
Yep.
That's what I like to hear.
Yep. And earlier she had tweeted Marcus Freeman for head coach. In Jesus' name, amen. Let's go Notre Dame. She's putting the Holy Spirit on this Marcus Freeman push. She's invoking the Holy Spirit to get Marcus Freeman as a head coach, Sean. That's beautiful.
Oh.
And then she also tweeted, this is called, and I'm not being sarcastic, this is wonderful parenting right here for recruiting. I posed the question to my son tonight. Do we follow a school or do we follow a coach? And she has said right before that, we love Notre Dame over here. It's still a 40-year decision, #ultimate goals. So, yes. And then later she invoked the name of the Holy Spirit to try to get Brian Kelly to be head coach. And that's, I'm here for that all night.
And that's what I mean. I saw some of the responses to the initial rumors when it broke that the deal was imminent. And I saw Notre Dame fans really upset. And I just tried to point out, like, yo, be cool. Because this is really, you have to be willing to let go. Like, don't have any anger. Just be willing to let go. It's almost like having a relationship. You have your ups and downs, and in the middle of that relationship, you come to a crossroad. And then you decide both to stay in it and work together, only to find out that, that's not the person that you're meant to spend the rest of your life with when it comes to taking it to that next level. And that's what Notre Dame and Brian Kelly found out recently. Like, yo, it's been great. We had some great times, some great years together, but ultimately, at this point, this is not where we want to be.
Right.
And that's fine. And that's fine. That's fine. You tip your cap. I just want to make sure that everybody knows, this narrative, and you've talked about this whole narrative of what Brian Kelly has done for Notre Dame. Notre Dame's done a lot for Brian Kelly.
This is true.
Let's not get it twisted. Like, he's not getting this deal without the brand of Notre Dame. It wasn't like he was winning games at Holy Cross.
Right.
He was winning games at Notre Dame. So the brand did something for him.
And Jack Swarbrick's and this is why we've always tried to say, Sean, it's not Brian Kelly's not the one that raised $1 billion for all the new upgrades, right? It was Brian Kelly. It was Jack Swarbrick's leadership, the development office. It was those people doing that work. Now, Brian Kelly did a great job of putting a product on the field early in his career in 2012 that allowed people to then go do that.
Buy into it, right?
Right. So, yes, he deserves a lot of credit for this, but let's not, like you said, let's not get it twisted that Notre Dame did a lot for Brian Kelly as well. And they both benefited from it. And now Notre Dame is in a position, if they make the right hire, to say, okay, thank you for what you did. You got us to the top of the mountain. Now it's time for somebody else to get us, fully to the top and over.
Exactly.
That's the key. Somebody
earlier tried to relate this to Butch Davis and Larry Coker, and I said, no, this is two totally, and I guess in a sense, because in that situation, Miami was ready to win national championships. Like, Larry Coker didn't have to do anything but come in and shut his mouth.
Don't screw it up.
And Notre Dame's in a slightly different situation. They're not at the point of don't screw it up, but they are at the point of, okay, you come in here and you get the right quarterback and another piece here, and you're ready to rock and roll. So
the person will have to do work to get over that final hump.
Right.
That was not the case at Miami.
No, not for Larry Coker. No.
Yes, exactly. Okay, let's get to some more of these. A rogue clone. As a former supporter of Brian Kelly 2.0, I'm not surprised. The consistency that was missing from early in his tenure is there now, but BK will always be BK. LSU won't give him a statue either. Yeah, and BK and LSU won't be as forgiving of the mistakes that he has made in the past that Jack Swarbrick was more forgiving of.
Oh, we can go back to the beginning of his tenure. Like,
he never gets to 2015 at LSU.
They literally took the hits. I'm talking about the university and the brand took the hits of a tragedy that would have gotten most head coaches immediately dismissed.
Yeah.
And they stuck by him and allowed the brand to take the beating.
Yes. And I personally, and I don't want to get too much into this, Sean, this show, we do another time. I personally don't think he should have been fired for that.
No, I'm just saying it's
right. A lot of places they would have. They would have 100%.
Yeah.
And when obviously we're talking about the unfortunate Declan Sullivan thing, as someone who's been involved in the decisions of who goes up and goes where, it's just not something on the head coach's radar.
Right.
You say, well, he should be. Oh, I get all that, but that's why you hire people to do that. And he's not the one hiring those people. The school is. So I don't think he should have been. But yes, you are correct. A lot of places would have thrown him under the bus, backed up over him, pulled up and ran over him again, backed him over again, and just for measure, gone over him again. There's no question about that. Notre Dame stood by him. And they stood by him. Name me another school like that at Notre Dame stature that would have allowed a coach to go 4-8 and then start looking. Everyone knew he was looking for other jobs and still kept him. So,
yep.
Anthony L. the super chat. Thanks, IB, for doing 2-a-days. Freeman is the guy. Let's not complicate it. If so, though, Reese has to go. Need a top tier OC. We'll have to agree to disagree on that last one. I'm not, again, if Tommy Reese wants to stay and Marcus Freeman wants to keep him, then I'm all for it. If Tommy Reese wants to leave, I'm okay. I'm good there too, right? Like I think Tommy Reese has got a lot of potential, but there's a lot of good coaches out there. This whole thing, there's not like this one coordinator or one O-line coach or one, there's a lot of coaches that could do a great job at Notre Dame, not just one. And that's the key is going to be whoever the next head coach is finding that guy. And hopefully it's, as we said before, hopefully it's Marcus Freeman. Get down to some more super chats here. We got to get rolling here soon. This is almost 4 hours long. It's getting late. Luckily, Sean's on Central Time. Remington Jeans. Do you guys recall the interview BK had at the golf? We had that earlier, right?
Yeah.
Charity event when he said Freeman is going to be next coach. Yeah, I definitely remember that. I just think, I really don't think that's what he meant. But maybe he did. And knowing Brian Kelly, if Marcus Freeman gets hired, he'll try to own us. See, I tried to tell y'all, You know how Brian Kelly is. John Rich, if Fickle thinks Ryan Day may bolt for the NFL, do you think he'd take the Notre Dame job? Also, is Fickle's recruiting reach nationwide enough for Notre Dame? I think I think Ryan Day, if what you're saying is true, I think Luke Fickle would hold out for the Ohio State job. Do you agree or disagree with that?
No, that would be the job he would want.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And to the second part of your answer, no, I don't think. Now, Luke Fickle is a very good recruiter at Ohio State, but recruiting at the school that you played at and love and all those kind of things. Okay, here's something from Matt Fortuna of The Athletic. He tweeted, Notre Dame AD Jack Swarbrick has communicated to Irish assistant coaches that they should stay on the road, continue to visit with prospects, and calm committed recruits' nerves. Sources tell The Athletic no interim head coach has been named yet. That's interesting. And I don't even want to try to pretend I know what that means, because that could mean a whole lot of different things. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff going on tonight, man. This is one of those fun days.
Well,
Josh Phillips. Shock. What's that?
Sounds like Jack Swarbrick is working.
Yes.
To get something done.
And hopefully we'll see.
Yeah.
Josh Phillips, $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Josh. Shocked, but not salty at all. Wish Kelly the best. It's a more mature response than I think I probably would give if I were I'm just being honest. Kevin Fetters, I'm not mad at LSU or BK. That thought he'd win a natty at Notre Dame. My only fear is a bad hire. Kevin, I'm with you. I think that's always the hire, because, look, I have a lot of faith in Jack Swarbrick. And a couple times I've doubted him, I've proven to be wrong. I just hope that this time I just hope he makes the right. I've heard that he likes Marcus Freeman a lot, but I've also heard he likes Luke Fickle a lot. So I don't know. Paul Olmstead, with another super chat. Thank you so much, Paul. You've brought a lot of those tonight, man. I appreciate you very much. Kelly probably won't be coaching in 3 years, but he'll be $45 million richer. He must have Weiss's agent. Maybe true.
The Weiss deal was really good.
Yes, it really was. All right. Caleb Collins says Walker Howard said that. I don't know what you're referring to. Sorry, buddy. That might have been something from a while ago. So yeah. Caleb Collins also said Freeman equals gap closer. Yes, he is. And I'm pretty confident saying that Marcus Freeman has some gap closer t-shirts. Pretty confident saying that. Matt Prendergast. Thank you, Matt. Matt runs by the way, Matt, if you are looking for a Facebook group to be a part of, obviously the Irish Breakdown has one, but Matt also lets me post my stories at Notre Dame Football News on Facebook. It's got like over almost 40,000. Sean, I think you post stuff on there too, correct? It's got over 40,000 people on there. Yeah. So if you're looking for a Facebook group to be a part of, Irish Breakdown fan group is definitely one, but then Notre Dame Football News is the other. Matt does a good job. Those poor mods, man, it's like they need to quit their jobs in real life to moderate that. There's 40,000 people. Right. It's insane. But Matt's a good dude. He lets me post my stories there, and Sean does as well. So thank you for the super chat, Matt. I appreciate you. Appreciate you very, very much. We were actually in a group chat with me and Matt and other moderators, and they asked me if I thought Brian Kelly would leave. I was like, no, I don't think he will. Literally 10 minutes later, it's reported that Brian Kelly's leaving for Notre Dame. So I just was like, yeah, I wouldn't be that lucky. Triple Deck Poe, Mac Asif with an interesting tweet confirming Marcus Freeman is next head coach for Notre Dame. He's not confirming that. He's just saying, I don't know how serious that is. Sean, have you followed up on Mick's tweets? He tweeted and said breaking. And he said, according to my sources, Marcus Freeman's going to be the next head coach. He's talking to players. I've talked to people that say they've talked to people in the Goog and they're hearing that it's going to be Fickle. I don't think anybody really knows right now, except maybe Jack Swarbrick.
If it's happening now, like let's be logical about this. If it's happening now, it has to be Marcus Freeman.
I would think so.
If it's happening now, because there's no way Luke Fickle is going to allow his team that's about to be in a college football playoff to be distracted.
It's playing for a conference championship this weekend.
Championship as well. So if things are bustling around the offices and something's going on, that definitely leans towards Marcus Freeman being a choice rather than Luke Fickell, just because of timing.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. And that would obviously bode well. Ty Gilstrap, thank you for the super chat, Ty. Very much. Matt Albano, without Kelly's fingerprint on the offense, will the offense have more success in 2022? What changes should fans expect to see? I'm going to take this cop-out answer, but it just depends on who the new coach is and who they hire. I like if Luke Fickell comes and he brings Mike Denbrock with him, I think the offense will be better. I think Mike Denbrock's a good offensive coordinator. Is he dynamic? I don't think so. Is he a good offensive coach? Yeah, and he's a good dude. The players will like him. Mike is a good guy, good football coach. But I just got to see who the coach is first. I really can't say. Could it be? Yeah. If the new head coach makes the right hire at OC, then I think this offense could explode next year, assuming people come back that need to come back. Mike Hoff, Marcus Freeman time. Love that. Appreciate that. Playboy Swole. I think Brian Kelly was a Notre Dame guy. He stayed 12 years and recruited a certain type of player, but I feel Notre Dame gave him an excuse for recruiting. I just don't think Brian Kelly was a Notre Dame guy. I'll never be convinced of that, Sean. I don't know if you have a difference of opinion on that. I've never felt that about Brian Kelly. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean, his job is to be the football coach. He doesn't have to be a Notre Dame guy. He just has to be a football coach that runs his program the way that Notre Dame wants him to run the program. And I think he did that. But Notre Dame gave him an excuse for recruiting. I think there's some merit to that. I think there's a lot of merit to that. Absolutely. Caleb Collins, reports say Tom Rees heading to LSU too. I've seen a couple people tweet that to me. We'll see about that. If he goes with Brian Kelly, then he goes with Brian Kelly. As we said earlier, I would like to see him stay, but there's a lot of good offensive coordinators out there. Paul Olmstead says, Brian, the LSU Jet was in South Bend last week. Do you think now that's had to do with Kelly? I was thinking about that because somebody put something on our message board at Irish Breakdown about that. They re-upped because there was a lot of Notre Dame fans freaking out last week when they heard that the LSU Jet was on campus, and they were thinking it was for Marcus Freeman. And I wasn't hearing that. I heard some people say that they were interested in Marcus Freeman, but what would you do, Sean, if you found out that LSU was in South Bend over a week ago negotiating with Brian Kelly?
Oh, it goes to look. Like I said, this has been going on for weeks.
Had to have been.
It's been going on for weeks, and the connection between Woodward, the athletic director who just left. He was the one that brought Jimbo Fisher to Texas A&M, and then he left there to take the job at LSU. And that's why the connection with Jimbo Fisher was always out there. And they're represented by CAA, same company that represents Brian Kelly. The conversations have been ongoing, and it finally just got to a point. To follow up on what you asked me about that tweet, right now, there's a Spaces going on. For those of you who know, Spaces is like the Twitter form of the app Clubhouse. Well, you have speakers talk about a certain topic, and Mick Assaf has started his own space entitled Marcus Freeman is the next head coach at Notre Dame, and his speakers are Cole Kmet, Ian Book, and Nick Weischer.
None of those guys played for Marcus Freeman.
None of those play for Marcus Freeman, but they are former Notre Dame players, and they are speakers in this space that they've created entitled Marcus Freeman is the next head coach at Notre Dame. And they're discussing why, at this point in time, they're discussing why Brian Kelly left and why Marcus Freeman will be the next head coach at Notre Dame.
So I got to say something. If it's a bunch of dudes that never played at Notre Dame when Marcus Freeman was here, that tells me that what they're hearing from their former teammates is that this dude is the real deal.
Yep.
They have no allegiance to Marcus Freeman whatsoever.
Yep.
None of them were on this campus when Marcus Freeman was hired.
None.
So they're just hearing this from their guy. They're hearing this from Kurt and Myron and all the guys they played with, that he's the real deal.
Yep.
So I don't know anything you just said. I've never heard of any of that stuff. That's why I said I need to get more technologically advanced here, Sean. But that would be quite impressive.
Eli Reardon. Oh,
he's a recruit.
He's a commit. He's a speaker on this as well.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
So
We got a big super chat here, Sean, from Jay Clampett Investments. Thank you for that, Jay Clampett. Brian, if you were to pick a head coach, Sean, we're going to both get put on the spot right now.
Okay.
I think people should know the answer by now. Brian, if you were to pick a head coach right now, who would it be? Does Tommy go to LSU with BK? So the second one, I don't know if he will. It sounds like from people reporting he might. If I had to pick a head coach right now, if it was up to me, if I'm in Jack Swarbrick, or if Jack Swarbrick just knocked on my house in Granger and said, "Hey, Brian, man, I don't know what to do. What should I do?" As a coach, you got to go with Marcus Freeman. You got to go with Marcus Freeman. He's got to be your guy. You got to be bold. You got to take that chance. And I know it's risky. There are other guys that I'm tempted to go talk to. Bob Stoops has won a national title. He's out there. He wants this job. I'm tempted that. Luke Fickell is super steady. He would at the very least, keep this thing going that Brian Kelly's built. Jeff Brom brings some excitement potentially offensively. There's some names we could go with. Dave Aranda is a guy that really – you talk about a guy that is a Notre Dame guy just in how he presents himself and how he communicates and all that intellectually. Dave Aranda would be such a great fit. But at the end of the day, you've got to take the chance. You've got to be bold. Right? History is not made by those who are just complete. I don't know you've got to be bold. You've got to be willing to take that chance. And it may blow up in your face, but if you hit on this, you will be a legend because you will have brought in a legend. I mean, that's kind of how you got to look at it. And if it doesn't work, you're going to look like, you shouldn't have hired a guy you shouldn't have hired a guy that didn't have head coaching experience, right? There's a risk. No. The most risky hire is Marcus Freeman, in my opinion.
Mike Golick Jr. is talking now.
Okay.
So
they're going full-throated.
This might be
Marcus
real.
Freeman. Okay.
This might be real.
So to me, Sean,
and you just spoke for me because we're going to say the same thing. So
yeah, the biggest risk is Marcus Freeman. The biggest reward could be Marcus Freeman.
Yep.
And that's where you got to go. That's where you got to go. Jim K with super chat. And Notre Dame needs to give LSU an extra few million to take Quinn and Alexander too. The thing is, the new coach can just get rid of him if he wants to.
Right.
I'd be all for that. Go hire them. That'd be phenomenal. Christopher Fowler, Drew Tranquil, 3. Does the College Football Playoff Committee consider whether a team's head coach will be available at the game? That's what. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. All right, let's get down there. We got a few more here as you got to get to. I've got to get rolling, folks. It is getting kind of late. But I just, me, I don't like leaving those things out there. So I want to try to get as many as possible. I don't know how many more we have left. You all have been great tonight. Love the energy here. This has been a fun show. This 4 hours went by quickly. Dave Valensky, $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Dave. Notre Dame is too traditional for PJ Fleck. I don't think it would be a great fit, and I'm a Minnesota fan, so I'm biased. Yeah, Dave, I appreciate you stopping by and saying that. I don't think he'd be a good fit at all either. At all. First of all, I don't think he's a great football. I think he's a good football coach. And I think in a place like Minnesota, he's a good football coach. I think he's made some bad hires. Hiring Mike Sanford was a mistake. He did fire Mike Sanford today, which is smart. But I just don't think PJ Fleck is a dynamic guy. I think he's a Minnesota guy, and that's fine. And there's some other schools in the South that I think would have gone after him. But he's not a Notre Dame guy, in my opinion. He's just not that guy. Thank you for what's that, Sean?
I totally agree with you. He's not. His value around the Big Ten has even faded.
Yeah, I mean his star has definitely
has faded. His stock has dropped. However you want to say it.
Yep.
Yeah, and it might be another year before he did. I'll give it to him. That win against Wisconsin was big, though.
Big.
Yeah,
he had a couple nice wins this year. They had a really nice win over Purdue early in the season, but then he also had some really bad losses. I mean, you can't hire a head coach in Notre Dame who lost to Bowling Green the year before. I'm sorry, you can't. You can't. I mean, they beat Colorado, beat Purdue, beat Nebraska. Right? Yeah, lost to Illinois. That's a bad one. Lost in Iowa, beat Indiana, beat Wisconsin. I mean, they went 8-4 this year. It's decent, But no, you can't do it. Yeah. And he inherited a team that won 9 games a year before he got there. This is what people forget about PJ Fleck.
Yeah.
He didn't take over for some 2-10 program. They won 9 games a year before he took over. I mean, 9 games. That's a pretty good place to walk into. All right. Marquis Parlay. ADs seem to be the biggest leeches in sports, going from Texas A&M to LSU after hiring Jimbo. I'm a Syracuse guy, and we were happy to have our AD be an ESPN guy who came to Syracuse. LOL. Syracuse just announced, Sean, you and I were talking about this the other day about whether or not Coach Babers would come around.
They love him.
Yeah, and they announced today that they're going to keep him. The thing you and I talked about with that one was Dino is considered just a phenomenal dude.
Yeah.
And when you are a good person and you treat people the right way, they're going to be more at a good place. They're going to be more willing to give you another chance to do it the right way.
Right.
And so it does pay at times to be a good human being.
Yeah.
And Dino, who has clearly not done a great job recently, is clearly at least doing a good job as far as keeping people there. So, okay. All right. And I think that is it. I'm trying to. So, yeah, there's some dumb freaking people on this earth, man. We just blocked some clown. Okay. Anyway. So, Sean, final thoughts.
Final thoughts is when I woke up today, I shared a joke with you that,
I'm going to pull that up now, too.
Yeah.
This has been a wild day.
As I was joking, I asked Brian if I can come stay with him for a couple of days because of my daughter, who is, I'm sorry, IB Nation, don't kill me. My daughter is a student at Southern Cal, and she jumped up and down all day yesterday and all day today with the news that she has a new head coach in Lincoln Riley. So I had to deal with that for about 24 hours. And then all of a sudden this afternoon, I drop her off at the airport. I get rid of her finally. I get peace and quiet, and here comes the LSU rumors. So today for me has been, it's been a tumultuous 48 hours. But once the rumors hit, you could, Brian can tell you, I told Brian, I said, look, I understand you don't think he's going anywhere. I need you to look at it from this standpoint.
You laid it out.
And I laid it out to him. And I said, just think about this. And I closed it up by saying he's interested. And by that time, I had started receiving text messages back from people. And I was like, yeah, this thing is real.
Yeah. Sean was buying it before I was.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just was like, I was not going to let myself get the feeling that I was going to get when it happened. And that's just, Sean, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
We completely missed the super chat earlier. Void Walker 2006 with a super chat. Thank you for that. And I'm sorry that I missed this earlier. We pulled it up and never actually addressed it. What does this do for our player morale that our head coach bolts right before our bowl game? I'm pretty sad over it. I feel like he betrayed us. I don't think he betrayed Notre Dame because it's a business and he got a business offer that was, I mean, substantial. If Brian Kelly would have left LSU for $9 million, I'd have been like, dude, you know what I mean? But like, this is double, if reports are true, double what he's making at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
And I just think Brian Kelly feels like this is the best that it's ever gonna be at Notre Dame. I think the morale is going to go one of two ways. It's first of all is who do you name as a head coach? You know, I like if this thing drags out for a while, then morale eventually is going to sink a little bit. But if you make a move quickly, and I think it's interesting that Notre Dame has not named an interim head coach yet.
Yes, that's also very interesting.
That's could mean nothing, but
if people look. You have a group of former players, literally
who didn't play for Marcus Freeman,
play for him, holding court with a Spaces on Twitter. I actually sent you the link, text you the link, saying Marcus Freeman is the next head coach at Notre Dame. This is Ian Book, Cole Kmet, Mike Olin Jr., Nick Assault, Nick Weiser, and a recruit, a commit, Eli Raridan, that are speakers in this room. So you have that. You have the people that have been texting you. You have the recruit that are 100%. You have Mama Ford
putting the Holy Spirit on Marcus Freeman being a head coach
and trying to confirm it. Like all things are pointing And as I said before, the Luke Fickell thing wouldn't happen until after the playoffs.
Yeah, if it did happen before, it'll at least won't happen until after they're announced for the playoff at the very earliest. And if he did leave before that, then I don't want him.
Exactly.
It's just me.
Exactly. So if anything's happening right now, all things point to Marcus Freeman being.
My biggest fear with Luke Fickell is I think if he came to Notre Dame and Ohio State came open, he'd leave for Ohio State. I believe that. I don't think Marcus Freeman would. I don't. Marcus Freeman talked about how he thought about going to Notre Dame. It's his dad that wanted him to stay at Ohio State.
Yeah.
Go to Ohio State. Now, whether that's true or not, I think there's some truth to it. But as far as player morale, I mean, based on what kids are tweeting out tonight, I think some kids, look, there's not going to be one response. Every player's not going to have the same. Some kids are going to be dejected. Some kids are going to be sad. Some kids are going to be happy. Some kids are going to be pissed. I think it's going to come down to the leadership of this football team. And if the leadership of this football team has taught us anything, these kids were driving this bus this year. And that's how it should be. I mean, look, the best teams always have great leadership. They always have great leadership. And coaches want that. Coaches want leadership because they know, hey, look, they're around each other a lot more than they're around us.
Yeah.
And if we have great leadership, then we can trust that they're going to be, when we're not there looking over their shoulders, then they're going to still be holding themselves accountable. I think this football team has great leadership. That's why I think they win 11-1 this year, in spite of some things that were done incorrectly from a coaching standpoint. And so I think that the leadership will rally this team together. And if they make a good hire, then I think they're getting fired up. If this thing lingers on for a while, then I think it could hurt the morale a little bit, because uncertainty is the worst thing. I mean, for me, I hate uncertainty. I hate not knowing. I'm way too much of a control freak to not know. And when I don't know, it bothers me. And I'm sure there's players on the team like that. Other players say, hey, man, I love Notre Dame. I'm here no matter what. I don't really care. I mean, I also know for a fact, we've reported this in the past, there are kids that came to Notre Dame in spite of Brian Kelly, not because of Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
So I think the morale just depends on how the leadership responds to this. Palo27 with a super chat. Thank you so much for the stream. You guys were great for providing some clarity for today's craziness. Much appreciated. We enjoyed it very, very much. Marky Parlay says it's hard when you are paying coordinators $350,000. I don't know who that's referring to, but I can assure you that that's not the case in Notre Dame. Brian Van Gorder made over $1 million, and Marcus Freeman is one of the highest paid defensive coordinators in college football. Anthony Shea says, Kelly winning home with Tobias Merriweather today. Just wow. We all know the committee is about the Benjamins. They would love to put us in with no BK. That's an interesting thing, is if they do name a interim head coach, there would be a very interesting storyline that they could sell. But at the end of the day, if Notre Dame is still going to need help. Octavio Roca with another super chat. Thank you very much for that, Octavio. And I think that's going to be it, Sean. So that is going to be it for today's show. This is a great show. I had so much fun. I want to thank Vince. I want to thank John Garcia for stopping by. Of course, I want to thank my man, Sean Davis, for being a part of it tonight. Hey, everybody. Okay, for Syracuse. Okay, cool. Thank you for that, Marky. Appreciate you. That's right. He did say earlier, Marky did say earlier that he was a Syracuse guy. So I appreciate that. Look, here's the deal. I think this depending on what's going to happen, we'll have more thoughts on this once we know what's next. We gave you as much as we could. Vince did make it home. Yes, he made it out of school. He is home. But the disgruntled LSU fan is out. Thank you all so much. This was by far our biggest chat ever. We got over 3,000 at one point in time. Our previous high was 1,000. Appreciate everybody being a part of this. Sean, thank you so much for being a part of it. Yes. But we're going to have a lot more on this. Obviously, check out irishbreakdown.com. Sign up for the message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Appreciate all of you so much. Have a great, 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 great night. And we will talk to you soon, Sean. Who knows? We may be having another podcast tomorrow afternoon talking about some other things, but we appreciate you all so much, everybody. Thanks for being with us. I'm glad we were allowed some of you to vent. Some of you had some great questions. Some of you, we just love you. So everybody have a great night, and we'll talk to you again very, very soon. Oh, and before I forget, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and do the same thing for the Lucky Lefty podcast. We'll talk to you all very, very soon.